Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite, the guy who's definitely playing the harmonica and not pretending to play the harmonica like a huge jerk, Adam Tender.
What's up, everybody? We're here for another fabulous show. How are you doing today, Sitch?
I'm doing fan-frickin-tastic. Now, this video that we're about to watch was given to us, recommended by viewers like you. Thanks to your support.
Not viewers like me. I'm actually a host. But
no,
anyway.
no, get out of here. Not viewers like you. Viewers like the wonderful people in chat.
Okay.
So this video, we actually watched the source video of this and responded to it. This is when Brianna Wu and Eli Ehrlich was on Piers Morgan's show, if you recall. And Brianna Wu very hilariously, and I would say very basedly, just kept shouting at Eli Ehrlich to F off and stop giving hormones to children illegally and to just, bow out of the conversation and stop making trans people look crazy.
Yeah, so it was great.
It was totally great, totally fine, totally wonderful. And someone sent this video to us, and this is Professor Dave, who I've seen a couple of other videos. I saw him talk about flat earth stuff. I saw him talk about, I forget that actor's name who was on Joe Rogan, who had all those crazy theories of science and all this other stuff. And I never saw any political videos that he had done, so I didn't know what his politics were until now. And I was pretty surprised by some of his takes in this video.
Were you?
Yes, very surprised, very shocked.
So you had the idea that Professor Dave was actually sane, and then all of a sudden you saw this video and you're like, holy shit.
Well, you just hear people and you hear them talk about like non-political subjects and you're like, oh, okay, like seems reasonable, right? And then suddenly politics comes in the equation. You're like, oh, that's really unfortunate how politics does that to people.
Yeah, definitely. So let's get into it. What do you think?
So let's jump into this.
Let's just get a bit more context about the events that led to the resignation of these three from the FFRF board. This all began when FFRF fellow Kat Grant wrote a piece called What is a Woman?
Well, hold on, let me just back up a second. So what started all this is that Steven Pinker, Richard Dawkins, and Jerry Coyne all dropped out of this organization. They were honorary board members of this organization. Okay.
Sweet.
And all the people here, I think, were pretty strong fans of, so for the most part.
Context about the events that led to the resignation of these three from the FFRF board. This all began when FFRF fellow Kat Grant wrote a piece called What is a Woman? In it, she highlights the inadequate manner in which most people attempt to define sex and gender. Defining men and women exclusively by an individual's genitals doesn't work. The same goes for reproductive organs, or ability to conceive, or chromosomes, or gametes. Problems with these attempts at categorization will be expanded upon as we progress through this piece. She offers other historical context.
So just to be clear, because it does come up and it is very important in these conversations. He says that this Kat Grant person brought up why it's not proper to categorize sex on the basis of gametes. Kat Grant does not bring up gametes in this, does not say that, does not make an actual argument about that at all in this paper. Which is important because usually when you hear people who are biologists, especially evolutionary biologists, that's the argument they put forward, is they say that's how we should determine what a man or woman is by what, gametes they produce or have the organs, or supposed to have the organs to produce said gametes.
Yeah, very simple. I remember this from high school biology.
Mm-hmm.
But it was her closing sentence that upset a lot of people. A woman is whoever she says she is. Before moving forward, we must make a few concepts.
So obviously, if someone ends their thing about how we can't really define a woman properly according to biology or according to social, to sociology or even to history, and they end it with saying a woman is whoever she says she is, it should be fairly clear that their position is the self-identification position. That simply you just self-ID as a man or woman, and that's enough, right? That's all it is.
Yeah. Insane, but whatever.
Which is a stupid definition. And this is kind of indicative of a lot of this video. And it's kind of why it's strange to me, is that I don't believe, I could be mistaken, but I don't believe from this video that that is Professor Dave's position at all. And yet he keeps carrying water for this person and sort of like seemingly to project his own different arguments onto their position in order to defend them when that's not what they're making. It's very weird. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if it's intentional or I don't know if it's just he's kind of in like the atheist science bubble and he's not really poking his head outside of like that and entering into the culture war to really understand, you know, oh, there's all these people, usually on the far left, who are making these arguments about gender and sex simply being a form of self-identification or simply being a social construct.
So he doesn't understand the concept of self-ID?
Well, I have no clue because that's what this person seems to argue. And then he doesn't really address it at all. And he seems to try to like give them a better argument for some reason. And it's like, why are you carrying water for this person? You can disagree with any of those people and also disagree with Cat Grant and just say that. Unless he's just trying to run interference. Maybe he has a woke audience or something. I don't know.
Issues, but it was her closing sentence that upset a lot of people. A woman is whoever she says she is. Before moving forward, we must make a few concepts perfectly clear so that we can refer to them as necessary. Sex is a word that refers to a suite of physical characteristics possessed.
Oh, and just because he doesn't really talk about it very much. So this Cat Grant person, they are a lawyer. They're a lawyer who I believe specializes in trans issues or something. So they're not writing, they didn't write this paper for the Freedom of Religion Association organization. They didn't write it from any sort of scientific basis. And, you know, kind of matters when you have a bunch of scientists and biologists like Dawkins who say, well, we have a problem with how you're defining a woman from a biological perspective, arguing with someone who's not a biologist, not a scientist whatsoever. There's, you know, a lawyer and basically a political activist. And so I looked in this Cat Grant person. They identify as non-binary. Okay, of course, because of course, they're in their paper, the one that was Richard Dawkins and Steven Pinker did not like. You know, they have all the buzzwords we've heard before. They talk about colonizers, European colonizers, you know, attacking the natives and, you know, running over their, you know, third gender forms. They make all the same tired arguments that we've all heard a million times about how because there's a small fraction of individuals that have intersex conditions or exist outside of standard definitions of categories like man, like a male or female, because maybe they have some issue or some, you know, birth defect with their genitals. Because of that, somehow that nullifies the entire category of man and woman and has anything to do with the transgender conversation, even though it has nothing to fucking do with the transgender conversation whatsoever. And they constantly use intersex people and people with birth defects as essentially a shield to just try to weaken the categorical bonds of the man and woman category so that they can win a political argument.
Right. They use outliers to pretend there's some third category that we're missing.
Yes, and it's so ridiculous and it's so preposterous because the people they're trying to insert into this category, none of those people, they don't have intersex conditions. They don't have any of these conditions they're talking about. They're simply using these outliers just as a way to attack the category so they can say, well, because these outliers don't fit in your category, we should just get rid of the entire category or we can just do whatever we want with the category, essentially. So you have to accept that trans women are the same as women or trans men are the same as men.
Yes. Probably the longest surviving historical category too.
Yeah.
Men and women.
Yes.
By an organism like a human. Most humans have a pair of sex chromosomes, as well as primary and secondary sexual characteristics, including genitals and other reproductive organs. Most of the time, the sex chromosomes correspond with these anatomical features, but sometimes they don't, and other times, these anatomical features exhibit intermediary characteristics. Human development is profoundly complex, relying on a tightly coordinated sequence of gene expression, as well as signaling molecules called hormones. There are more than 2 genotypes and more than 2 phenotypes associated with sex, which means that sex is not binary. Many people have a hard time accepting this, but it's a biological fact. Gender
Well, it's interesting. So this is sort of Dave's MO is to say something that is not a fact or is a contentious, debated topic or is his opinion. And he just says it is a fact because so he has this little chart and he talks about, there's variations and there's people that have intersex conditions. And so therefore he says, well, that means that sex is not a binary. And it's like, well, we get into the Sitch's law thing. That depends on who you're asking and what definition you're using. Because again, if you're asking most biologists, if they're defining sex by what gamete you're supposed to produce, your body is supposed to produce, then sex is a binary because there's only two options, right?
Yes.
Now, if you're asking someone maybe who, is in the field of transgender healthcare or, in a gender study thing, then yeah, they're going to probably give you some different definition of sex that has, a broader categories to encompass.
Right.
And isn't it interesting too, because when this conversation first hit the stage, 8 years ago, 10 years ago, started to become prominent on YouTube and the rest of the world, it was always like the first step was, well, we're not talking about sex. Sex is biological. Sex is a binary. We're only talking about gender. Gender is the social construct. Gender is where you have a billion genders. And then over time, it's like suddenly it's like, well, maybe sex is also a social construct. Well, maybe there's more than two sexes. There's just the continual bleed effect, the continual slipping down the slope effect.
Yeah, it's all bullshit.
Types and more than two phenotypes associated with sex, which means that sex is not binary. Many people have a hard time accepting this, but it's a biological fact. Gender is a more nebulous term that includes broad cultural connotations, but one component of gender is gender identity, which also has biological implications. However, it is not chromosomal, but rather predominantly neuroanatomical. There is such a thing as having the experience of being male or female, and this correlates with brain structure. Masculinization and feminization occur in the brain just as they do everywhere else in the body, most notably during embryonic development. Since the genitals differentiate in the first trimester and the brain becomes imprinted in the latter half of gestation, it is possible for the fetal brain to be imprinted differently than the genitals. The vast majority of the time, gender identity aligns with sex, producing what we now refer to as a cis person. But there are instances in which they are not aligned, and someone is assigned male sex at birth but possesses female gender identity, or assigned female sex at birth but possesses male gender identity, and that is what we now refer to as a trans person. Cis and trans.
So I want to go back to this for a second. So we already have some issues, and this is kind of what annoys me about this video is that Dave postulates a theory or an idea. He acts like it is the accepted fact that everyone believes, and that if you're arguing against some element of the subject, you must be arguing against his theory, and you must be stupid because you don't accept what everyone else has accepted. Okay. And his theory that he lays out here is that the way that trans people exist is that, you have the genitals develop when you're a baby, when you're forming in the womb, and then the masculinization or feminization process comes in later and changes your brain, and changes your brain in such a way so that it gives you a male brain or a more masculine brain or a more feminine brain. And therefore you can have like a masculine brain, but female genitals, or female brain and male genitals. And that's how trans people kind of come to being. This is sort of the argument that he's postulating. Okay. Now, well, there's a couple things. Number one, the majority of people that you talk to in the trans movement are not comfortable saying that gender is a biological process anyway. This is the whole thing that we've been sitting through for the last 10 years is all these people saying gender is a social construct. Gender is a social construct. It's not biological. It's not biological. It's not biological. Okay. So Dave's already entering in the conversation, and has a completely different theory of this than most of the people that are supposedly like on his side, most of the trans allied people anyway. All right. That's number one. And then number two, the theory about this masculinization and feminization of brain, it's possible. I'm not going to say it's not possible. And there definitely are papers that think that this might be the case, but is no means a accepted fact. It is not something that everyone just sits around and says, yes, this is what causes transgenderism in children. This is what causes gender dysphoria. This is not an accepted scientific fact. These are just sort of theories that all the papers that talk about this, including the ones that he brings up, and I'll point it out, they all say that this requires additional study, and it's not exactly 100% clear.
It seems obvious to me that there is some mechanism in the brain that makes you sexually aroused by other people.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have same-sex attraction, it seems like that is obviously some kind of module in the brain.
Right.
So you would think there's a module in the brain to make a person attracted to women and a module in the brain to make people attracted to men, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe some people have a module making them attracted to like goats or horses, but we'll leave those people out of there. We don't,
right.
What's going on there? We might not know. Obviously, horses have a part in their brain that makes them attracted to other horses, right? Maybe something gets mixed up along the way, but so obviously it would seem that if you have someone that has same-sex attraction, they have that module in their brain is they got the one that normally goes into women, right? That doesn't seem that radical to me.
It's not. No.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, I can see it from this scientific perspective. I don't necessarily buy into the social construct thing. I think there's a very biological component to same-sex attraction that I just...
Right. So you're saying that so because there's a biological, or because you believe there's a biological component to sexual orientation, that there's probably also a biological component to people's gender identity. Is that what you're suggesting?
Look, gender identity, I think, might cloud the issue a bit, because it's much easier to tell if someone has same-sex attraction or not, right? I mean, that seems...
It's very clear.
Basic. Yeah, totally. Yes. And if someone has same-sex attraction, if the social environment says that's bad, right, they might find some other way to resolve that issue. So I just think, look, I agree with a lot of the people discussing this that are making the argument that a lot of society is trying to trans away the gay people. They have same-sex attraction and they think, oh my God, I have the wrong brain, right? I'm a woman and I have a man's brain, or I'm a man and I have a woman's brain. So I think that's part of the equation that he never really gets into.
Well, the thing he never gets into with this is that, my position has always been that I do believe that gender dysphoria or transness does originate in the brain and is most likely biological, or you at least have to be biologically predisposed to it, and maybe something sets it off, whether it's some conditions in the womb or something in the environment or whatever. I do think you have to be biologically predisposed to it in some fashion. I don't believe for a second that it's just purely this social thing.
Right.
And that part of what I think society should be trying to do is it should be trying to say, okay, well, we need to sort of develop some sort of test to determine if someone actually has this issue, because it seems like there's a lot of false positives. It seems like there's a lot of social contagion. It's not really a good science to have to rely on someone just identifying and saying like, oh, well, I feel XYZ way, especially when now we live in the age of the internet and you can go to any message board, any trans message board, and you could say like, hey, what kind of answers am I supposed to give the doctor so that they give me hormones? And you could look up all that information.
Right. I mean, one of the tests could be if they're same-sex attracted. That book on the Tavistock Clinic, most of the people coming in there were same-sex attracted. So they thought these people are just gay people that are dealing with the societal ramifications of that.
Well, that's another problem that comes up. Now, he doesn't, it's interesting. He puts papers that deal with this, though. I don't think Dave actually talks about it. And he completely seems to misunderstand that someone he's critiquing this video does understand this and is talking about it. So he misses it because he doesn't understand this, which is that, the majority of trans people, I believe, are gay, or maybe not the majority, but like a disproportionate amount of trans people are gay, or would be gay, like if they didn't transition, I should say.
Same-sex attracted.
Same-sex attracted, yes. And the issue with then when you kind of do these brain scans and do these studies on that is that they'll say, oh, we did a brain scan of a trans woman and we found that their brain seemed to be more feminine or more, aligned with what would be a standard or, on the spectrum of more female aligned brain scans. And the problem with that is that they've done those same studies with gay men and they've found the same thing. And so you do have to control for same-sex attraction if you're going to do those studies to make a determination between the difference in brain scans between people that have same-sex attraction and people that are transgender.
They've done so they've done scans of gay men's brains and they had masculine brains. That's the problem.
They've done scans of gay man's brains and found not all, but often they'll be more closer to a female brain scan than a straight man's brain scan.
Okay. So that makes sense.
So, right. But then if you say, well, that's proof of people that are trans, it's like, well, wait a minute. Are you seeing the transness or are you seeing the same sex attraction? Yeah. And that's where the complication arises. And so you do have to if you're going to do one of these studies, you do have to control for that. And it's interesting because one of the studies he cites does control for that. And he doesn't read what the conclusion of the study was, which kind of contradicts the way that he's laying this argument out here.
So much of this is just such bullshit. It's just such bullshit. It is. I think if we take all the people who are same-sex attracted out of the pool for potential trans people, right? Then the pool shrinks to like a tiny, tiny amount again, right?
It's less. I don't know what the exact numbers are off the top of my head.
Yeah. Then the number of trans people goes back to what it used to be back in the 60s.
Right. And that's
it
not
just shrinks down to insignificant again. We're basically transing all of these gay people.
Is the incredible increase in numbers doesn't seem to really make sense. It doesn't seem to really make sense that it's more so like that the ratio, because before the trans stuff became popular, there's significantly more males or people that were born male that had gender dysphoria or transitioned, and now it's either even or more female, which is very strange. And that, females classically seem to be more influenced by social contagion. And the fact that there's a lot of girls that do this in groups, these are all like big red warning flags that should be signaling to people that there's an issue here.
Yep.
Kiwi Farmer, thanks so much for the $25. Says, good afternoon, gentlemen. I hope you both and your loved ones are well and listening while fixing my tractor and planter. Adam, can you elaborate more on your experiences with therapy? S-class is best class.
What was that? I missed it.
Adam, can you elaborate more on your experiences with therapy? Have you ever talked about therapy?
Well, no, I was ripping on therapy earlier.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I've been to a couple of therapists and they're just fucking garbage. I always feel like they don't know what the fuck they're doing. So I think that's part of the problem, but I'll make a note and we'll elaborate more of this when we talk on Super Chats, but
good luck with your tractor.
Female gender identity or assigned female sex at birth but possesses male gender identity, and that is what we now refer to as a trans person. Cis and trans are Latin prefixes that are used all over the sciences, including chemistry, and they refer to sex and gender identity being either the same or opposite, much like substituents on a cyclic organic molecule projecting in either the same or opposite directions with respect to the ring. Research regarding regions of the brain that pertain to sexual orientation and gender identity are ongoing, and we will touch upon some of it a bit later.
So I just want to go back here for one second.
With respect to the ring.
Molecules.
Right.
Completely irrelevant, but whatever. Who cares?
Talking about the prefixes. So this study that he brings up, structural connections in the brain in relation to gender identity and sexual orientation. So this is actually a very interesting study. I've talked about, I don't know if it was this study or a study like this on past streams. And it's kind of interesting because he brings this up, but this study kind of contradicts everything he just laid out. Because what the study says is that they did a bunch of brain scans, essentially. They did a bunch of brain scans and they did control for sexual orientation. And when they did control for sexual orientation, they found that sort of sorted out almost all of the differences, except for one specific thing. And the
Uh-oh.
one specific thing that remained was it says that say I wrote down, the right inferior fronto-occipital fascisoleus part of the brain, okay, was all that was showed that it was abnormal in trans people or was different in trans people. And that was the one outlier once they controlled for sexual orientation. And the interesting thing about that area of the brain is that that's the area of the brain that's involved with self perception and body ownership. Okay,
Hmm.
so the area of the brain that has to do with how you perceive yourself and perceive your body seem to be off or different in trans people, which makes sense. And so this kind of goes back to, this other study I talked about in the past where they said, the theory that oh, trans people, they have like masculine or feminine brains, that might not actually be the case. It could just be that this part of your brain that has to do with how you perceive yourself is damaged or, is different or something is off with it. And that's what causes people to have gender dysphoria. It doesn't really necessarily maybe have anything to do with this, feminization, masculinization, different brain in the wrong body sort of thing.
Interesting.
Research regarding regions of the brain that pertain to sexual orientation and gender identity are ongoing, and we will touch upon some of it a bit later. Then we get to language. Words are made up. Humans look at the world and ourselves and make up sounds in an attempt to compartmentalize our experiences and communicate them, an endeavor which is often imprecise and subject to revision. Woman is one such sound. Woman is a word. It means whatever we say it does, just like every other word in every language ever.
So now, okay. So now we're straying into the Vosh territory of water agua argumentation. That words can mean anything, right? Because we just make them up. We just make up words. They can mean anything. Which obviously, if that was the case, language would have no utility. Because the whole point of language is that we communicate these sounds to each other. And when you say the sound to another person, they understand what the fuck you're talking about. So there has to be some shared agreement on how these words are defined and what they mean for language to even make sense or to have any sort of practical application.
Yeah, any word that can mean anything means absolutely nothing. Does he actually
Right.
say anything? No, it has to have a defined parameters to it. Otherwise, it's completely useless.
Right. In this argument, when someone brings up this argument, a word means whatever, we say it means. This is only used again as sort of it's a debate tactic to not actually explain why trans women and women should be smushed together into the same category. Like when Neil deGrasse Tyson and all these people were making an argument that Pluto should no longer be a planet. Okay. They didn't say, well, the term, planet is a word in a category. And it's a human social construct. So we can, means whatever the fuck we say it means. So fuck you, Pluto's not a planet. They didn't say that. What they said was, we've defined a planet to mean these specific criteria. That's how we've defined it in science. And we've realized that Pluto doesn't fit into that category. Therefore, Pluto should no longer be categorized as a planet, right?
Yeah.
And that's not what's happening here in this conversation about trans people whatsoever. They're trying to the whole reason they even bring this up, and the thing that I find is somewhat insidious about all this. Well, I think there's like a better reason and an insidious reason. The insidious reason is people want to essentially not have to make an argument about why trans women should be allowed in women only spaces like locker rooms and bathrooms and prisons and things like that, and also participate in women's sports. They don't want to have to make the argument. So they want to subvert the argument by simply just saying, well, trans women are women. So we don't actually have, since they're the same thing on a categorical level, you just have to accept it, period. Right. That's the more insidious thing. Now, there is a better argument, which is that some people are just trying to do it because, a big part of gender dysphoria is obviously people's perception of themselves and their perception of how society perceives them. And so, yes, they would feel better if everyone would just say, oh, I perceive you as a woman or a man, and, not having a modifier of like trans in front of it.
Everyone is working backwards. Trans women have the desire to be in the category of women. So they're just trying to look for good arguments that are good justifications for opening that category up to them.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing that's happening.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And since becoming aware of transness, the word woman has come to mean any adult of female gender identity, the vast majority of whom are.
So this is, again, he just does this thing. He just declares his opinion as if it's an accepted fact. And he does this all throughout the video. He just declares that, well, woman just means female gender identity now. Well, according to who? Who made this declaration? Who decided this? This is what the whole debate is about. People don't agree with this concept. They don't agree with changing the word to mean this.
Yeah.
Also of female sex. Trans women know they are individuals that were born of male sex. Everyone who is an expert in this area knows it. Anyone who complains about trans people changing gender or changing sex are confused about what sex and gender identity are. Trans people are born with a sex and gender identity that are not the same. Because of this, they experience.
It's funny because he lays out this argument. He has this biological. Well, it's sort of weird because he laid out a biological argument, but then he's sort of like weighing in this gender identity, which most people that I've heard that talk about gender identity and trans issues don't believe that gender identity is necessarily biological, including Eli Ehrlich, the person that he defends later in this video. They don't believe that gender is even a biological thing. They don't even believe that transness is necessarily a biological thing or should be thought of as biological. And so it's like, who are you arguing for and with exactly on this issue?
I don't think they care if it's biological or a social construct. Like I said, they just want to open the category of women up to trans women.
Yes.
They don't care how whatever works, right?
There are a lot of people that are in the movement that, yes, they will just accept whatever argument they think is the strongest argument at the time.
Yeah.
Sure.
There you go.
Just to win the position, right? But when we've heard the people that do delve into these topics, okay, who do have to put forward arguments, they very rarely, when I've heard them talk about it, very rarely do I hear trans people or, people on the sort of the gender spectrum people really push any of these arguments that Dave was pushing, that yes, all this stuff, all this trans stuff, all this gender stuff, it's all just biological. It's all just the way your brain was structured in the womb and all this other stuff. And therefore we should be coming up with brain scans to make these determinations. Like, how come?
No, you think they want to take that risk?
Of course not. Like, if this was the case and this was the main argument that the trans activists or the trans movement was making, then they would be pushing for brain scans. They would be pushing for some sort of biological way to make these determinations, which would make it so much easier. Because one of their big complaints is, it's annoying. We have to go to the doctor. We have to jump through hoops. We have to answer all these questionnaires. A lot of the questions are like, embarrassing and annoying. Philosophy Tube had a whole video about this, about how, obnoxious these questions were. And it's like, if you could just do an MRI or a CAT scan or whatever brain scan, and they could just say, oh, well, you're trans. You did the brain scan. Like, obviously they'd be in favor of that if they believe that was the case.
Then you can't. Then you'd have men that want to identify as women, but they don't have gender dysphoria, and they'd be very chapped that they couldn't do that.
That would be the risk, because it's like, okay, yeah, what if they do have the brain scan and they find out like half the people that say they're trans don't actually have the brain scan to back it up? Yeah, right.
It'd be hilarious.
Experience something called gender dysphoria, which is highly distressing, and going through puberty as the sex that does not match one's gender identity is a complete nightmare, which is why trans youth have dramatically higher proportions of suicidal ideations and suicide attempts than cis youth.
As if going through puberty isn't a fucking nightmare already. What the fuck is this? What's going on here? Obviously, when you're a kid, going through puberty is like very distressing. Most people, most young adults are very depressed when they're at that age. So I just think that's a total normal quality.
So you see, getting back to the outrage-inducing essay, anyone who is upset by the sentence, "a woman is whoever she says she is," indeed does not understand language. Admittedly, it's not the best wording. A woman isn't Abraham Lincoln because she says she is. Perhaps a more accurate way to put it would be to say that woman refers to whoever we say it refers to.
So
we
well, but this is so ridiculous, okay? Because he says like, "Oh, if this line bothers you, it's you don't understand language," but then immediately says, "Well, actually, the way they phrased it is bad." Okay, like, well, what the fuck are you talking about? And then the argument that Dave is positing is not the fucking argument that the writer of this article is saying either. They're not making this argument about like, well, there's this feminization process that happens in the brain that changes your brain sex and blah blah. They're not making any argument like that. They don't make this argument in the paper whatsoever. They're making the argument that you as an individual should be able to self-identify as whatever gender you want, which Dave should not be in favor of according to everything he's laid out here. And yet, for some reason, he's carrying water for this person and changing their argument to suit his argument just so he can dunk on the people he wants to dunk on this video.
Right, because he's totally in bed with the trans lobby situation.
I don't know what his motivation is here. It is weird that he's doing this because he shouldn't be aligned with these people.
I guarantee if you put that to a vote globally, that we would agree that women does not include the category of trans women. If we're just deciding what words mean collectively, democratically, there's no way that definition would pass muster, the self-ID definition.
Well, and it's kind of interesting because whenever the people make this argument, they never really lay out the argument. Why do we need to? We already have a word that describes the concept, trans woman and trans man. We already have that word. It exists. Those words are not slurs. They're not offensive words. They're just neutral, objective words that describe exactly the category and the thing you're discussing. Why then do you need to change it to, why do you need to change a word that everyone knew what it meant to suit something else when we already have this trans word that everyone understands the meaning completely?
Because the trans word excludes them from the categories that they want involvement in.
Ah, okay. Yeah. So there you go.
It's all locker rooms.
Right. It's all after the fact. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we decided that it refers to adult individuals.
We decided. God, that fucking infuriates me.
We
Who's
did. This we? Yes, yeah. We. The council of we decided this.
You decided it, and we are against it.
Of female gender identity, which includes trans women in addition to cis women. Likewise, man refers to adult individuals of male gender identity, thus including trans men who were assigned female sex at birth but possess male gender identity. These phenomena, sex and gender identity, have a deep biological basis. The latter is, of course, much harder to observe and identify, but it is biological nonetheless. It is not, contrary to popular belief, pure whimsy. It is consistent among almost all trans people throughout their entire lives, and science clearly supports this.
So Dave is shitting all over all the people that say that they're like, their transness changes, on a daily basis. Some days
gender
they
fluid.
Feel, the gender fluid people. Some days they feel more masculine. Some days they feel more feminine. All this stuff. That all goes out the window.
Look, the brain just changes.
Dave is also completely shitting all over all the people that talk about, and constantly was the main argument we were hearing about gender not being biological and simply being a social construct. Okay, listen, if he wants to go attack those people, that's fine. But he seems to be trying to have his cake and eat it too with this stuff. He's trying to give them the argument that he's making in order to defend it. And then if you attack those people, he's going to attack you and do a total straw man of your position.
This approach to defining these words serves to dignify trans people. It is in no way a disavowal of biology. On the contrary, people who object to this terminology typically do so on the basis of ignorance towards biology. I have yet...
Can we call this identity politics? I mean, he's talking about dignity and he's literally talking about gender identity, right?
You like that, huh?
Isn't this identity politics all the way?
I mean, sure. It's going
Yeah.
straight. It's going straight on the identity politics train.
The reason they want to open the category up is because of the dignity of trans women. That's the whole argument.
Yet to hear anyone reject these terms while accepting what we just described regarding sex and gender identity. There is nobody I have ever encountered who says, yes, sex is this suite of genetic and anatomical characteristics, while gender identity is this largely neuroanatomical construct, and a trans person represents an instance in which they do not align. But someone of male sex and female gender identity should be called a trans man. I have never heard that once.
I would support that position completely, 100%. I mean, there you go. You've heard the position once, okay? There you go. I agree. That's the position. And part of the reason you probably never heard that position is because that's not a position that I think I've ever heard besides you trans activists ever make. They don't make that argument. They never make that argument. They don't say, oh, well, all this gender stuff, that's all just, it's all part of your biochemical, brain structure that forms when you're a baby in the womb. That's not the conversation that anyone's been having on the public stage. And it's just, that's what I don't understand. I literally don't understand what's up with Dave. I don't know if he's not aware of this because he exists in some kind of science bubble on his YouTube channel, or if he is aware of it and he's just sort of, trying to, cover for the shoddy arguments that the gender activists have been making for the last 10 years.
Yeah, gender's all a social construct.
Mm-hmm.
To be clear, one could make the case that this is a defensible position. It is one that acknowledges every aspect of the science we described. It is a strictly semantic position, though undoubtedly one that is callous and lacking empathy. But it's totally moot.
Okay, well, so there you go. It's a callous position. Why is it callous though? Is it bring that much well, I guess the argument would be, is it bring that much distress to someone who's trans if you say, well, you're a trans woman instead of saying you're a woman? Is that brings like so much distress to the individual? Which, I mean, I don't think it's going to really come up in most conversations, on a personal level. It really only comes up in these conversations about, well, should trans women be, playing in women's sports, or should they be in women's locker rooms, or all these other things? That's the only time it comes up. It's not going to come up in your daily life usually, I would imagine.
Because I have never heard anyone make this argument. People who object to this terminology say things like, gender is a fact, or men can't have babies, or you can't change your gender, all of which are expressions of willful ignorance. Gender is a fact doesn't mean anything. Gender factually exists, a part of which is gender identity, which does not always align with sex.
Well, when someone says gender is a fact, what they mean is that it's not a social construct. That's what they mean. And actually, it's weird because that's literally Dave's position in this video. He's on the gender is a fact side, and yet he's trying to argue against it.
Can't have babies is a straw man, since they mean either cis men or trans women who absolutely nobody thinks can have babies, while ignoring trans men who absolutely can because they have uteruses. You can't change your gender is another straw man. Trans people are not changing their genders. Many of them alter their primary and secondary sexual characteristics to align with the gender identity they've had since birth in order to minimize gender dysphoria and be happier. And the most depressing part is that,
I mean, it was the argument that the gender activists were making for years. They were the ones that were saying, well, you can change your gender, and that's what being trans is changing your gender. They were the ones that making the argument for years. So it's so strange that he keeps taking their arguments and then attacking other people, saying how you must be stupid for believing this position.
That we've been having this discussion as a society for nearly a decade, and most people still have not lifted a finger to get past the conservative propaganda that surrounds them regarding this topic, which serves exclusively to polarize people to the right on the basis of dogmatic gender ideology, a completely fabricated conservative dog whistle.
It's so insane.
So he's laid out all these arguments, which are not the arguments that the gender activists have been making whatsoever, and then has like the chutzpah to be like, oh, well, the reason, it's the right. They're the ones that don't understand these arguments, blah, 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 blah. When the gender activists on the left are not even making his fucking arguments. They don't have Professor Dave's position at all whatsoever. They have a completely different position. And most people on the right are arguing against what the gender activists are arguing in favor of.
Not his position.
No, they're arguing against the social construct theory of all this stuff. They're not arguing against this. I'm sure there would be people that would do this, but the mainstream opinion, the mainstream conversation about gender stuff is not this. Well, you're born with your gender identity because of the chemicals that that bathe your brain when you're in the womb. That's not the mainstream argument that the trans activists are making.
Let's take a short break to introduce today's sponsor. As you can imagine,
just in time.
Skip the sponsor here. If you want a VPN,
Dave, or click on the link in the description.
Do you think it's callous and unempathetic to not care about all the women who don't want biological males in their women's prisons or women's locker rooms?
It could be.
Dave has zero empathy for them. It's very callous of him.
Well, it's interesting because that's what Jerry Coyne, who's the guy that he's going to talk about now, that's his whole position he keeps bringing up, is that there's going to be this fight between women and trans women's rights and what that looks like, and that needs to be addressed. You can't simply just hand wave it away and say, well, we're automatically, going to do whatever trans women or what the trans activists want because they've, become lower on the privilege totem pole, essentially.
But we can say that Professor Dave hates cis women, right? That he's a misogynist, right?
Obviously.
We can say that.
Obviously, that's the position. Yeah.
He fucking hates cis women.
Obviously.
Including his wife.
Is he married?
I don't know. He's probably married to a trans woman because he hates cis women so much.
I'm looking at this backdrop and I'm like, would a married woman allow this room to exist?
To take place in the world? You're right.
Look at this
Never
room.
mind. Okay. Professor Dave is gay.
He just could be single. I don't
know. Look. If he's single and that room is that clean, he's definitely gay. Come on, let's be honest here.
Well, I didn't. Oh, okay. I wasn't talking about the cleanliness. I meant it's like the stereotype that the guy has the room that's like very barren. He just has like the TV and like the and like the one thing that holds.
No,
the
TV look at that room. Holy shit.
No, it's a very empty room. I don't have a problem with it whatsoever. But I'm just saying, I know women. Women are like, we have a bunch of shit. We got to clutter up this room with a bunch of shit everywhere. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Got to be a bunch of things in this room.
To take your personal data off the market. Now back to the video. With all of that context covered, it's time to introduce Jerry Coyne. Now, to be clear, Jerry, and to a greater extent Richard Dawkins, have done phenomenal work fighting evangelical propaganda surrounding evolutionary biology. They are to be continually commended for it. Nevertheless, they are both demolishing their legacies in their twilight years due to their complete rigidity and unwillingness to learn anything new about human biology.
The irony is they're just using the exact same lens that they were attacking the right in the creationist and the anti-evolutionary evolutionist position. That was anti-science. And they're saying, well, now we have the left, which has an anti-evolution position that doesn't believe in that there really are behavioral differences between men and women that are mapped out on the brain, which doesn't make sense from an evolutionary perspective, and that you can just change your gender willy-nilly and all this stuff, blah, 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 blah. They're attacking all those same positions, but because it's on the left, Professor Dave is like blind to it. He's just like, oh, well, they must be throwing away their legacy.
Yeah, it's bullshit. All this stuff is completely anti-evolution.
Decided to write a response to Kat's piece, and he called it "Biology is Not Bigotry." In it, he demonstrates a complete inability to distinguish between sex and gender identity, insisting that biological concepts he is unfamiliar with must therefore be ideological, thereby absolving himself of having to update his worldview. He even claims that all multicellular organisms adhere to a strict sexual binary, unable to grasp that animals which are hermaphroditic or change between hermaphroditic and dioecious throughout their life cycles do not have to constitute a third sex in order to violate the binary. Even still, biology...
So
that's such bullshit.
It's very funny. But so this is a very, I feel, dishonest framing of Coyne's argument or Jerry's paper, because the argument that Jerry puts forward is he's saying that Cat Grant, the person he's responding to, they're the one who's conflating and confusing sex and gender, which they do because in their original article, they sort of, they give all these arguments about, well, you can't really, define sex because there's intersex people. And then they immediately start shifting to, well, you can't really define gender either. So they're the ones that kind of just jumping between the two categories willy-nilly. I don't think Jerry is the one that's doing that whatsoever.
Right.
And then he brings up this point about the hermaphrodites here.
By absolving himself of having to update his worldview. He even claims that all multicellular organisms adhere to a strict sexual binary, unable to grasp that animals which are hermaphroditic or change between hermaphroditic and dioecious throughout their life cycles do not have to constitute a third sex in order to violate the binary.
So he says he doesn't understand this. Jerry's so stupid. This biologist is so stupid. He doesn't understand this thing about, some animals are hermaphrodites, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you actually pause the video and you read the article, he addresses this very thing completely. He says males have small mobile gametes, sperm in animals and pollen in plants. Females have large immobile gametes, ova in plants and eggs in animals. In all animals and vascular plants, there are exactly two sexes and no more. Though a fair number of plants and a few species of animals combine both functions in a single individual, hermaphrodites. These are not a third sex because they produce the typical two gametes.
Yeah.
So he says the very thing that he just says he didn't say immediately after this. Okay. And he highlighted the text right before the fucking sentence that he says it.
Because he's dishonest.
It's crazy. And I want to read the next paragraph because it is important to this conversation too. It says, it's important to recognize that although this gamic idea is called a definition of sex, it is really a generalization and thus a concept based on a vast number of observations of diverse organisms. We all know that except for a few algae and fungi, all multicellular organisms and vertebrates, including us, adhere to this generalization. It is then nearly universal. Okay. And this is an important thing to kind of use when we have these conversations about definitions, is that definitions and categories, there's always going to be some kind of outlier. There's always going to be some kind of edge cases. And they do function entirely on the basis of these sort of vast generalizations. And you need them to, because otherwise the concepts don't make any sense whatsoever.
Right. So there is a binary then. He's just making this shit up.
Well, there is a binary. Now, some people, there's some debate in some spheres of botanists or biologists or whoever studying these fucking nematodes, where they say, well, if they're hermaphrodites, they should constitute a third sex or whatever. Who gives a shit? That's completely irrelevant to the conversation that has anything to do with trans stuff in, the modern conversation.
Of course.
And it's just kind of used to attack the category. But like an example of this with the generalization for categories and words and why this is important is if you look up the definition of a bird, okay, definition of bird is, it's an animal that has feathers, a beak, and lays eggs. Okay. Mm-hmm. So does that mean if there's a bird that has a birth defect, so it's born without a beak, does it cease to be a bird?
Of course not.
Of course not. That's why it's so stupid. Or if a bird loses its beak in its lifetime, does it cease to be a bird? Or if you take the feathers off a bird, does it stop being a bird? No, of course not. And this is why these conversations to me always feel so disingenuous. It's because we all understand how these categories work.
Yeah, that's what's frustrating about them is they are completely disingenuous.
Yes.
organisms adhere to a strict sexual binary, unable to grasp that animals which are hermaphroditic or change between hermaphroditic and dioecious throughout their life cycles do not have to constitute a third sex in order to violate the binary. Even still, biologists that study certain nematodes do indeed refer to them as having three sexes, a phenomenon called trioecy, while other species can exhibit gynodioecy or androdioecy. Breeding strategies in the animal kingdom are extremely varied. His analogy about deformities producing extra digits may be valid when comparing with chromosomal abnormalities like monosomy or trisomy of the sex chromosomes, as these two represent a mere difference in number regarding features we all possess. But it still has absolutely nothing to do with trans people. He speaks about sex and then gender in that overarching nebulous way, but does not mention gender identity.
That's the whole point, Dave, is that he's responding to someone who's making all these arguments. And this is a class thing. We've all heard this. We've all heard this. I don't understand how Dave is unaware of this. Okay. Whenever this conversation comes up that has nothing to do with intersex people and has to do with trans people, they always bring up, well, there's all these intersex people, there's always people that have these like weird, genetic, issues or birth issues. So therefore sex isn't a binary either. Therefore we can weaken the category of sex. Therefore we can weaken the category of gender. Therefore trans women equals women. That's the way the game is played. And that's exactly what Kat Grant was doing in her article. And that's what Jerry was reacting to and responding to. That's why he brought it up.
Jerry
he didn't
doesn't
bring it
like
up on
the
his
word
own.
Games.
Yes.
A single time, demonstrating that he does not know what it is. At any rate, the controversy began when FFRF, which had initially published his piece, decided to remove it. Presumably there was some backlash, as the piece indeed contained abject errors, and to call it short-sighted would be an understatement. Whether one thinks it was right or wrong to remove the...
So he kind of frames it like, well, the reason I got rid of... So basically what happened was this organization, they posted Kat Grant's paper about genders, whatever it is. Jerry responds with his paper. Okay. And then they removed, after 24 hours, they removed Jerry's paper. Now, an element of this that he doesn't bring up was not only did they remove his paper, they removed it without telling him. And I don't know if they ever really communicated with him, because he said, I saw at the time, he wrote an email like, why did you remove my paper? And at the time that he wrote that, they never responded. And he only saw their explanation because they publicly put out a statement on their website about how, it was so offensive that they were writing that, that this was allowed to go up on their site. It was offensive to trans people and that it wasn't their views and that too many people thought it was the views of the organization and blah, 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 blah. Right. Now, of course, Kat Grant, who said that gender is whatever you want, there's no disclaimer on that article that says that this is, the view of an individual not aligned with the organization for some reason, right? But for Jerry's article that says the opposite of that, there has to be this disclaimer, but it doesn't matter because they removed the whole thing anyway, and they removed it purely because it was offensive to some people. Okay, they did not say that they removed it because the science in it was shoddy or had factually incorrect statements or anything like that.
The self-ID paper aligns with their values. So that's why they just kept it. Shut up about it.
Yes, exactly.
The piece is their business, but the result was that these three scholars resigned from the board to significant publicity, and it is precisely this reason that Coyne was invited to talk to peers. The format of this segment was a bit strange. Peers spoke to Coyne alone, and then a separate shit show of a three-person panel followed. There's plenty to talk about regarding each portion, so let's start with Coyne.
Biology is not bigotry, claims categorically in biology.
And let me just read, this is what Jerry said here. Again, Dave didn't read this, okay. He says the biggest error Grant makes is the repeated conflation of sex, a biological feature, with gender, the sex role one assumes in society. To all intents and purposes, sex is a binary, but gender is more spectrum-like, though it still has two camel hump modes around male and female. While most people enact gender roles associated with their biological sex, those camel humps, an appreciable number of people mix both roles or even reject male and female roles altogether. Grant says that, quote, I play with gender expression in ways that vary throughout the day. Fine, but that does not mean that Grant changes sex from hour to hour. Under the biological concept of sex, then, it is impossible for humans to change sex, to truly be transsexual, for mammals cannot change their means of producing gametes. A more appropriate term is transgender, or for trans women, men who identify as women. Wow, what a fucking bigot.
That's Jerry Coyne.
That's what Coyne said, yes.
Yeah. Totally on the left, like most scientists.
What's so hilarious is that Coyne and all these other people, they all identify on the left. They all don't like Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Okay. If you go on Jerry Coyne's Twitter page, you'll see he's like complaining about Trump pretty regularly. And yet you'll see this whole thing where like Dave cast this, and he's been casted earlier, like this is all just right-wing propaganda somehow.
Right. That they're falling for, just falling
Yes.
into. Yes.
Yes.
Even though it's completely opposite. Professor Dave has fallen for a bunch of left-wing propaganda.
Yes.
Anti-science propaganda to boot.
100%. And if everyone on one political side says we're going to close our eyes and plug our ears and we're going to deny science or
reality,
we're going to deny reality, we're going to start redefining words for political purposes and all this other stuff, and then the other side doesn't do that, all you're going to do is you're going to lose people from the left, and they're going to go to the right because they're going to say, well, these are the only people that seem to be sane on this conversation.
Right. And then they dip into the next conversation about God, and they're all a bunch of atheists. So Coyne and Dawkins are like, oh, fuck.
What's it like? This thing with Coyne here is so funny because it's like the meme of, you know, Dave is the left and he's like pushing him out of the left to the right. He's saying, fuck you, bigot. And he's pushing him to the right.
Yeah, totally.
Biology, a woman can be simply defined in 4 words: an adult human female. Well, the author of the New York Times bestseller, Why Evolution is True, Professor Coyne, joins me now. Professor, great to have you on Uncensored.
Thanks for having me.
I've been literally using that definition of a woman for about 3 years. It's an adult human female. That's it. To me, it is breathtaking that people like you actually have to write books pointing out to people the bleeding obvious, that actually it's just a biological fact.
If either of you were aware of what is obvious, you would know that those who advocate for trans rights are using this same definition. Adult human that is of female sex or female gender identity. Adult human female. You just both refuse to learn about what trans people are.
You say
it's such bullshit. It's such bullshit.
Yes.
Female is a sex category. Woman
Yes.
is a gender category. So
Right.
if they wanted to say adult human woman, they would. No, they want to say the sex category matters.
Right. That's why they're saying, yes, a woman is an adult human female.
Yes.
100% right.
Well, even woman would be self-referential, obviously. If you're defining woman as an adult human woman.
Right.
It's completely stupid, but.
Yes. But that's why, but he's, and again, like, and he says, like, well, if they understood the argument, they'd understand this is what everyone's saying. His argument's not what it's not what the majority of people are saying. They're not saying that trans women have this biological in-baked gender identity because of chemicals in their brain. That's not the argument that they're making.
No.
Take some non-binary people or men who identify as women feel their identity is not adequately recognized by biology. They choose to impose ideology onto biology and concoct a new definition of woman. Why should sex be changeable when other physical traits cannot?
They are called transgender. By bringing up aspects of sex, you demonstrate immediately that you have no idea what you're talking about. There is no ideology here. It is specifically biology, and it is biology that transphobes regularly ignore.
Feelings don't...
See, look at that.
Yeah, I know.
He calls him a transphobe.
So this is what Cat Grant, the person he's defending, okay, this is what they said in their article. They were kind of referencing, you know, the whole thing about, you know, Plato was trying to define a man, and then the other guy was like, you know, he plucks the chicken, and he's like, aha, man, because like his definition could work with like a plucked chicken. So he says, much like how Plato's definition of a man was inadequate, as was his amended definition, but we can let that slide, any attempt to define womanhood on biological terms is inadequate. Okay, that's what that Cat Grant lady said, that Dave here keeps pretending she didn't say that, or she's not making this argument.
Crazy.
create reality. I mean, Ben Shapiro's had a pinned post on X, pinned tweet as it was at the time, that simply says facts don't care about your feelings, which could pretty well represent what you wrote there. I mean, when do we get to a place where indisputable fact became something that people felt they could completely ignore.
Pierce confidently said, ignoring all the facts that hurt his feelings and Ben's too.
Well, it's ideology, as it often is, and the whole history of ideology is that it can displace fact. It did so in Russia in the time of Lysenko, the famous charlatan who completely transformed Russian agriculture to the deaths of 20 million people because he thought that he had a sort of dualistic view of nature that was wrong. And Stalin adopted it, and the result was that probably millions and millions of people died in China.
Okay, just brushing past the fact that Jerry sounds either drunk or drugged, jumping to Lysenko is complete bullshit and rather ironic. Lysenko denied genetics. Jerry will present a highly reductionist and inaccurate portrayal of genetics throughout this conversation. It's also a breathtaking demonstration of conservative alarmism to just shout Stalin and pretend it has anything to do with trans people. A very bad start.
There are plenty of problems.
I keep trying to tell you that, Sitch, but
What?
as soon as you start talking about the commies, everyone's like, right winger.
Right, right. Plus, it's so funny because he's not right winger at all.
He's not.
And yet,
He's not- yeah.
right. He didn't even say commie. He just said, Lysenkoism.
Lysenkoism, yeah. He's not really,
99% of people don't even know what the fuck he's talking about anyway.
yes.
So,
But I do.
But no,
I'm in the 1%.
There you go. We're in the 1%. Chat's the 1%. But no, it makes perfect sense because the reason he's bringing it up is to say you had people that had an ideological belief that was communism, an ideological belief, and they were trying to redefine science away from evolution, survival of the fittest, to conform with their ideological beliefs of cooperation based in communism. And that's exactly what the trans movement is currently doing for the most part, is they're saying we need to ignore biology, we need to ignore evolution, and we need to redefine science according to what we want to be true based on ideology, that your gender is this fluid thing that you can just change willy-nilly whatsoever, and none of it really matters.
Yeah.
And how dare you tell me what to do, or that there should be any sort of medical gatekeeping involved in the process at all.
Yeah, it's just a biological process. You don't need to gatekeep.
Right. It's not a medical condition. It's not a mental illness. It's not a biological impairment or whatever, however you want to phrase it. No, it's just, suck it up. People should just be able to do whatever they want.
It's just a desire to do something that's physically impossible.
Right. Right.
Problems with the claim that self-identification maps directly onto empirical reality. You're not always fat if you feel fat. The problem with anorexia, you say. Not a horse if you feel you're a horse. You don't become Asian simply because you feel Asian. But sex, we're told, is different. It's the one biological feature of humans that can be changed solely by psychology.
Classic straw men straight from the Daily Wire script. Having the experience of being male or female is what determines gender identity, which is not sex. Mass, weight, and volume are empirically measurable and indisputable. Species-specific DNA is indisputable. Ancestry is indisputable. That we aren't yet at the place where we can do a scan of someone's brain and conclusively identify the structures that make them trans doesn't mean that transness somehow isn't real or just as rooted in physical reality as those other things. Also, nobody is pretending.
Again, if this was the mainstream argument, or not, I shouldn't even say the mainstream, if this was the main argument that the trans activists were making, they would be making it. They would say, this is in the brain. We don't yet figured out exactly what it is, but we will one day be able to, put you in the brain scan machine and make the determination, and that will settle this question. No, none of these people are making that argument, except for Dave here. None of these people are making this fucking argument because they don't believe that. That's not their fucking position.
Feeling like a man or a woman, I don't think is measurable either. So,
no, and it's the worst metric, like the worst metric that you could possibly have for children.
oh,
Okay?
of course, yeah.
Who's even worse? Like, adults are bad enough as it is at being able to explain their feelings. Okay. Adult women are even worse. Okay.
Oh my God.
At being able to
Don't get me
explain their
started.
feelings, right? But then even worse to that is children. Children are so awful at explaining their feelings. And yet this is the metric that we're supposed to use to tell children we're going to block your puberty and we're going to put you on the pathway to not only sterilize yourself, but irreplaceably change your body in a specific way that you can never go back from, based on your fucking feelings as a child.
Yeah, he just acts like self-ID is something completely measurable, but he would never accept that in the realm of religion. The religious people always come out and they say, "Oh, I just feel God's presence. I know that God exists because I can feel it in my heart." Like he would never accept that. But if somebody says, "Oh, I feel like something different," I mean, how can you tell what it feels like to be something other than you, Sitch?
Listen, I'm very big brained, okay, but I don't know if I can manage that.
I mean, you could try. Obviously,
no,
someone could tell you what it's like.
I have zero empathy. Okay,
a woman could come to you and tell you what it's like to be a woman, and
I'm a sociopath.
Yeah, you could just pretend that you could try for it, but I don't think you could measure that.
It's funny. I had in the Amnesty International page, they're kind of going through like the terms here. And they say non-binary, a gender identity, an umbrella term for people whose identity falls outside the gender binary. Some people who do not wholly identify at all with gender they were assigned at birth. Some people have no gender at all. So apparently,
why are they saying? Look, he said gender was a spectrum. Now they're saying gender is a binary. Make up your mind. Which the fuck is it?
How do you have no if you have a bunch of chemicals that go in your brain that maybe get you flip the switch so you feel like you're the wrong gender, the other gender, or whatever. But apparently you could have zero gender. You could have no fucking gender somehow. But I don't even know how that's even possible.
Makes no sense.
Yes. Which that is the person who wrote the fucking article that Coyne's responding to identifies as non-binary. So I don't know what's going on with that.
To be a horse.
I do like this picture though, of the horse with his butt out.
So that's totally idiotic. There is no biological mechanism for feeling like a horse. There is a biological mechanism for gender identity, with plenty of scientific literature describing this.
Well, how do you know that? Have they done extensive brain scan studies on furries? Why do furries exist, Adam? That's the real question. I'm sure it's something in their brain. I've never looked at a mascot and been like, I want to fuck that thing. That's never occurred to me in my entire life. Okay.
I mean, obviously, horses have some sort of gender identity, so it's just it's that old horse gender identity kind of being mapped onto the human gender identity.
Right. Yes, yeah. I've never looked at a horse and wanted to have sex with it. I've never looked at a guy in a fursuit and wanted to fuck them. So I assume, listen, maybe I'm wrong here, but I assume there's something in those people's brains that sort of, sets them off to go down that pathway. I don't think it's just, I don't think anyone could be learned into that process of finding that shit attractive.
Finding a horse attractive.
Yeah. Finding a horse attractive or finding the furry suits attractive or something. Right. Now, I don't know if there's been any study in it. Probably not, because no one wants to study that. What I assume is something in the brain.
These people will never bother to lift a finger to learn literally anything about this topic because they value their false sense of superiority via whatever culture war they perceive themselves as waging and martyring themselves for.
There are limits to what can be.
That's so fucked up to frame it as a culture war. I mean, they would think of themselves as, this is science. This is a war for reality, not for the culture. Yeah.
Yes. Right.
They're not advocating for some strict gender norms or anything like that.
No,
so bizarre. Yeah.
Well, that's why it's so ridiculous. They keep pushing out people on the left who are not advocating for strict gender norms or any of this other stuff.
Yes.
But they're drawing the line at certain issues, saying, okay, I don't think the science on giving kids puberty blockers and stuff is very good. I draw a line on merging the categories of woman and trans women together, and they're like, no, so evil right-wing bigot. And it's weird because this video, this is a recent video. I feel like we're back in like fucking 2017 with this shit.
But keeping children safe, I think, is the cultural norm. Like, there's no argument over that. The argument is over the scientific facts, because obviously Professor Dave thinks the way that you keep children safe is you give them a bunch of puberty blockers and don't force them to go through puberty. That's the way he thinks we should protect children, right? Jerry Coyne is saying, well, maybe we should protect children by learning about the science before we dive into these crazy treatments.
Well, I don't even know, in his article, he doesn't even talk about that. So I don't even know what his position even is on any of that stuff.
Right. Because it's kind of irrelevant to.
Well, and the problem is like, if you did have, and this is why, I like Dave carrying water for the trans activists is really annoying to me, is if they did have the magic brain scan machines. I shouldn't even say magic, because I don't think it's going to be magic. I think we'll see it in our lifetime.
People would not take it.
If they do have, if they can put you in some kind of brain scan and they could say, okay, we have, 90% confidence that someone has the markers, or they could be, that they could be trans or whatever. And if they can do that and they say, well, there's no other way to change it, right? There's no way to make it so, even if you go through puberty, if they somehow know, right? Say, okay, even if you go through puberty, you're not going to have desistance. There's no other way to change it, blah, 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 blah. And they can map all this stuff out. Then I wouldn't have a problem with them saying, okay, well, we have, this is medical scientific information of why, a kid should go on puberty blockers and go on cross-sex hormones. Okay. If you could make that determination. The problem is none of the fucking people are advocating for any of this, because they don't want to advocate for any of this, because they're afraid that if that technology comes out, that the majority or a huge chunk of people, of kids that think that they're trans, are going to turn out to not be fucking trans whatsoever.
Yeah, that's exactly what would happen. Can you imagine? They have this perfect brain scanner, and most of the people who are trans get into that thing and they're like, yep, you don't have gender dysphoria. You're completely normal.
Right.
They'd be like, fuck.
Yes.
And then as soon as that happened, a significant number of them were realizing that they just didn't have any sort of medical condition or gender dysphoria or any of that. Then every trans person would be like, I'm not getting in the machine. I don't want the scan. I'm fine just the way I am.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
And we'd be right where we started, because no one would know.
Yep.
Self-identity, and those limits are at gender. So you can identify, or sex, actually, biological sex. Let me not confuse them.
You are specifically and deliberately confusing them, Jerry. You had it right and then corrected yourself to become wrong. Self-identification applies to gender identity because it is associated with neuroanatomy and therefore expresses itself most clearly in personal experiences. That is totally...
He's changing his argument, because he said it's a biological component. Now he's saying
completely changes it.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah.
If we had the scan, we'd know if they were accurate or not. They could ID themselves incorrectly.
Right.
So stupid.
I'm glad you caught that. He completely changed the argument, because the argument is, he's made the argument that gender identity gender is this biological process from the way your brain is structured. And yeah, you can make the argument that we don't have the brain scan yet, so you have to rely on self-identification. But that's obviously a highly unreliable way to ferret that out.
Yeah, because there could be plenty of people who are just wrong, false positive.
Wrong.
Yeah,
of course.
Humans are never wrong.
Totally different from sex, which pertains to chromosomal characteristics and gross anatomy. How can anyone be this dedicated to getting everything wrong on purpose?
In your estimation, Professor, is there any way for a biological man to become a woman?
No. They can say they're a woman, and I will respect their self-identification to the extent of using she and their preferred pronouns. But as a biologist, no.
So you're acknowledging their female gender identity and female pronouns and pretending that they somehow claim to be of female sex, which they don't, and nobody says that they are. This is why discussion with transphobes never goes anywhere. They are totally disinterested in dialogue. They are constantly having an imaginary argument with a fabricated opposing view that they've concocted in their minds.
Because
well, number one, he's just responding to the question that Piers Morgan asked him. Okay. If you want to say Piers Morgan asked a stupid question, that's fine. Piers Morgan's not, he doesn't come from material from the highest intellectual perspective usually in these conversations. That's number one. And there definitely are people in the trans activist community that do acknowledge that there's this difference between sex and gender. However, as we know, because we've watched the video, okay, there are people like Philosophy Tube, massive trans activist, massive trans YouTuber, who makes the argument that you can change your sex. and that sex isn't biological and sex is merely some social construct. So it's completely bullshit for Dave to pretend or to claim that no one is making this argument when you have one of the biggest trans YouTubers is literally making that argument.
Yeah, totally. He's just ignoring it.
Yes.
He should call it out.
Logical
Should say, fuck
definition.
that. Don't make that argument. It's a bad argument.
But then Dave would have to come out and say, okay, I'm going to divide my audience and say that there's some aspect of this trans movement that's bullshit. He'd have to come out and make that claim and annoy like half his audience or some subsection of his audience, and he doesn't want to do that.
He'd have to grapple with the fact that he's a giant fucking transphobe. That's what he would have to do.
Well, that's exactly.
Yeah. It's terrible.
Of sex is based on the reproductive apparatus that can produce either sperm or eggs.
Is it though? So a woman without ovaries is not a woman? A man without...
God, I fucking hate this argument.
I know.
Why do people think this is a smart argument? Oh, it's someone who lost their uterus. They're not a woman now. Well, checkmate.
If you take the feathers off a bird, it's no longer a bird because the definition of bird has feathers. Checkmate. Got you. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid.
This is a child's argument. This guy is like, I'm a big science professor.
Yes.
I am very intelligent.
Testicles is not a man? I think you need to broaden your definition there, champ.
And when I see...
Now, and he does actually give... Now, his definition does address this, but he sort of edited around it. So here, we're at 1917. Let me go to that Piers Morgan video real quick. Just so you can see.
Why does Professor Dave hate trans people, Sitch? It's so infuriating.
I don't know. You tell me. Definitely seems like he wants to make things more difficult for them.
I think he probably went out with a trans woman one time and she didn't tell him what was going on. So now he hates all trans women and he wants to make life miserable for them.
Maybe he got to a kerfuffle.
A scuffle?
A scuffle kerfuffle with, he broke apart ContraPoints, the philosophy tube. He was the homewrecker.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, maybe.
He was involved. He went to one of these YouTube meetups.
I could believe it. Yeah.
First of all, sex is binary. That we have males and females that are defined by the types of gametes they produce, sperm versus eggs, or the reproductive apparatus to produce sperm or eggs. If you're a sterile male, you're still a male. And so sex is binary. That
Okay, so he says the exact thing.
Right.
But, whatever.
Proportion of exceptions to that in the human species is between 1 in 5,600 and 1 in 20,000. So basically, it's binary. The chance that you're non-binary is the same as the chance of tossing a quarter in the air and having it land on its edge. And when people, the people that say that sex is a spectrum, when they toss a coin, they don't say, call it heads, tails, or edge. I mean, they recognize that basically there's two outcomes and the intermediates are minuscule. Now, that's not to say that these intermediates should be demonized or erased.
I'm fucking up.
You do. You're a trans activist, Adam. Okay. You always
I always call edge, yeah. I always lose too. Damn.
Yeah.
Or dumped on in any way. As I said, I'm not a transphobe, but you have to recognize that sex comes in two forms. So that's the first problem.
See, that's why Professor Dave hates Coyne, because he said right there he's not a transphobe, and Professor Dave is a giant transphobe. So obviously they're going to be mortal enemies with one another.
With that, the other one is, and I noticed this immediately when I read this article, they say that there's no such thing as a male brain or a female brain, and yet they say that trans people have brains that are intermediate between male and female brains. Well, you can't maintain both of those positions at the same time. Right. In fact, the science of male versus female brains is in flux, and especially the science of people who claim to be of intermediate genders in flux. It's not clear whether trans people do have intermediate brains, if there is such a thing as brain differences, or if those trans people that do show intermediate, you see, are really gay people who say that they're trans. And there's a difference between being trans and being gay.
So this whole time, Dave's been attacking this guy Jerry Coyne had been saying. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know the scientific literature, whatever. And he just laid it all out. Like he's very obviously aware of the scientific literature and read all the studies because everything he said was completely true.
Yeah, Coyne's the best. I used to read his evolutionary blog all the time. He knows what he's talking about. This is no dum-dum.
So yeah, I mean, how would you describe that difference from a biological perspective?
Well, trans, you feel like you're born in the wrong body, and you want to assume the other body. And I'm not denying that those people exist either. I think they really do. I don't know when it starts, this feeling of, being in the wrong body, and so therefore, and some of those people try to assume the features of the body they were not born in. So they'll have surgery. They'll have
God, what a bigot. What a fucking bigot this guy is. I can't stand it. I can't stand listening to another second of this bigot.
It's true. It is completely true, but obviously.
Hey everyone, last year I published
the problems come into play when you're dealing with children who, I mean, they're going through a bodily transformation around puberty, so very shocking.
See the scene like we saw in the Olympics of this poor boxer.
Hold on, wait, you went too far. Oh.
for.
There are limits to what can be self-identity, and those limits.
Maybe we were at the horse. Again, what the fuck?
Gender identity, with plenty of scientific literature describing this. These people will never bother to lift a finger to learn literally anything about this topic because they value their false sense of superiority via whatever culture war they perceive themselves as waging and martyring themselves for.
There are limits to what can be self-identity, and those limits are at gender. So you can identify, or sex, actually, biological sex. Let me.
Okay, yeah, so we need to hear all this.
In your estimation, Professor, is there any way for a biological...
All these people are going to lose this debate. This society is not going in this direction, so...
Yes, 100%.
It's just unfeasible to the extreme. And it's so weird because they're so sanctimonious about it. They think they're on the right side of history and all this, but
it does feel like, I forget there's a term for it, like in a cult where they try to get you to believe something preposterous as part of like the cult indoctrination. You have to believe this like ridiculous thing that like everyone on its face would assume is incorrect. And it really feels like that's what goes on in a lot of these conversations.
Yeah, it's strange that way. They thought they were right about prohibition too, banning alcohol. How did that work out? Is alcohol banned everywhere in the United States still? No, you fucked up. This is the same thing. All these doctors who are transitioning all these children, all these gullible fucking children, all these parents who are gaslighting their kids into thinking they're trans. So that they can be empathetic and understanding. It's so weird. It's so weird. Yeah.
Listen, the pharmaceutical companies are evil and they're completely motivated by money and profit.
Yeah.
But
they're getting rich.
For some reason, when it comes to trans health, all the medical community that's going to make tons of money off of, putting kids on these drugs and giving them these very expensive procedures, they have no financial incentive whatsoever. Completely just ethical, morally done, right?
Yeah. Well, they are making a lot of money, but they do think they're doing good in the world as well. Yeah,
of course.
And
at least with the prohibition, they were making a lot of money and knew that they weren't doing good in the world because they were getting everyone drunk.
Right.
The people who broke the back of prohibition were obviously the brewers,
right? The
big beer brewers and the whiskey brewers.
Is not a man. I think you need to broaden your definition there, champ.
And when I see the scene like we saw in the Olympics of this poor boxer literally throwing the towel in after 40 seconds because they couldn't stomach or withstand the pain of being hit that hard by somebody who is almost certainly more a biological man than woman.
Well, Jerry just said sex is determined by the gonads. This boxer you're talking about is an individual with XY chromosomes that was born with female genitals and reproductive organs. Why isn't Jerry jumping in to correct him, saying that this person is objectively female by his own definition? It's because neither of these clowns know that that's a thing that happens. Yes, you can have XY chromosomes but express female genitals, or XX chromosomes and express male genitals, on top of the plethora of other situations that can occur regarding sex chromosomes, including monosomy and trisomy. That's why neither a chromosomal nor gonadal definition for sex is sufficient, because they can contradict each other. That this boxer was born with a vagina and ovaries makes her a woman according to Jerry. Piers, on the other hand, is fixating on her sex chromosomes as the only important factor, which somehow makes her more man than woman in his own words. So which is it? They are oblivious to the fact that they are contradicting each other because they don't actually care about being accurate. They're just grandstanding for the conservative audience that champions them as voices of reason in an increasingly reality-denying, willfully ignorant, and science-illiterate world.
So there's a lot of irony here. Okay, so they're talking about Imane Khalif. Obviously, there's a big story. So Dave here proclaimed that that Imane Khalif has an XY chromosomes and yet has female gonads. Okay, they said this and they acted in a very smug way, in a very smug, condescending way that everyone just accepts this and everyone just knows this, right?
Yes.
There's been no contention about this.
It was
whatsoever.
a controversy for a long time, though, definitely.
Right. So the very funny thing is that if you go to Dave's video, there's a pinned comment that says, regarding the segment about Imane Khalif, there was no proof that she has XY chromosomes. Okay. So he's like, everyone understands this situation, and yet Dave in his video doesn't understand the situation according to his own audience. Okay, which is funny.
Wow.
Right. So that's very ironic. But then it's even double. But it gets even deeper.
She did have XY chromosomes, right? They finally did a test on her.
So I don't know if there was ever a follow-up test. There was an original test that people said that they did not believe because of the source. There was an original test that was done that claimed that they had XY chromosomes and that they had something called a 5 alpha deficiency. And that is a deficiency where even though they are male and they have XY chromosomes and they do have testosterone, their genitals don't develop properly. And so they'll have internal testicles.
They have gonads where the ovaries are supposed to be.
Well, no, they're a man, they're a male baby, but their genitals don't develop outwardly. And so there could be confusion when you look at their genitals when they're born to whether they're a man or a boy or a girl, essentially. Right.
Yeah.
Now,
the
another
doctor
thing
got it wrong, ironically.
Right. Now, so another thing, assign the wrong sex. Yeah. So another thing that Dave gets completely wrong is they just claim that Khalif is XY and has female gonads. Okay. Well, that, I don't know where the fuck that came from. That appears to be dragged out of the fucking ether, because the reports that said that they did have XY chromosomes and did have the 5 alpha deficiency, if you actually read them, they said the opposite. They said that they did not have female genitals, that they had internal testicles, okay, which would 100% completely align 100% with Jerry Coyne's definition of sex. And even if they did, and also I looked up because I was curious, I was like, is there an intersex condition where you can have XY chromosomes and still produce the female gamete? And the answer is no. That doesn't fucking exist. So that's a third thing that Dave gets completely wrong in this conversation about this boxer.
Yeah, that does align with Coyne's definition, obviously.
No. And also, you know, Coyne doesn't talk about it in the Pierce thing because I don't know if he knew about it at the time because the story was like in flux, but he did have a blog post about it later. And Coyne specifically says the only way to ascertain for sure what Khalif's sex was to do an ultrasound or some kind of non-invasive examination to see if there are ovaries, making them female, or testes, making them male, or both, making them hermaphrodite. This hasn't been done, but the conclusion of those with more expertise than I is that it's probable that Khalif was a biological male with a DSD and had gone through male puberty, which is what the paper seems to say, thus having the same advantage against biological women as either a trans woman or, in Khalif's case, a male afflicted with a DSD who has suppressed his testosterone. If this is the case, the Olympics screwed up in its last-minute method of determining whether an athlete can compete against biological women. Okay. And so this is the exact problem of the whole retarded self-identification model of gender and all the political ickiness that these people get when they don't want to actually delve into any of this stuff, because they should have been like, maybe there's an issue with here. Let's just do, an ultrasound. Oh my God, you have testicles inside your fucking body. You're not a woman at all. Mm-hmm. Okay. Which you think not only so they shouldn't be able to compete, but you think that, the Khalif would be kind of like, oh, something about my life suddenly makes a lot more sense, right?
Ooh, that's a tough one. If they don't know, if this is the first time they're finding out and they put all this energy into becoming a professional boxer, wow.
I mean, listen, I think it's better. It's better to know. It's better to know. So.
I mean, you're going to be a great female boxer, but you're going to be a horrible male boxer.
Right.
In which a formerly taboo subject can now be discussed openly. And that's what I tried to do in my article, which was censored by the FFRF.
Anyone could always talk about trans people, and transphobes have never shut up about trans people for a single second for at least a decade. So I have no clue what he's talking about. And FFRF didn't censor you, Jerry. They found your article to be ignorant and problematic, and therefore not reflective of their values, so they removed it. They are free to make their own decisions about who to platform and why. You sound like a child.
And unfortunately, I'm receiving more hate.
I mean, it does. It's kind of a BS argument. It is bizarre. It is kind of crazy. If you're part of some organization, they put out something, it's supposed to be an organization that's fighting against, religion being put in schools and other things like that. And they put out something that doesn't really have anything to do with that. That's about this, trans conversation. Some other person disagrees with the article. So they put out their own article that, and here's another thing that Dave left out. Jerry Coyne said that when he wrote the article, the president of the organization saw it and signed off on it before it was posted.
So they didn't care until everyone got upset.
Exactly. So they're like, oh, this is fine, right? But then everyone throws a hissy fit about it, and then they say, okay, well, we're going to take it down, and we're not going to tell Jerry that we took it down, and we're going to insinuate that he's like a bigot and a transphobe, which they did in their, in their little notice about it. And it's like, okay.
They're like, we're going to lose all our funding.
Right. We're going to let this ideology, this conversation be completely dominated by the woke schools, essentially.
Right. I thought science was about disconfirmation. Don't you let them come out and fight?
Right.
Isn't that what you're supposed to do?
Right.
Write a paper. Don't make a YouTube video.
Mail now for that than I ever have in my life. Most of it calling me a transphobe. I don't hate trans people. No. I'm just trying to adjudicate the clash of rights that's going to be inevitable when you have this kind of thing happening.
And you're completely right. And the people who hate you are completely wrong.
Wow, you really are the exemplar of an open mind, Piers. Me right and them wrong because me say so. No, guys, you are completely wrong, and the people criticizing Jerry are completely right. I'm sure he is getting plenty of emails pointing out his transphobic stance, and I'm sure he is simultaneously ignoring all of them, even those from professionals who work in this area of neuroscience, while simultaneously blowing their condemnation way out of proportion. Because again, martyrdom is too sweet a prospect for these types to avoid. Now,
can you imagine someone working in neuroscience sending him an email about this? Come on, get real.
Nothing that he said has anything to do or with this neuroscience argument whatsoever. No. And he said that he thinks that there are people that have gender dysphoria. He's not denying that there would be he'd probably completely agree with the concept that there are people that have gender dysphoria and that it is based in neuroscience and that there should be some way to figure that out as opposed to just people declaring it so.
It's impossible for me to imagine, though, some neuroscience neuroscientist is working on this objectively, right?
Right.
They're not driven by the politics of it.
Well, I mean, it is hard because to be into that field anyway, in this time period, you're going to feel like immense pressure probably.
Yeah. Look, you
from
put
the
all your
political side of things.
If you're doing it objectively, you're neutral, you're a scientist, you want to develop the scanner so that you can help these kids so you know you're not getting false positives. If you do that, that work is going to be completely unrewarded because people don't want the answer. They're going to call you a right-wing bigot the first time your machine points out a false positive. Yeah. No neuroscientists are working on this.
Now they're going to throw Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus because of something he said about categorizing athletes according to hormone levels instead of sex. We honestly don't even need to watch the clip because it's neither a profound insight nor an official position of his, nor is it to be taken that seriously. But Jerry's response is quite interesting.
But when you see
Neil deGrasse Tyson has a bunch of closet Me Too allegations that he's trying to run from. It seems completely obvious to me.
He's smart. He's like, I can't piss off the left. Okay,
yeah, he knows what's up. He's
right.
got a couple women that have come forward, and there's probably more that haven't come forward. And if he went balls to the wall like Jerry Coyne's probably married to the same woman for like 50 years and has never cheated or anything. He's got no skeletons in his closet. He's like, look, I'm going to tell it like it is.
I think you're being too mean to Neil deGrasse Tyson. Okay.
Oh,
I
really?
think because
Come
he has,
on.
I think because he had a hot female young assistant who he gave some kind of gift to and touched her hands. I forget what he said.
Wildly inappropriate.
In some sort of like meditative way or something, and made some sort of comment about some sort of native tradition or something, right? Like, listen, it was totally innocent. You're being mean. You're being too mean to Neil. All right.
Tell that to his wife. I don't think his wife thought it was innocent.
Okay, maybe not.
Look, obviously, there's not concrete evidence that this is going on. We're speculating a bit here, but let's just say that it is the case that he's got a bunch of Me Too. He's got like 20 of them back there, right? They're like, oh my God, he had his hands all over me, groping my breast, my butt, everything. Do you think it's a good strategy for him to go wild against the trans activists?
Probably not.
Probably not. Exactly.
Probably not.
He knows. So fucking take his ass off the table. Stop bringing him up.
Someone, as eminent as Neil deGrasse Tyson, a proper scientist, when he says that kind of thing, what do you feel?
Well, my first reaction is charitable. I'll say he's a physicist. He's not a biologist. And he's not aware of the literature looking at the strength and the athletic abilities of trans women.
Okay, Jerry, is it then also fair to say that you're not a neuroscientist and that you completely ignore the primary literature regarding gender identity, which is why you are completely botching this topic every time you open your mouth? I'd say that's quite fair.
And this is...
Okay. First of all, it's very clear, if you listen with any sort of like social awareness, any sort of non-autistic social awareness, that when Jerry made that statement, he's trying to like softly disagree with Neil deGrasse Tyson without being like a jerk about it. He's like, well, it's not his field of expertise, right?
Yeah.
He's not trying to attack him, like throw him under the bus here.
His field of expertise is grab ass.
Right. I thought it was gravity, but it turned out it was grab ass. Yes. But so that should be very obvious. The fact that Dave like gets very, butthurt for Neil deGrasse Tyson is very interesting. But then it's even funnier because then he's like, well, Jerry's not a neurochemical brain expert, so he doesn't know the literature either. And then he brings up this study again. This study, which is a very interesting fucking study, doesn't support the argument that Dave has been making this whole video. This is the study that says that the brains between trans people seems to be from a masculine feminine position, mostly aligned if you control for sexual orientation with their birth sex. The only difference is there's some issue with self-processing in the brain, which Dave doesn't talk about. And I sure as fucking shit know that I've never in my entire life heard any trans activist talk about ever.
Yeah, they would never. Do you think he's even read the study?
I don't know. He keeps flashing on the screen. He obviously read something where he came up with this idea about the brain chemical and the brain chemicals in development theory.
He read the summary and ran with it.
I mean, it says it in the summary. It says it in the summary. If you just read the abstract,
Part of the summary.
It says it's right the thing. I think it actually. I think it might actually even say it on the screenshot. Yeah, it says, look at the screenshot. After controlling for sexual orientation, the transgender group showed sex-typical FA values. The only exception was the right inferior fronto-occipital tract, blah, 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 areas of the brain which mediate one's own body perception. Okay.
Wow.
It even says that right there on the screenshot.
It may not even have to do with sex.
No.
Crazy.
This is probably one reason why that played into the Democratic defeat in the election, is that the Democrats, who tend to be progressive, the extremists, I'm a Democrat, but I'm more centrist and I hope more rational. The Democrats were telling people things that they could see were not true.
Yeah. Wow, that's a whole lot of stupid. The Democratic Party is not left, and yes, increasing
Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
The Democrats were telling people things that they could see were not true.
Yeah. Wow, that's a whole lot of stupid. The Democratic Party is not left.
Okay.
The Democratic Party's right wing. Oh my God. He's going there?
So
really?
This was the part of the video where my entire perception of Professor Dave changed.
Right.
Okay. Because up until this point, I figured, well, this is a guy, he does primarily science videos. He's probably not super involved in all the culture war, political, blah, 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 blah. Right. And I don't know. I mean, as I said, I've only seen his like flat earth videos and I forget the guy's name, the guy on Joe Rogan's videos. Right. Which weren't really political. So I was like, okay, that's what I assumed. Right. But then he says this statement and now all of my assumptions are thrown out and I have a completely new set of assumptions. And I go, oh, the only people I ever hear that say that the Democrats in America are not left are socialists, are far socialists are far left activists, because those are the only people that would make that fucking argument.
He did kind of give props to Stalinism when he was making fun of Jerry Coyne. So,
and look at this chart. We have it says today. Okay,
I know this is crazy. 1960s to today.
Yeah. So in the 1960s, we had a left party and a right party, but now today, somehow the Republican Party has pulled the Republicans have become basically one step away from fascism, and they pulled the Democrats all the way. The Democrats today are further right than the Republicans were in 1960, and the center is even further right than that.
Most people see politics completely different than this. They see the 1960s. There were liberal Republicans and there were conservative Democrats. And there's an ideological sorting that took place now where Democrats are all far left and Republicans are all, well, not far left, but further left and Republicans are further right.
Right.
And ideologically consistent between the parties. Yeah.
Exactly.
But Dave's worldview is that the sorting took place all on the Republican side.
Right.
And they basically took everyone.
Right.
Yeah.
So this changed all my assumptions about Dave. I now don't think that he's just ignorant of a lot of the arguments happening or ignorant of a lot of things he's saying that are incorrect. I do believe it's probably more likely that he's just being dishonest because of this framing.
Right. Oh, wow. So we got someone that you think is actually being dishonest?
Yeah,
I mean, I'm saying it all the time that they're being fucking completely dishonest, but you often are good faith Gary and being like, oh, he probably believes this stuff.
As I said, I thought he was just in his little science bubble. He didn't understand the conversation. The only people that make this argument are far left crazy people.
Right.
A normal, average voter, moderate voter, who's interested in science would never in a million fucking years say that the Democrats are not left and there's no left-wing party in America. That is not a normative position to hold.
Not at all. Not remotely. Yeah.
And yes, increasing transphobia and bigotry of a general nature contributed to Trump winning, since he fosters it.
The scientific case for trans.
So again, he doesn't even want to address the argument is if the Democrats ignore reality and make, they have a position that the average American thinks looks stupid, then that's just going to help the other side win. And he doesn't even want to even address that topic whatsoever, or address the topic of the Kamala Harris ad whatsoever.
Yeah, he frames reality as transphobia. Anyone who accepts reality is a transphobe.
Right.
Was outlined in a Scientific America article called Stop Using Phony Science to Justify Transphobia. They argued there is bigotry in the position adopted by Richard Dawkins, Steven Pinker, and yourself. And I want to go through some of the stuff they said. They said the popular belief that your sex arises only from your chromosomal makeup is wrong. The truth is your biological sex isn't carved in stone, but a living system with the potential for change. A half-century of empirical research has repeatedly challenged the idea that brain biology is simply XY equals male brain or XX equals female brain. In other words, there's no such thing as the male brain or the female brain. The science is clear and conclusive. Sex is not binary. Transgender people are real. It's time we acknowledge this. Defining a person's sex identity using decontextualized facts, in inverted commas, is unscientific and dehumanizing. What did you make of that?
Well, I would say what a thicket of weeds we have to hack our way through in that sense.
Yes, a thicket of weeds, also known as scientists who actually know what they're talking about with regards to this topic, pushing back on the bullshit that people like Jerry spew. Let's see what he can muster.
Well, wait a minute. Dave should disagree at least with part of that statement. He should disagree with the part that your gender, is not attached to your brain and it can just change throughout your lifetime. You should disagree with that, shouldn't he?
Well, it depends upon. He is saying that gender is obviously attached to the brain, but whether or not it can change. Did he really take a position on that?
Well, maybe that's part of the sneakiness, because in the beginning when he laid out his position, he made it sound like it's
a biological imperative.
Yes. Yeah. He said that the way transness exists is that when a baby is developing in the womb, it develops its genitals, and then later its brain brain is developed and it becomes masculinized.
The male
or
pattern
feminized.
Or the female pattern.
Right.
But can the pattern change over time?
I don't. Should it? Unless if you're not shoving hormones in your brain, cross-sex hormones in your brain. Is it going to go one way or the other?
Change over time. I don't know.
Right, but is it going to change enough?
The opposite sex, yeah.
Yeah, is it going to change enough that would change your gender identity? I would say probably not.
No, I don't know though.
And there's so many things wrong with what it said. I'll just single out two. First of all, sex is binary. That we have males and females that are defined by the types of gametes they produce, sperm versus eggs.
Gametes?
Wow, so now it's gametes? Earlier you said it was reproductive organs. So did you change your mind in the middle of this interview? All you need to do is see what gametes a person is producing, and that's it. That will tell you male or female. That's exactly what they do at the hospital when a baby is born. They check for eggs or sperm. Oh, wait, no, they don't, since...
This is so childish, Sitch. I can't take it. He's like a 5-year-old.
He is. It's massively stupid and dishonest, obviously. But
yeah.
Testes don't produce sperm until puberty, so they obviously don't do that, and also your definition would demand that prepubescent boys are not male. That doesn't work. Jerry, sex is not binary.
So also, and again, he cut off the end of his answer here so he could even make this point. So let me go back for a second. We're at 25:56.
Republicans have
the proportion of exceptions to that in the human species is between 1 and 50.
Hold on.
male, you're still a male. And so they're defined by the types of gametes they produce, sperm versus eggs, or the reproductive apparatus to produce sperm or eggs. If you're a sterile.
See, he even says, or the reproductive apparatus that produces the gametes.
But if you're a sterile male, you're still a male.
I know, but he cut that out because obviously he wanted to make the point.
Yeah, he wanted to make him say something he didn't say. Yeah,
right. But and then the whole thing, and you're right, it is so childish. The whole you're not allowed. A biologist can't make a definition of sex that has to do with gametes because when you're in the hospital, the doctor doesn't do a gamete test to look at you to make that determination whatsoever. No. They just look at your genitals. So obviously that's how sex is. That's the definition of sex. It's so stupid. Yeah. It's so stupid. And he doesn't even believe that. He doesn't even fucking believe that definition.
Dumb. Terrible.
Reproductive organs, and secondary sexual characteristics. To claim that sex is binary is to claim that all of those features exist exclusively in two sets that are totally unmodifiable. That's
no one has bullshit. Yeah.
Total bullshit.
Nobody ever said that. Yeah.
Right.
That is wrong. There are plenty of people who express a variety of intermediacy in this suite of characteristics, as we've already outlined. Positive and negative electric charge, that's a binary. Matter and antimatter pairs of particles, that's a binary. Human biology has no binaries. Living organisms are immensely more complicated than any binary system we are aware of.
Proportion of exceptions to
what is the... If he acknowledges that this has nothing to do with transgender stuff, why does he keep harping on it and going back to it so fervently if it's not important to the conversation? Why don't you say, well, it has nothing to do with trans people? I'm not even going to bother talking about it.
Who knows?
Because he has to keep weakening the definition, the category. That's all. It's the only purpose of this, just to keep attacking the category and weakening it so they can shove in their political ideology.
Right. Self-ID.
Yes.
To that in the human species is between 1 in 5,600 and 1 in 20,000. So basically, it's binary. The chance that you're non-binary is the same as the chance of tossing a quarter in the air and having it land on its edge.
Right, so it's binary, except for when it isn't, so it's not binary. And sorry, this heads or tails analogy doesn't work. He's trying to take a suite of characteristics, like sex chromosomes, genitals, gametes, reproductive organs, and secondary sexual characteristics, and lumping all of those together to represent heads, while the other set of characteristics is tails. Multiple characteristics that do not always align can't be smushed together to represent one side of a coin.
I mean, he didn't say that. He said it was whatever gametes you produce.
Yeah, he narrowed it down to the one thing.
The one thing.
In general, the mathematical certainty he is trying to paint upon the biological world demonstrates a remarkable ignorance of biology, which is pretty shocking for a biologist. It makes sense that an uneducated buffoon like Matt Walsh would spew this crap, but Jerry? He really should be ashamed of himself.
As I said,
You think that this guy who's all like, oh, I give Jerry and Richard Dawkins all this credit for all the things they've done fighting against the creationists with evolutionary biology and all the things they've done, for all these years, blah, blah, blah. You think that you'd have some level of good faith and charity for these individuals and you just wouldn't be nonstop bad faith strawmanning the shit out of all their positions.
Right. But no, he's got to get his views in for all these children on YouTube. So
right.
I'm not a transphobe, but you have to recognize that sex comes in two forms. So that's the first problem with that.
No, that's the second problem. The first problem is that you're wrong. Sex isn't binary. The second problem is that you think this has anything to do with trans people when it doesn't. Examples of gonadal dysgenesis, like...
So now he's the one that's bringing, like everyone keeps bringing the fucking conversation. All these fucking people, every time they have this conversation, keep bringing up intersex shit. They keep muddying the waters, and you say, well, that's not the case. And it's like, well, why are you bringing it up? It has nothing to do with trans people. Because they keep fucking bringing it up, Dave. What the fuck? The cat lady brought up in her original fucking article. This is so dishonest.
Yeah, outliers. They don't define the category, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're right.
It's bullshit.
Intersex
Doesn't
conditions
change the category.
Intersex conditions have nothing to do with fucking trans people. So tell the people to stop bringing the fucking shit up when they're trying to argue for trans people. That'd be great.
Yeah. Yes.
Swire syndrome, XY but female genitals, or De La Chapelle syndrome, XX but male genitals, have absolutely nothing to do with trans people at all. The same goes for intersex or any of the other conditions pertaining to sex. Not even a little bit. Trans people have a gender identity that is different from their sex. That is not chromosomal. That is neuroanatomical. When will you get that through your skull?
You know,
It's so funny because he keeps saying this. This is his argument. He's going to defend Eli Ehrlich, who comes on after this. Eli Ehrlich doesn't agree with any of this completely and thinks it's actually dangerous to associate transness with biology. And yet, Dave doesn't say a word about that. He's completely silent about this whole
Interesting.
thing. The science of male versus female.
Eli Ehrlich was the person who, if you recall, they had set up some sort of program where they wanted to give
Puberty blockers,
cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers to children in states in America where they weren't allowed to access that stuff, or they wanted to be able to access it without a doctor's, a doctor's prescription.
Bootleg puberty blockers.
Yes.
Why is
puberty
that?
blockers, yes.
Why are these trans women trying to give your kids bootleg puberty blockers, Sitch? What's happening there?
Because it's like the Underground Railroad, okay? We have to save them
Oh, okay.
from the oppression
Nice.
of the sex binary.
Well, look, if we're saving oppressed people, then I'm down. I agree.
Right.
We should.
Okay.
Seems more like we're experimenting on children like the Nazis did, though.
It does seem a little suspect. I agree.
I mean, the Underground Railroad was a little more morally clear for me in this situation, right? Imagine if the Nazi scientists came forward and said, but the kids really want it. Right? They want it. They want they want the experimentation.
They want the frostbite experiments. Yeah, exactly.
Is in flux, and especially the science of people who claim to be of intermediate gender is in flux. It's not clear whether trans people do have intermediate brains, if there is such a thing as brain differences, or if those trans people that do show intermediate, you see, are really gay people who say that they're trans. And there's a difference between being trans and being gay.
Wow, really? Trans and gay isn't the same thing? Holy smokes, I'm learning so much from you, Jerry. No, trans people aren't just gay. Sexual orientation and gender identity are completely separate phenomena, and the science you're referring to isn't in flux. Research...
How can he say that? How can they say they're completely different phenomenon? When it seems like who you're attracted to is a big component of your gender identity, even if you're cis.
Well, and it's he doesn't. It's funny because again,
they can't be fucking independent.
Dave, everything that he says is so like self-assured and smug, even when he's no clue what he's talking about. He's completely wrong. Okay. So Jerry Coyne brought the sexual orientation thing because he knows a lot more about this than Dave does and actually has read the literature, which I talked about earlier, which is that if you're doing the brain scans to try to determine if trans women have brains that more align with women than they do with men, that can get confused because the same thing can be shown with gay men. And so you have to actually control for sexual orientation. That's what he was referring to. But Dave doesn't know any of that information, so he's just confused by the whole process.
But he is saying that gender identity and sexual orientation are completely separate, which just seems bonkers. Bananas.
No, trans people aren't just...
Look, sexual orientation and gender does not equal
Well, they're not the same
identity.
concept. They're a different concept. Now, there could be some relationship between the two things, but they're not the same concept. They mean different things. Yes.
Who you're sexually attracted to figures into your gender identity? You think?
Right.
I mean, that might be 50% of your gender identity.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck? How much of your gender identity is who you're attracted to? Take the who you're attracted to out. What is left of the gender identity?
Well, they're trying to they're trying to basically like backwards craft a definition where they do that. They subtract all elements of sexual orientation from gender identity, and then they build a wall around that and say this is gender identity.
Right, right.
So that's what they're trying to do. Now the question is, whether it makes sense to do that or not is a different question. But
gay, sexual orientation and gender identity are completely separate phenomena, and the science.
See, that's what got it's. He says unequal, but in the dialogue, he says completely separate phenomenon, which is that's you can't make that fucking claim. Completely separate phenomenon.
Yeah, exactly.
You're referring to isn't in flux.
So he says, wait, hold on. This is important. Right?
I'm going to show some brain pictures. People will believe me.
Completely separate phenomena, and the science you're referring to isn't in flux.
So he says the science that's being referred to is not in flux. Okay. And he flashes on screen neurobiology of gender identity and sexual orientation. Okay. Well, if you look at this study that he flashed on the screen here, it says the data summarized in the present review suggests that both gender identity and sexual orientation are significantly influenced by events occurring during the early development period when the brain is differentiating under the influence of gonadal steroid hormones, genes, and maternal factors, which is what Dave was talking about in the beginning of the video. However, our current understanding of these factors is far from complete, and the results are not always consistent.
That's hilarious. Okay. The complete opposite of what Professor Dave just said.
Yes, right. Animal studies form both the theoretical underpinnings of the prenatal hormone hypothesis and provide causal evidence for the effects of prenatal hormones on sexual orientation as modeled by tests of sexual partner preferences, although they do not translate to gender identity, which is what he's been doing this whole video. Sexual differentiation of the genitals takes place before sexual differentiation of the brain, making it possible they're not always congruent, which is what Dave was talking about at the beginning of the video. Structural and functional differences of hypothalamic nuclei and other brain areas differ in relation to sexual identity and sexual orientation, indicating these traits develop independently. This may be a result of differing hormone sensitivities and or separate critical periods, although this remains to be explored. Okay. Remains to be explored. All these mechanisms rely on correlations, and our current understanding suffers from many limitations in the data, such as a reliance on retrospective clinical studies of individuals with rare conditions, small study population sizes, biases in recruiting subjects, too much reliance on studies of male homosexuals, and the assumption that sexuality is easily categorized and binary. Moreover, none of the biological factors indicated so far can explain all of the variances in sexual identity or orientation, nor is it known whether or how these factors may interact. Okay. And it says, despite these limitations, they still believe that there's strong evidence to indicate, that there's a genetic component to this, which I agree with and Jerry fucking agrees with. Okay. So this is why it's just so annoying the way he talks about this. Every study I've ever read on this, they all say the same fucking thing. They say, here's evidence that suggests something, but we still need to do way more testing. There's still a lot of unanswered questions here. And you would not get any of that if you just listen to what Dave's here is saying. You would assume, they've got it all fucking figured out. Yeah. It's all settled science. Anyone says otherwise is a science-denying retard that doesn't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, that's the narrative they want to run with.
Right. And I was literally just reading this study that he's flashed on screen right here.
Researchers have been identifying the regions of the brain that pertain to sexuality and gender identity for quite some time. You just haven't ever read any of it. There indeed are brain differences which can't be reduced to simply male brain and female brain. That is overly reductive. There are differences in brain structure and composition between males and females, which has been known for a long time. And there are differences in brain structure and composition between cis individuals and trans individuals, though this can in no way be reduced to female brain and male body or something like that. Living organisms are complex, and the human brain is the most complex object in the known universe. A deep dive into this literature can occur in a separate piece should that become necessary. For now, it will simply suffice to say that Jerry has never read any of it.
So yeah, but how would you describe that difference?
I mean, it doesn't seem like Dave's read any of it, or he read enough of it to make sort of the argument he wants to make for the video, I guess.
It's so infuriating that he accuses him of not being read on the topic.
Right. When Jerry honed in on a very important problem with the studies that apparently Dave is completely ignorant of.
Yeah.
Difference from a biological perspective.
Well, trans, you feel like you're born in the wrong body, and you want to assume the other body. And I'm not denying that those people exist either. I think they really do. I don't know when it starts, this feeling of, being in the wrong body, but...
Wow, what a rigorously scientific explanation from the scientist. Yes, you don't deny that trans people exist, you just pretend it's mental illness instead of learning about neuroscience. As for when it starts, it's during childhood, and apparently it's a fucking nightmare.
A gay person is somebody, or a gay male or a gay female, or somebody who has a sexual attraction to members of their own natal sex. It has nothing to do with feeling like you're in the wrong body. It has to do with who you're sexually attracted to.
Man, oh man, you are just a fountain of wisdom, Jerry. Although I'm very confused now because you're correctly stating that sexual orientation has nothing to do with being trans when literally 1 minute ago you baselessly equated them. That's bizarre.
I mean, when you were talking to Richard Dawkins and Steven Pinker about what was going on, were you all equally kind of bemused, baffled, or how would you categorize your thinking about it?
Well, sandbagged would be the American word for it, because we had no idea this would happen.
You had no idea that continually repeating objectively false and bigoted talking points would draw criticism from knowledgeable people? I find that hard to believe, given that you all have experience debunking science-denying evangelicals. You just can't handle being on the receiving end of the debunking.
We're all on the honorary board of the Freedom from Religion Foundation. And we have in the past warned them that they're widening their mission, going outside their mission, by dealing with things that don't involve church-state separation, which is the purview of the FFRF.
I don't want to speak on behalf of FFRF here, but in my opinion, no, this is not outside their purview. This increasing attack we have been seeing on trans rights, women's rights, education, and so many other things is specifically fueled by Christian nationalists and the propaganda they peddle. That Trump's administration is using the precise misinformation that these demagogues wield in order to implement federal laws that negatively affect women and trans people qualifies as a violation of the separation of church and state. They just refuse to acknowledge it as such because they know that would instantly be deemed unconstitutional, which would undermine these rulings. That's why people like you, Jerry, are so harmful, because you give their bigotry and lies an air of scientific credibility. Do you get it now?
And in this case...
So the argument he's saying is that the only way you would be against some of these trans issues is from a religious perspective.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the only reason.
You have
Well,
to be
obviously,
a Christian nationalist.
Obviously, Richard Dawkins and Steven Pinker and Jerry Coyne are not against them from a religious perspective, Dave.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a completely nonsense. It's just a total Nazis drink water, water bad argument.
Yeah.
Like because the other side has a position on something, it shouldn't be looked at or adjudicated, independent of the fact that that's the bad side. So we must assume automatically it's nefarious.
Yes.
In which they published an essay saying that sex is whatever you feel it to be. A woman is whoever she says she is. That was too much.
The essay didn't say that, Jerry. You are inserting the word sex arbitrarily and probably didn't even read the essay. You found that closing sentence, didn't like it, and are now misquoting it on a hugely televised...
It literally says, wait.
Inserting the word sex arbitrarily and probably didn't even read the essay.
Okay, first of all, you have to be retarded to think you didn't read the essay that he wrote a response to. Okay. You have to be a little fucking stupid.
It's so insane.
But the person literally ends it with a woman is whoever she says she is. And that's what Jerry says. And then Dave here's like, how dare you say that that's what she said, even though it's exactly what she said. And I fucking highlighted it at the end of the thing right there. How dare you, sir?
He can't take it.
So fucking stupid. It's just so ridiculous.
But people love this stuff. This video is very, very popular.
Yes.
A lot of people go crazy for this.
Found that closing sentence, didn't like it, and are now misquoting it on a hugely televised program, which is unethical and pathetic. The word woman.
See, now what Dave's
Unethical.
what Dave's plans to do is he's going to take every person who's arguing for trans issues and he's going to mold whatever their argument is into his argument so he can more readily defend it and ignore their argument.
Right.
Because it's probably shitty and sucks.
Woman is not the same as the biological characteristics we associate with the female sex.
That is maybe true, depending on how you want to define the term woman, which is part of the conversation. But as I already read in the Cat Grant article, they specifically said that any attempt to define womanhood on biological terms is inadequate. And they started the entire first part of the section explaining why the category of sex is nebulous and not clear. And if you're not stupid and you understand why they're doing that, you'd see, well, very clearly they're trying to say we shouldn't be defining sex and gender on any sort of biological term the way that you're doing, Dave, and it should be based entirely on self-identification, which is why they ended the article the way they did. And even though you don't fucking agree with it, because you have to twist yourself in the knots to defend trans issues because you've warped it into this whole view about standing up against the Trump administration, you're going to deny the reality of what this fucking non-binary person's belief system is.
Sad. He's such a hater.
Dave, why are you denying the reality? Okay, of what this poor non-binary person's position is.
He wants to ground it in science because he's a science guy. So
yeah, I think it's very offensive. I think it's very bigoted that a cis white male, I'm assuming your pronouns, a cis white male would shove a non-binary woman out of the way and declare her position for her and override it. I think that's very offensive, honestly.
Yeah, male privileged.
Very male privileged.
You can dispute the way that the word woman is being used, but you can't make these outrageous mischaracterizations about what the essay said.
And you can look it up in the Oxford English Dictionary, which I regard as sort of the Bible of linguistics.
Right, because language doesn't change over time at all. Never in human history has language changed. And if language should change as the result of new scientific understanding, it will show up first in the Oxford Dictionary, not primary scientific literature, heavens no.
It defines a woman as an adult human female, and it defines female and male based on the types of sperm or eggs they have.
Hey, remember when we already explained how that doesn't work? It continues to not work.
And they published it, and as I wrote in my essay, they let it...
I mean, I remember when you sort of strawmanned his entire argument and didn't actually address it. I do remember that part of the video.
He's got the sarcasm persona down.
He does. He definitely does. I do remember, before I saw this video, when I was watching the Flat Earth video, and I was like, I agreed with his points, but I felt like, I'll admit, it was hard to watch.
Because of the sarcasm?
Because of like the condescending smugness of his voice. It's like, even when I agreed with him, I was like, holy shit, this is like,
really?
This is difficult to get through. Yeah.
Normally when I agree with someone, I like the condescending stuff.
It can be. It can be.
Totally with him. You're like,
his was like, beyond. It reached a level
too far
beyond. Okay, it was Super Saiyan levels of condescending smugness that I just was like, holy shit.
Now when he was going off on Terrence Howard, I was like, yes, this guy.
Terrence Howard, that's the guy's name.
Yeah. I liked it then because I was like, yeah, I agree, this guy's a joke, totally a joke. It's interesting to me that he can use that same tone and be completely wrong.
Well, that's why it's impressive.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I
For
guess.
a day before they just...
Listen, now I'm wondering, maybe he was wrong about
Terrence Howard is a super genius who has figured out the philosophy of time.
Or whatever the fuck Terrence Howard was claiming he figured out.
Decided it was hurtful, and they removed it, censored it right off the internet. And none of us like this kind of censorious behavior.
Yeah, they graciously allowed you to provide counterpoint, quickly realized your counterpoint was full of shit, so they removed it. That's not censorship, and they certainly didn't censor it right off the internet because you have it published in dozens of other places.
I mean, he was categorizing, you know, he was categorizing Jerry Coyne's interpretation of Cat Grant's thing as like the super dishonest thing. And yet he keeps categorizing the reason that the organization took his post down for some sort of fact-based reason when they didn't. And they expressly didn't say that. They said they did it because it was offensive to people. That's the reason they took it down.
Yeah,
it
was
didn't have anything to
completely
do with it.
correct.
Yes. So just it's so obnoxious. Like, you can agree or disagree with it, but just lay the thing out there. Okay.
He can't be trusted. Professor Dave is untrustworthy.
He definitely is untrustworthy. Yes. Let's see if I can find. I want to find the actual thing here where they read through, where they say why they took it down.
Places. That's how I was able to read it and see how much it sucks. This very deliberate and baseless implication of tyrannical censorship and assault on free speech is completely idiotic. You can't force them to keep your crappy essay up. You are so overflowing with conservative dog whistles that they're coming out your ears.
I mean, it's completely preposterous, isn't it? I mean, the whole point of being an intellectual or a scientist or a professor is you push back on stuff, right? You challenge, you challenge conventional norm, and you ask questions.
Yeah, plenty of professionals challenge you, Jerry, and you, peers, by trying to educate you on these topics. They are challenging the conventional norm, which is the widely held ignorance that you embody. You continually ignore them.
Because when merit clashes with ideology, in wokeness, it's always the merit that gets discarded.
Yes.
This is why, for example, in America, the SATs and ACTs, indices of how you did in high school, have been eliminated in many schools as criteria for getting into college.
Got any evidence for that? It sounds like bullshit to me. If that were true, why would any student still take those tests? If they weren't factors, then nobody would take them. Common sense debunks you. And there is...
This is like so lazily stupid. Okay. So they talk about, this claim about, were there colleges that were trying to get rid of the SATs for some kind of like, woke reason. And he just says, common sense debunks you, right? He could have done a fucking 10-second Google search to try to find if this was true or not.
Okay? Yeah, I'm sure there's cases of it.
Well, there is, because I did the fucking 10-second Google search. All right. And actually what happened was in 2019 in California, okay, in your state, they had a lawsuit where they were accusing that using SATs and ACTs for admissions was discriminatory, racist against minority and low-income students.
Of course it is, yeah.
And guess what the California court said?
What'd they say?
They said it was, and they ordered the
yeah.
University of California to stop using them for admissions.
They make these math problems that are like, how much Grey Poupon does it take to stock your yacht?
Right. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And then beyond California, there was, now this is interesting. You had Harvard during COVID got rid of SATs for COVID reasons, but then now Harvard, I don't know if the college itself made this explanation for it, but there were a ton of articles that you could find very easily if you look it up, where they are all applauding Harvard or talking about how even though Harvard did it for COVID reasons, they should keep the SATs away because SATs are discriminatory. And then when Harvard brought back the test, because they did recently, they brought back SATs, they actually had to address this by making a counter argument where they said that they thought that even though some studies show that the SATs can be, bigoted or, have disproportionate results for, different people, blah, 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 that they had to bring forward a study that said it was actually worse. It showed that colleges were more discriminatory actually against minorities if they didn't use SAT scores.
Really?
So they actually had to literally address this fucking argument when they brought the SATs back.
Like, I don't have an SAT to tell whether you're smart or not, so I'm going to go by your race.
Yes. Well, because the argument was that, which I think makes sense. The argument against it being racist, which I think makes sense, is that even if there are kids that have, they don't have access to better schools and they have shitty school environments and all this other stuff, they could at least on their own, if they have the motivation or the will to do it, they could at least on their own study and do well in the SAT, and they could use that even if their grades are bad.
Right. Yeah. That's their end. And you're taking that away from them.
Now,
terrible.
Dave could have spent, I don't know, like 10 seconds looking into this before he made this determination. But if he did, he'd actually have to say, oh, well, there is something to this claim. But he doesn't. He just says, well, obviously, through common sense, I debunked it.
Common sense debunks it.
Yes.
We should use that more often.
I like that.
Yeah.
My common sense debunks it. So.
It's very simple.
Right. So this is what the Freedom from Religious Foundation said in response to Jerry's article. Now, the first part is very long, so I'm not going to read it, but it says, however, advocacy is rarely perfect, and progress is not always linear. Recently, we published a guest blog as part of an effort to provide a forum for various voices within the framework of our mission. Although we included a disclaimer that the viewpoints expressed in the post were not necessarily reflective of the organization, something they didn't do for a Katz article, it was wrongfully perceived as such. Despite our best efforts to champion reason and equality, we recognize mistakes can happen, and this incident is a reminder of the importance of constant reflection and growth. Publishing this post was an error of judgment, and we've decided to remove it as it did not reflect our values or principles. We regret any distress caused by this post and are committed to ensuring it doesn't happen again. Moving forward, we are reviewing our content guidelines and internal processes to ensure our public messaging consistently reflects our values. We are committed to learning from this experience.
They're such babies. They totally got bullied. They're trying to cast it as they're trying to cast it as they did how strong they are.
Oh, yes. We stand firmly with the LGBTQIA plus community.
Mm-hmm.
They did the whole thing.
That bullied the shit out of us.
Yes. And their allies in advocating for equality, dignity, and freedom to live without fear of religiously motivated discrimination. Unless that religion is
of reality.
Unless that religion is the woke religion, then you have to live in fear of that.
Oh, of course.
Our mission to keep our religion out of government is inextricably linked to preserving and advancing these fundamental rights. Together, we will continue to champion a society where all people, no matter their sexual orientation, gender identity, beliefs, or non-beliefs, are treated equally under the law, unless we don't like those beliefs, and then those people can fuck off.
Yeah, exactly. We'll continue to try to force our religious beliefs into the public square.
Right.
Where people are forced to say trans women are women every day at work.
I don't see anything now. I didn't see anything in there about how we reviewed the science of Jerry's argument and found that it was actually lacking and wrong.
That's funny.
I didn't see anything about that. Yeah.
That's what Professor Dave has been claiming the whole time.
Right.
It was full of untruths.
Yes.
No, a bunch of people got their feelings hurt, including Professor Dave.
Now, it was funny because the article was taken down, but Jerry Coyne has an archive link to it. So I clicked it and you could see some of the comments that were posted. Oh,
nice. Let's
when the article was first posted. And guess who left a negative comment?
Was it Professor Dave? Is Professor Dave's bullshit in there?
Close. It wasn't Professor Dave.
Is it Ellie?
It was Matt Dillahunty.
No way. Matt
Dillahunty sniffed out. This article was only up for 24 hours, and yet Matt Dillahunty was like, oh my God, somewhere on the atheist internet is an atheist who doesn't like trans people? I'm on the case. And he's left a negative comment on it.
What was it? Can you read the negative comment?
It was just
I would love to hear it.
Let me see. It was pretty short. It was just this article sucks or something. It was pretty lazy. It was a pretty lazy comment. I just thought it was funny that he found it within 24 hours.
Wait, what was the year that this article came out?
This was in December of last year.
Oh, really?
This just happened.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Fuck. I thought we were talking about HA history.
No. This just fucking
So this
happened.
Is still going on?
That's why Dave did a video about it, and that's why they were on Piers Morgan recently.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. He says, Matt Dillahunty said, embarrassing for Coyne and for FFRF.
Coyne is a million times better biologist and frankly anti-theist than Matt Dillahunty will ever be. Even though I don't like Coyne on the anti-theism stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, Matt Dillahunty's he's not like a scientist, is he? He's just some like internet atheist guy.
Matt Dillahunty is the most religious and atheist on the internet.
Right.
God, they get so triggered when you say that, but it's so fucking true. It is so true.
Mm-hmm.
The atheist dogma is strong within him. You have to completely believe trans women are women. Otherwise, you're not a good atheist.
Is he a magician? His Wikipedia says he's a magician. I want to see Matt Dillahunty do some magic. Okay.
Yeah, he's a magician. Look, he's made his whole career disappear.
Oh.
We should cover some of that. Him going crazy on the collars.
That was pretty funny. Oh, God.
He doesn't, all this stuff just makes their brains fall out. It's so tied to the biology stuff, though. I don't know how you could be worried about Christians taking evolution out of public school and think, oh, yeah, well, we'll just put all this trans stuff in there instead.
Right. Right.
Look, biology, reproductive sex is a spectrum. Males and females are a spectrum. What?
Matt's dating a trans woman, so he gets very prickly, I guess, about all these topics. Yeah.
Prickly, interesting choice of words there, Sitch.
Okay, I didn't mean it like that. Sensitive. Okay, he's very sensitive on these topics. All right.
That's sensitive.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible. So there's a lot of chafing going on.
Is no woke ideology. That's a term invented by conservative propaganda to present facts they don't like as baseless faith, just like anti-science.
There you go. Look, woke.
Just like I was doing.
It's not real. Anyone that tells you woke is like a thing, some ideology there, they're just a fascist.
Woke is dead.
Fake.
Can't believe he let all these people down.
Doesn't exist. It's a figment.
Evangelicals due to modern evolutionary biology by referring to it as Darwinism. How ironic. Jerry might as well be exclaiming that it's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve.
I get called transphobe on a daily basis, merely for saying that the rights of trans people and the rights of cis people are going to come into conflict sometimes, and they have to be adjudicated.
That's not why you get called a transphobe, Jerry. You're back to your Mott and Bailey. You get called a transphobe because you deny transness, because you continually say meaningless things like men can't be women that perpetuate.
I mean, he literally said, and you played it in the clip, that he doesn't deny transness, whatever you mean by that, and that he does think that there is such a thing as people that are trans and have gender dysphoria. He literally said that.
Yeah, his graphic was completely dishonest.
Yes.
He said he's doing a Mott and Bailey, and the Bailey is that transness isn't even a thing. Yeah, trans is not a thing.
He's never said that.
That's not his position. Not at all. His position is trans is totally a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's about human rights.
It's so stupid.
That perpetuate bigotry. It's the perpetuation of this bigotry that keeps people like Pierce ignorant of the science he doesn't know. And it's why you're on his show. Anyway, that's the end of that interview.
Professor Dave perpetuates so much more bigotry than Jerry Coyne does.
Yes.
Yeah, big time.
And stupidity.
Just all of these zealous trans activists. I mean, they're detestable people. They're fucking detestable people. And not because of the trans topic, they're just fucking mean, nasty people. And that mean nastiness just is going to make people think, these fucking trans people, man, they're nasty. It's going to destroy their reputation. That's basically the argument Brianna Wu is making in this video. We covered this. And she does a great job. She's like, why the fuck are you making everyone fucking hate me?
Yes. And that's what's so, that's what's so funny and also frustrating, I guess, is that she's just trying to say that all these people are giving her people, giving trans people, giving her community like this horrible fucking name. And you're right, because all these people online are like psycho fucking paths.
They are. Most of them aren't even trans. They're just fucking moral zealots that want to call people bigots.
And then Dave here is like, no, actually, Brianna Wu's the bigot.
Yeah.
She actually is she's the Uncle Ruckus of trans people.
Can you imagine? Oh, it's got to be terrible.
It would seem that Jerry declined participation in the panel, probably because his arguments fall apart when confronted with anyone knowledgeable in this area. So
the idea that Jerry Coyne is going to have going to fall to the arguments of Eli Ehrlich is fucking hilariously stupid.
Yeah, anyone on this panel.
Well, the other people are not going to disagree. Well, I mean, I get the other people are not going to disagree with Jerry on this stuff, so it wouldn't be an argument. But again, Eli Ehrlich doesn't believe in any of the fucking shit that Dave laid out. They don't believe that transness is biological. They don't believe in the sort of the biological brain theory or any of this stuff. And they actually think it's harmful. They made a video saying it was harmful to even make those sorts of arguments. And Dave is too fucking ignorant to know any of this stuff, to know that that's any of their positions.
Eli Ehrlich is, I don't know if they claim to be non-binary, but they are a perfect non-binary, because I can't tell if that's a biological man that's a trans woman or a biological woman that's a trans man. I fucking cannot tell.
So I believe they identify as a trans woman. I don't believe they identify as non-binary.
Okay, so that's a biological male.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, they do say, I found this old comment that they made. It's kind of funny. They said, Eli says, I'm not transgender as in male to female, but trans as in resisting Western heteropatriarchal gender norms.
Oh my God. So I wonder if they're going for the non-binary thing.
They probably
because
are.
A lot of the non-binary people, it is fascinating, because they're like, I don't want you to be able to tell what biological sex I am. That's what they're going for. Yeah.
And also, just as a total fucking coincidence, I find this is kind of funny. So a few minutes ago, remember Professor Dave said, no one is saying SAT scores are racist. That's not a real thing. He made this argument.
Professor Dave said that?
Yeah.
What the fuck? He's totally in the dark.
Right. Totally in the dark about that. So I randomly found Eli talking about that exact same issue.
That's hilarious.
Okay. They said, I'm finishing my PhD and have published plenty of papers. Your test scores do not dictate your life. We should all understand that testing originated from the desire to resegregate schools based on race, class, and location. It's up to our generation to abolish testing if we want to make education more equitable.
That's ridiculous.
And then they posted, they said, if you're looking for more reading, here's an excellent article that's worth checking out, and it's called The Racist Beginnings of Standardized Testing. And there's some link to it.
Testing should be class and race and sex neutral.
Obviously.
But obviously you have to test. You have to test to see people's all kinds of metrics you want to know about people. Drive, motivation, intelligence.
I thought it was so funny. Dave is like, no one is saying that. Here's a person that has that exact belief.
Oh, yeah. He's just completely in the dark.
Right.
Let's move to the panel. It consists of right-wing podcaster Brianna Wu, trans...
Oh, God. I love that.
Right-wing podcaster Brianna Wu.
I love it. Brianna Wu would come on our show and get totally triggered. You guys would talk about Gamergate and stuff like that. And we just would always say, sooner or later, they're going to start calling you right-winger. Mm-hmm. And now here they are. Here they are.
It's so... Brianna Wu, who literally created a progressive super PAC, okay, is a right-wing podcaster now. It's just so funny. This guy's such a fucking dipshit.
And challenge her on sexism in the workplace sometime. Right now, challenge her on sexism in the
Yes.
workplace and see what a
Such a
crazed
dipshit.
right winger she is, because she's just going to go off on how, oh my God, it's so sexist. She believes in the patriarchy. What the fuck? Right winger?
It's so
Right
funny.
winger?
Oh God. It's so funny.
Look, that's just the thing. You disagree with anyone on the left like this, just 0.5%, 1/4%, right?
Right.
You're labeled a right winger. Obviously, you're a right wing bigot.
I mean,
You're a white
Professor Dave,
supremacist.
Professor Dave is that literal meme of the pushing the guy out of the left into the right. It's like, listen, you might be against Trump, you might be against the Republican Party broadly, you might be against all these things that people on the right are against, but if you disagree with me on one thing in one way, you're out of here.
Right.
Get them out of here.
So much of it is driven by the desire to increase their status, because it is obviously someone who is on the left that's going to speak out about the excesses of the left are going to be super popular on the right. So
yes,
Professor Dave has to come along and be like, no, kick him out.
Well, because Brianna Wu, who is personally has things personally at stake in this fucking conversation as a trans woman, okay? Because she doesn't like Eli and doesn't like this psychotic trans activist conversation that's happening, because it is hurting her fucking cause 100%. It's the most obvious thing on the fucking planet that is doing that. And because she wants these people to stop destroying, her cause and her movement, and comes out against them, even though she's completely against Trump and all this other stuff, she's like, boom, she gets labeled as an evil right winger. It's so funny.
Rights activist Eli Ehrlich and Tomi Lahren, the absolutely insufferable bigot Barbie and female Steven Crowder. Let's see how this goes.
I mean, Eli, we heard it pretty well there from the professor, that from a biological point of view, never mind anything else, from a straight scientific biological point of view, a man cannot be a woman. What is your response to that?
He is completely unscientific and so bound up in his ideology that he isn't even paying attention to the vast majority of biologists, including those from the American Academy of Sciences, who disagree with him and do acknowledge that sex describes a variety of different characteristics that can be changed.
This is a bit painful to watch, because given that Tomi is a delusional maniac and Brianna immediately rolled her eyes, we can already see that Eli will be the only voice of reason here, and although everything she said was correct, it doesn't address the ignorance of Piers' question in the most relevant way. Piers said, purely from a biological perspective, what about these words we made up? Which is stupid. It's a stupid question. The whole point is that man and woman are words we made up and therefore mean whatever we say they mean. The other problem is that by making the conversation...
He can't, everyone knows, he knows that that's a bullshit argument. I don't believe that he honestly is not just playing dumb, and that the people that make that argument are not just playing dumb. They wouldn't, because it doesn't make any sense. They get, if these were just words and they say whatever, we, say they mean, and that's it. Okay. Then they wouldn't give a shit about trying to fucking hammer into everyone's skull that this is the new redefinition of the word. We've now redefined it. You all have to accept that. Okay.
Yeah. They care more than anybody else.
Yes. They're the ones that did it. It's why it's so fucking dishonest, is that everyone's walking around. There's a definition of man, definition of woman. Everyone's fine with it. There's a definition of trans man, a definition of trans woman. Everyone's fucking fine with it. No one's having this conversation. And then all of a sudden they're like, listen, let's just knock the trans part off. And we're just going to say trans women are women. Boom. And suddenly people are like, whoa. We have a problem with that. That doesn't make any sense. And then Dave says, whoa, words mean whatever we say they mean. Why are you fighting this? Okay, we've just determined it. We've decided it. The Council of Words has decided this is the fucking case. Suck it down, bitch.
No, it's so sanctimonious. It's not only that, it's like, okay, trans women are in the category of women, but we need a new category for biological women. Let's call them cis women.
Right.
It's women and cis women.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. It's so stupid.
I know. They're
It's
fucking
so
with
dumb.
people. They're completely fucking with people, and people are fed up with it. They're like, I don't want to be fucked with anymore.
And it's actually like the whole point of like these words and categories is so that when you're conversing with someone, you say something and people know what you're talking about. Okay. If I say,
No,
a
that's not the
tree,
point.
right?
No,
You're like,
the
I'm
point
like,
is to get offended.
I say like, look, I saw there's this weird tree the other day, and you're like, oh, it's a tree. Okay, so you have some like idea in your mind of what it means, what I'm talking about, and then I'll go into more specifics and details about this. If I say, oh,
Right.
there's a dog or a cat or whatever, right?
A tree.
It's right, and so
I call
we
it
had
an earth fucker.
this whole thing. Yeah, there you go.
Like, I want
Yeah,
people to get offended.
exactly. Right. You're like, Sitch, I saw this weird earth fucker the other day. And I'm like, what is he I mean, I would assume it's weird to fuck the earth. He found like a random dude who's like pumping their dick onto the ground.
It's those wooden things. Those
Oh my, he
those
had
big
wood.
things
I assume he would
that
have wood
fuck
if he's
the
fucking
earth
the
with their
ground.
roots.
Yeah, he's really getting deep into the earth with his wood. That makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah,
why
you
I
see how
call
it
him
gets
a wood
confused?
fucker.
Right. And so this whole thing is like, if you say trans woman, everyone knows like what you mean by that. There's no confusion about that. But
Trans
say,
woman? But it's
yes.
offensive.
If you say, but it wasn't a fucking offensive to anyone.
It's
but then
short,
if you say,
it's short for man transitioning into woman.
But then if you said we're gonna knock off the label for trans woman, so you just have to say woman now, you're like, well, wait a minute, we've made the category have less utility and more confusing all of a sudden. Because now when you say woman, you're like, what do you mean? Do you mean a cis woman? Do you mean a trans woman? Who are we talking about all of a sudden? Now there's confusion into the conversation for no fucking reason.
Most of the time, it doesn't matter anyway.
It doesn't matter most of the time. It only matters. And this is why it's so dishonest. The entire fucking point of all of this conversation, the entire point of it is just to circumvent the argument about trans women in sports and trans women in women only spaces and just say, nanny, nanny, boo boo, stick your head in doo doo. We've just redefined trans woman to be woman. So we automatically win the debate. We don't actually have to bring forward any arguments. Fuck you. That's the only point to all this shit, or the primary point to this shit.
Well, I got news for you, buddy. Elections have consequences, and your argument failed at the fucking ballot box and will continue to fail.
They sure did.
Look, and I sympathize with Brianna Wu here because they're not going to win any elections, and it's people as a society are just going to get more and more fed up with trans people. Trans people are going to get a negative stereotype about them that isn't going to be pretty.
Yeah, they're going to get the shaft and not in the way they may like.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what, yes, and Brad Wu's hyper aware of this because he's probably fucking seen it happen. Personally seen it happen.
Of course.
And Dave here is being a fucking fuckwit about the whole thing.
About sex, the discussion is tangential to the actual point, that trans people have a gender identity that is different from their sex, which is why nobody denies that trans women are individuals born of male sex.
How can you fucking say that? Why do you think they have the category male assigned at birth and female assigned at birth?
That's an interesting question.
Yeah,
why do they say that?
It's interesting.
Why do they say that?
How many of those assignments are incorrect?
Why wouldn't if they're not making an argument based on sex, they wouldn't say male assigned at birth. They just say you are male, but then you transition.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Fucking this guy's so stupid. This guy's so fucking stupid.
Unless Dave is so stupid that he thinks that when the doctor pulls the baby out, that the doctor is not declaring what they think is your sex. They're declaring what they think your
gender identity is. Okay. Yeah. This guy's completely lost his mind if he thinks that.
And if you actually listened to what Eli said, what he said, oh, Eli's completely right. Eli said that you can change your sex character. You can change elements of your sex. You can change your sex. Okay. Or elements of your sex. So they're making a completely fucking different argument than even Dave was making about sex.
That's what they want to believe. Got the sex assigned at birth thing just infuriates me. And more people are saying it. It's popping into more and more medical literature. I'm going, really? Really? Yes. The medical establishment is going to go in that direction?
No, but you don't understand, Adam, because 0.001% of the population might have an intersex condition. And therefore, when the doctor, observes their sex, they could observe it incorrectly. So therefore, everyone in the entire fucking planet, now we have to have this stupid concept attached to babies when they're born.
That's such bullshit.
Yes. Or this even stupider concept that Dave is trying to sort of carry water for Eli here, where Eli's like, well, because you can change some characteristic of your sex, like you can, have breast implants or breast removal or whatever, therefore you're changing your sex, which is a stupid fucking position.
Totally. Yeah. Ridiculous position.
The extent to which surgeries can change that designation is a semantic issue. One could
a semantic.
It's just semantics. It's just semantics.
Make the case that a trans woman will never be anything other than of male sex due to the sex chromosomes in every cell in their body. It is an argument one could make, even if it completely contradicts every argument for designating sex that Jerry and Piers made just a moment ago. But more importantly, it still would have nothing to do with the definition of a trans person.
There has never been a trans woman who has won a gold in the Olympics.
Hang on. We literally just had at the Paris Olympics the Algerian boxer, welterweight
She's
division.
not a trans woman.
I'm about to tell you what.
For all that we know, she is intersex. She was assigned female at birth.
All we know is she was banned from the World Championships the year before because she reportedly tested positive for male chromosomes. Now,
That's such bullshit because it's a big fucking yet. As soon as you let trans women into the Olympics, they're going to have gold medals all over the place. They're going to beat every single fucking record.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
so
and Pierce is wrong, and it is true that with Khalif they were not trans, but you could say, and I think this is probably the case, is that the reason all these rules existed where they were not going to do testing was because of the trans conversation. If there was no all this trans shit and woke shit tied into this,
they would have
public
completely
discourse
tested. Yeah,
they would have just obviously been like, "Oh, well, let's just test." This. Why would you not? It doesn't make any sense otherwise.
Exactly.
If there's some, fear about this or question about
this argument, just that trans women haven't won any gold medals, so why the fuck are they even entering? They're planning on winning gold medals, right? That's the whole point of entering the Olympics. So stupid. I can't stand this.
And this does not mean she's a trans woman.
Why doesn't she just take a simple sex test and show us?
A sex test? What the shit are you asking for, Piers? The whole world already knows that she has XY sex chromosomes, and you've already made up your mind that her sex chromosomes make her male.
So again, Dave's smugness and condescension gets him in trouble. He says the whole world knows that they have XY chromosomes. Okay.
What are you asking for, Piers? The whole world already knows that she has XY sex chromosomes.
The whole world. The whole world already knows this. The fucking pinned comment on this fucking video is them saying, "You're wrong, Professor Dave. They don't have XY fucking chromosomes." Okay? So either you're fucking wrong, Dave, that they don't, or there's a bunch of fucking people in your audience that don't agree with this. So who the fuck is this whole world that knows this whole thing? It's kind of like this is everything he does. Whenever he talks about any issues, he says, everyone just agrees on this. Everyone agrees on this. And he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's just making up this massive consensus just to create this total fallacious bullshit argument.
He's a bully. He wants to bully you into submission.
Everyone agrees with me. If you don't agree with me, you must be a fucking retard. That's my argument.
You're crazy.
You're crazy.
Yeah.
The whole world knows this, except apparently I'm not allowed to say that because the woke people in my audience say that's not the case. Oops.
How come we can't bully him? He seems impervious to bullying.
I don't know about that, but okay. I don't know why you'd say that at all, but.
And you've already made up your mind that her sex chromosomes make her male, even though she was proven to have been born with female genitals and reproductive organs, and even...
Which is another thing.
Proven how? Who proved it?
Who proved that? I don't know where the fuck you got that from.
Even though you just got done agreeing up and down and all over town with Jerry that it's the reproductive organs that determine your sex. Eli just told you that has nothing to do with being trans. And your response is, take a sex test? Are you an idiot?
when you ignore not only biology, but when you ignore gender itself, why should biological women, and I don't even like saying that, Piers, I don't like even referring to myself as a biological woman. I'm a woman, okay?
They're not biological women, they're women. Well, what is a woman? A thing that you would insist is determined biologically. Then say it's redundant, but the fake outrage is just infantile. And again, gender identity is also...
Fake outrage is all he does.
Wait a minute. I gotta hear this again.
And I don't even like saying that, Piers. I don't like even referring to myself as a biological woman. I'm a woman, okay?
They're not biological women, they're women. Well, what is a woman? A thing that you would insist is determined biologically. Then say it's redundant, but the fake outrage is just infantile. And
that's what they said. That's literally what they fucking said. They just use different mouth sounds to say the same concept. He's like, well, why didn't you use the exact same wording that I used?
She doesn't like it because it is redundant.
God. Well, she doesn't like it probably because of the political implications, I would imagine. But
she is a pro-choice Republican. I know he's been shitting all over her about what a fucking idiot she is.
I didn't know that. Wow, that is interesting.
Yeah, Tommy Loren got beat up bad because she came out as pro-choice, and everyone was like, you baby killer. You fucking baby killer.
Well, good for her.
Yeah.
Good for her.
Well, look, maybe he's calling her an idiot. So
right.
A lot of Republicans would call her an idiot, too, because she's pro-choice. So.
And again, gender identity is also biological. That trans women experience female gender identity is biological. In fact...
And you know who doesn't agree with that? The person you're defending in this video, Eli. They don't believe that.
Eli Mistel.
Well, I don't know what Eli Mistel probably doesn't believe that either, but it's a different Eli.
Whether we as a society choose to call them women or not is the only thing in this entire conversation that specifically is not biological. You're both idiots.
Why should me and other women like me have to put up with competing against men or having men in our locker rooms, men in our restroom, because it makes a very, very small segment of the population feel better about themselves? Why do their feelings trump the feelings of women?
Yeah.
That's what I don't understand in this argument, in this debate.
Isn't that a biological?
I want to hear his empathy.
That's an argument that has something to do with biology. I don't know what he said. There's nothing about biology, or the only social contract argument is the mouth sounds argument.
Right.
That Mott and Bailey again. Tommy, I don't know what to do about the locker room thing. If there are cis women that feel uncomfortable changing around a trans woman, I'll have to take your word for it, because I have to be honest, I've never heard anyone make that complaint.
Oh my God. He's such a fucking tool. He's such a tool. That's so callous, so lacking empathy. Oh my God,
well,
women make that complaint all the fucking time. All you hear is women make that complaint.
It's also stupid. He just basically, he used my lived experiences, right? He didn't say, well, listen, let's see some,
he obviously doesn't follow J.K. Rowling on Twitter,
right?
Because she makes that every single day and has a bunch of women in the comments section of her tweets saying, go girl, get them out of our space.
Right. He didn't say, like, let's look at some polling data or do some, questionnaires, see if this really bothers some massive subset of the population. And if it does, then maybe you have to address it. Look at that.
I've never heard that before because I have earplugs on.
Right.
So I can't hear it.
But that's your Mott that you retreat to when you've been called out on the Bailey, your complete denial of human biology you don't understand. I believe there is a world out there, perhaps even one that we might inhabit in the relatively near future, where we all accept reality regarding trans people.
I agree, and I hope you come to that real world and live there with us, Professor Dave.
I don't think we're going to reach that world, Adam. I am skeptical. I think we will literally invent the technology to actually transition people between male and female before this conversation ever reaches any sort of conclusion.
If we can get the Freaky Friday technology where we can switch people's brains, people could seek one another out and come to some sort of contractual agreement where they're just like, okay, let's switch bodies, right?
Did you see it? Did you see the trailer? Is that why you thought of this?
No, I didn't know. Was there a trailer for a new Freaky Friday movie?
When me and Sam saw Lilo and Stitch, they had a trailer for Freakier Friday.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
But are they going to examine it from this perspective? Two trans people find each other?
Of course not. Are you crazy?
That would be awesome.
Actually, that would be, oh my God, that'd be so taboo. No, everyone, there's 4 people now that switched. Okay. It's Jamie Lee Curtis, Lindsay Lohan, and Lindsay Lohan's 2 daughters.
Oh, wow.
And everyone's switched between the 4 of them.
Yeah.
Are you excited?
What if they switch and I'm going with my trans idea because it's more interesting. What if the trans people switched and then they're like, oh, I fucking hate this.
It turns out being the opposite sex sucks.
Yeah. That would be good. That would be moving. And transphobic, everyone would say, but
there you go.
We accept that sex and gender identity are different, that neither of them are binaries, that trans people are not mentally ill, that nobody ever asks, what is a woman, ever again, or gets slapped in the face when they do.
Oh my God. This is the world that he's creating. Nobody ever asks, what is a woman again?
I know. You're not allowed to ask a question. Yes. Just accept.
You just accept it. There's only 2 categories. Women and cis women.
That world can be our world, and in that world, it will be possible to sit down and have mature discussions about what to do with these social issues.
This video is so far from mature. It's so hilarious.
I know.
None of his videos are mature.
But this is why it's so bullshit. Like, you could have a video where you could be wrong and you could disagree with Jerry Coyne and all this other stuff, and you could do so in some kind of mature, respectful way, right? And this is just not, you're so right. This video is just the height of immature, ego, narcissistic, nimwittery.
Totally
dimwittery. Yes.
I mean, it does function on a comedy level, but is comedy mature? I don't think so. Really, comedy is about being immature.
I mean, this video isn't even funny. It's just like, look how stupid he is. He's stupid.
I think it's.
Stupid.
I think it's hilarious. I do think it's funny.
Hilarious for the wrong reasons.
It's hilarious. The persona that he creates is a funny persona. I think he's wrong about everything, and it's just completely. His perspective is laughable. It would be nice if we found out that he's doing this in kind of
a bit.
Kaufman-esque sort of. He doesn't really buy into any of this shit. It's just
that would be nice.
It's a fun gag for the internet, right?
It's all a gaff and a goof.
Yeah.
But that world will never come until you loudmouthed morons either shut up or get educated.
See, that's not comedy. I mean, that's pretty funny there.
That's hilarious. Me hate trans and education.
Get your head out of your fucking ass.
Woo.
Yeah.
This is the comedy section.
This same persona could be repurposed for an actual transphobic bigot. I think it would still work.
This persona exists for transphobic bigots.
I know.
This persona exists for like half of fucking YouTube commenters. Okay.
Oh, yeah. The commenters definitely go in this direction. They're like, get back in the closet.
No. This persona exists for 90% of all YouTube comments. I mean, this persona exists for like half of all YouTube pundits and people that comment on things and make YouTube videos. I'll have this.
Does it really? Yeah. Look, YouTube's a young audience. You can't really doing the mature thing on YouTube. It's always funny because it's like
boring.
It's like some reputable institution has a YouTube channel, right? The Harvard Review.
Right.
And it's got like 59 views on the podcast.
Of course.
You got to mix it up. You got to be incendiary. You really do.
You have to have someone supporting terrorism or something, right?
Me hate trans and education. I'm so smart. I know the difference between gender and biological sex.
Eli and her trans fringe freak show friends are threatening anyone that disagrees with them. I
say that trans friends freak show friends.
Yeah, Brianna comes in swinging hard with a right hook.
Say that a bunch of times, right?
Damn.
Trans friends freak show fringe.
Right.
Mouthed morons either shut up or get educated.
Eli and her trans fringe freak show friends.
Trans fringe freak show friends. Trans fringe freak show friends.
That's a tough one.
Yep. The TFF squad. The TFFF squad. I like that.
She got it. Yeah. The TIFs.
The TIFs. The TIFs squad. We've heard of TERFs, but now we have TIFs. I know.
Are threatening anyone that disagrees with them. I, as a trans woman, have dealt with
Eli, total psychopath glare here. Like, that's right, bitch. We are threatening you physically.
With their death threats constantly since just standing up and trying to say
Brown Wu cannot talk for 30 seconds without bringing up the death threats that she receives. It's impossible. It's impossible. I mean, I give her credit for the fringe freak show friends, but come on. The death threats already? We barely started this show.
Listen, she knows it's a tactic, all right? It's a good tactic.
Right. All the death threats I get.
Yes. That's got to be weird. She's like, listen, I've been getting death threats from the right and all the Gamergaters for years, and now I'm getting death threats from the far left and the trans activists. Oh my God, can't win.
Let's say I have a bad habit of jaywalking everywhere. Can I turn that into death threats? I mean, if the car's coming fast, right?
I think that is a death threat if the car is going to hit you.
I know. Look, yeah. I get death threats all the time. It's insane. All the fucking death threats I have to live with. But I mean, I could stop jaywalking.
You've got to have some common sense conversations.
No, actually, I think probably the bulk of death threats she's probably getting now is probably
from the left.
The Hamas people.
Oh shit, you're right.
Yeah, all that shit.
Oh yeah, Frogan's probably all up in there.
Right.
Death threatening her.
There's nothing he said in that interview that's remotely transphobic.
Well, I've finally seen it. A trans person completely botching trans issues. It's kind of like watching Jesse Lee Peterson say that slavery in America wasn't racist. Amazing.
When do all your brilliant ideas kick in and we start?
Okay, I meant to look into that, and then I forgot. Did Jesse Lee Peterson actually say slavery wasn't racist?
Slavery was it's probably.
Listen.
That's probably a mischaracterization of.
I could believe he might have said that. That's why I'm actually curious. I could believe he maybe said something ish sort of saying like that.
That the slaves had it better when they had the master taking care of them.
Jesse Lee Peterson says some wacky shit. All right, so I'm just curious if he said that.
I think Jesse Lee Peterson did condone segregation, Southern segregation.
I would hope he would. Yes.
Yeah. So no, condone it.
Sorry. He didn't condemn it.
He didn't condemn segregation. He thought things were better when there was segregation in the South. Really? I don't know if he went all the way to say, getting rid of slavery was a big mistake. I don't know if he made that claim. That's
interesting.
A bit more wild.
The fallen state is upon us.
Yeah. Well, that's his Christianity.
Right.
The fallen state has to do with the Christianity stuff. Yes.
Terrible.
Start winning elections again because you're destroying our entire movement. You're doing things like giving hormones to children. You're giving hormones to children.
Look at that big smile. That's right, bitch. I did give hormones to children. What have you done for children?
Online, you put together a network for this. You lied about it in the aftermath. When did your ideas start working, Eli?
We heard this exact same rhetoric during the civil rights movement, the gay rights movement.
What is the point? When did they start working?
Wow, this chick is unhinged. I have no idea what she's talking about with the hormone thing, although it's a non-starter since that is medical treatment which saves the lives of trans kids that is currently under attack because of rhetoric.
Eli saved lives. That's where he goes with it.
I 100% believe that Dave is just completely lying about this. Okay. Because he says, I don't know what she's talking about with this hormone stuff, right? But that's a complete non-starter because it's saving children's lives. You're like, if you didn't know about it, why would you throw that in there, right?
Yeah, he'd say, that's ridiculous. Nobody ever did something that's insane. Why would someone do that? Save children's lives like that.
Okay, that's number one. Number two, if you watch this interview, as we watched this conversation, Brianna Wu explains it, the whole thing. Brianna Wu says, Eli was had this thing where they were collecting people's hormones, or she was telling people to get extra hormones or whatever, and they would like trade them or sell them to people across the country and all sorts of stuff. She lays out the whole fucking thing. Okay. And then number 3, I mean, I know this would be a lot, Dave. I know he didn't want to look up the SAT thing, but he could type in, for 2 seconds and type in like Eli Ehrlich and look, it's on her fucking Wikipedia page, and see what people were talking about that. Just look it up and see like, oh, what is this accusation here that's going on here? Oh, look, here's a video of Eli talking about this whole fucking thing. Oh, isn't that
You know what I think happened? He did look into that, and it was super shady. And he's like, ooh, I better not put that in my video.
That's probably exactly what happened. They're like, this doesn't make me look good, or doesn't make my arguments work as well. So
right, yeah,
I'm not going to include this in the video.
Yes, giving shady hormones to other people's kids I mean, it doesn't really sound great.
It doesn't sound great to give people hormones that don't have a medical fucking prescription and are not, under the care of a doctor. You shouldn't be freebasing medical hormones. It's just my opinion on the subject. I know that's very bigoted and transphobic of me, but
right. But I mean, you are saving their life, so
right.
As Dave points out, as Professor Dave.
Welcome back to the comment section. Welcome back to the.
Bring that.
You like that
thumbnail back again.
Yeah.
How did I see that for a second? Oh my God.
That was the Brett Cooper thumbnail here. Some tip top.
She's got her fucking game going.
Thumbnail. There it is. Oh, I guess that was a real picture. Okay. So here's a Brett Cooper video talking about it.
I wrote a list of his 11 mantras that was getting him through the year. And number 6 was redistribute your extra hormones to people who can't access and afford them. I don't know if this was the first time that he was doing this, but this was the first time that he has, at least on record, publicly said that he was shipping illegal drugs to people, especially minors. And while all of that was happening, she was also pushing the assassination of Supreme Court justices. Lips of TikTok posted a screenshot and said, Supreme Court assassination challenge. Because why stop with trans propaganda if you can also try to assassinate Supreme Court justices and get every kind of woke intersectional brownie point that you can from the internet?
Not cool.
Did you see there was like this? I didn't even know about this until I saw Taylor Lorenz talking about it, which was kind of hilarious. Taylor Lorenz made this whole video that was all about, there's like this whole movement of people on like TikTok and shit where all they do is they call for the assassination of Trump.
Really?
And they say, the way they do it is they just say, will somebody just do it? And they don't say what it is, but everyone knows what it is.
Really?
And yeah. And she was like, it was so obvious that it was so funny because it was so obvious that she was like promoting it like a good thing without like saying directly that it was a good thing.
Wow.
Like she's talking about it. She just has this facial expression that's such like sheer duping delight is like emanating from her face as she's talking about this. I was like, Jesus Christ.
That is a huge taboo. Advocating for violence, it's illegal. It's a social taboo. But look, the left, they love to push those social taboos, right? They love to break those social taboos down.
That was pretty bad.
That's what they love it.
I am
fun.
curious as to how widespread that is too. Because if that's really widespread and people are not reporting it, that's really fucking bad. TikTok needs
if people are doing that
are you so
TikTok,
glad? Isn't Trump so glad he fucking saved TikTok and now you have all the people on TikTok that are like begging for people to kill him? Good job, Trump.
If you can get the message that this is going on TikTok, I think Trump will ban TikTok immediately. He just doesn't know that this is like prominent. He thinks everyone on TikTok loves him. That's why he's saving TikTok right now. But you just have to disabuse him of that belief, and then all of a sudden things will change.
Well, there you go. Someone show Trump the Taylor Lorenz compilation of TikTok people calling for his death. Maybe then we can finally get rid of TikTok.
If people are calling for his death on TikTok and then those people get deported or their student visas revoked, don't you think kind of, isn't that karma?
I think they're citizens. They look like citizens.
Oh, they are?
I don't know.
The people are
American
saying
citizens. That. Yeah, probably.
I mean, you don't know that they are, though.
I imagine that would be very easy grounds for legal revocation of visas, calling for the death of an elected official. I think that'd be very, very simple, open and shut case on that one.
What's the FBI doing on this?
Yeah.
Where's our friend?
Okay. So Brett Cooper's going to play this Eli video talking about this.
Oh, great. I never watched
this whole
show.
scheme.
Sitch is always trying to get me to watch the comment section. It's one of his favorite shows, the Brett Cooper comment section. I never watch it, though.
I don't think I've seen a single Brett Cooper video
really?
in my life. Yeah. I was thinking if I was going to go along with this weird thing in a joking way, and I was like, I don't even know where to go with.
Accused rapist sends hormones to minors. So
I think the most Brett Cooper
Eli
content
is an accused rapist?
Yeah, I don't know anything about that, so I'm not even going to go into that.
Okay.
But there's some accusations. There are accusations that they're like a racist rapist too on top of that, but whatever.
What does that mean? How what?
That just saying
like they only rape white women?
No, that they only like sexually assaulted like black women or something. I don't listen. I don't know if it's real or not.
Wow.
It seemed very silly. So I didn't want to get into it.
Shit.
I think the
You're
most
burying the lead here. Come on, Sitch.
I think listen, that's character assassination. We're just talking about the issues. We're just talking about the issues, Adam. Okay.
Okay. I mean, I'm curious. Just from
like,
a news, it seems like newsworthy to me.
From the Cheesema perspective, he's like, rape. Wait, what?
Well, I'm always being told that men are always the rapists, right?
Oh,
yet this is a woman. It's kind of crazy.
How dare you, sir? That is offensive. Okay.
What is?
That is offensive.
What did I do?
I cannot believe you would do this.
Okay.
Okay.
Accused rapist. Just reading the headline.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hear the comment section. Your favorite show.
Video.
Yes.
So he's not just posting about it. He's not just, offering these. He literally acknowledged it on video.
There are people in our comment section that get triggered every time somebody says literally. Now I notice people say literally a lot.
They do say it a lot, yeah.
Literally is a word that everyone literally says literally all the fucking time.
They do.
They're using it correctly. They might just be saying it too much. So that's for you guys in the comments. Light them up. Someone said literally.
A few months ago, I posted on Instagram asking for testosterone for a friend who actually already had a prescription.
Yeah, I raped that friend, but that was a different story.
No.
I was trying to make amends after I raped that person earlier.
Oh my God.
Look, I kid, okay? Look, I kid. That was a joke.
Mm-hmm.
Accused rapist, it says.
His doctor was out of town and he couldn't get a new one. Within hours, my story was taken down and I received a warning by the administrators. Now, of course, I know it's against Instagram rules to share substances, and I wasn't particularly surprised that it was removed. But I was still upset. So yeah, I know it's illegal, duh. So changing my social security to female without medical treatment. So was crossing the street outside my apartment instead of using the crosswalk. When it comes to legal shit, be careful, but don't let the law dictate your morality. Trans people face insurmountable mistreatment in healthcare. Maybe we don't want to go to a doctor. Maybe we don't have access to one geographically. Maybe we can't afford one. Maybe our parents don't want us to get care. There are so many reasons why we should be able to offer hormones through an informed consent model, perhaps even not involving doctors or therapists.
This person is literally a creep. Number one, they just compared giving hormones to minors, sending out illegal drugs, to crossing the street without a crosswalk. Those are in two totally different universes. And secondly,
it's like you're jaywalking, right?
Yeah, one, you're endangering yourself to gain credibility through claiming you're getting death threats. The other, you're actually endangering someone else, obviously. So
right.
You're not a doctor. You don't know if it's going to hurt them or not.
Mm-hmm. Anyway.
Let the law
we can go back to the other video.
dictate your morality. That is just such a generalized, huge cop-out for this entire conversation. You could say...
Is it wrong for me to think that Brett Cooper is all knows?
That's very... anti-Semitic of you to say that.
She's not Jewish.
She looks like female Ben Shapiro. She's got to be Jewish.
She doesn't have. That is not a Jewish nose. I mean, it's a huge honker, but it's not. But it's not.
What does that mean? What do you mean it's a Jewish nose? Look at this.
I said it's not a Jewish nose.
What is a Jewish nose, you anti-Semite? What does that mean? What's a Jewish nose, fucker?
I'm afraid to answer.
Oh, okay, yeah, I bet you are.
Noses do have ethnicities. Let's be real here. Come on, just be honest.
So supposedly Brett Cooper converted to Catholicism.
From what?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Converted from paganism?
Probably. I think they were casting spells. They were a witch. So.
Oh, okay. That's good.
That does make sense.
It's so bizarre. Anyway.
You don't want the law to dictate your morality about literally anything that you don't like.
She said literally like 5 times. Our comment section is going to be filled with people.
She's a young girl, Adam. That's all they say is literally.
People are going to be big time upset about this.
Okay, listen. I'm not going to say who this was. Not that anyone listening would know. But I did have an interaction with an older woman, an adult woman, older than me, who every other word was like. And I wanted to kill myself.
Really?
Holy shit! This is terrible.
People sounded like a California, but
they did. They sounded like a 15-year-old girl from California. It was incredible in a bad way.
Yeah, sometimes I try to mix it up a bit. I don't say literally a lot, but.
Literally, you do.
No, I don't.
No, I'm just joking.
I say like 5 times a show.
I do say literally
I say like
bit.
a lot more than I say literally.
Yeah. I say literally a little bit. I don't think I say it that much.
Excessively.
I don't think I say it excessively. Some people get very triggered by it.
Brett says it excessively.
Well, yes. I didn't even, though I'll be honest, I didn't notice till you pointed it out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I only noticed because we have a bunch of people in the comment section. There's 20 people in the comment section that bring up the literally.
Right.
And I think we streamed for 10 hours. I mean, we might have said it a few times.
I'm going to throw some literallys in there. Yeah.
Anyway. Brett is a nice girl. Guys, don't focus on her nose, okay? I don't know what I was thinking when I said that.
It doesn't look like a Jewish nose.
It's not too big. It's perfect. It's a button nose.
Look at this fucking guy.
She's got a little button nose.
Look at this motherfucker.
I can't believe Sitch doesn't even know what a Jewish nose is.
Oh, I just want to know if you know what it is. I want to get you in trouble.
I know when I was in high school, in drawing class, we had to draw ethnic noses.
Right.
We had to draw like an African nose, an Asian nose, a European nose. Yeah.
Interesting.
That assignment would be racist.
What is an Asian nose?
That
I don't even know what that means.
That assignment could not take place.
What's an Asian nose? What do Asians' noses look like?
Do you know what Asian eyes look like? I mean,
I do know that.
Asian eyes are different, right?
I know that the Asians, they got the different eyes. They only
the eyelids tuck under, and
the
Europeans, the eyelids tuck over. Yes.
You know, they actually do surgeries.
I do.
Asians will get surgeries
to make their eyes look more westernized. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean,
do I have a Jewish nose? Do I have a Jewish nose, Adam?
Not at all. No.
Thank you. That's good.
Yeah.
I guess it's good. I don't know. You make it sound like a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing.
Oh, okay.
The stereotype is that the Jewish nose is big, right?
I do have a big nose.
But you can have a big nose without it being shaped like a Jewish nose.
Look at there it is. There it is. Say it, you hook nose bitch. Say what you want to say, motherfucker.
Oh my God. I don't think you have a Jewish nose or a big nose.
I do have a big nose. But I don't think it's Sam likes to say I have an anime nose.
Oh, really?
It looks good. She says it matches.
Do you think your nose is too big or something? I don't know how this First of all, you can see Brett's nose from space.
I don't think my nose is too big, but I do acknowledge that it is big.
I don't know how me
but...
acknowledging that Brett Cooper has a nose that's above average size.
Because you said
all of a sudden become about you and
everything's
your nose.
About me. What are you talking about? Because you threw the Jew label at it. You didn't just say like, oh,
you threw the Jewish label at it. I never said
you implied it. You implied it with your words.
Rewind the tape.
You implied it.
The tape.
You fucking implied
it.
Hold
on. Why would I imply it? When the shape of her nose
why would he imply it?
The shape of her nose is not Jewish in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
I don't know what ethnicity this nose is. It's a very unique nose. Brett,
get the chart. Get the clamps.
I got to bring my high school
racial facial measurement maps out. Okay.
I got to get my high school art teacher in here to figure out what kind of nose this is. I was going to draw it, I don't know how to draw it.
Maybe you could take a picture of the screenshot and you could put it into AI. And
anyone know
what ethnicity is this nose shape?
She does have a couple flat spots on the nose, which I do like. That is an interesting characteristic in noses. Okay. You can tell I'm someone that draws faces.
I can tell.
It's interesting that the nose literally. Oh, I said literally, guys, literally. The nose is the face. If you draw a face with one nose and you change the nose, it's a completely different face. If you leave the nose the same and you change the mouth and the eyes, it's basically the same face.
I've never done an experiment. That's interesting.
This is why when celebrities get a nose job, a lot of people can't recognize them. It's this little hack that your brain does. It just says, just remember the nose. Just remember the nose. If you remember the nose, you remember the face.
Right.
Maybe hair color and nose shape.
If we could like quantum leap into Adam's brain, everyone's just like a nose with hair.
They are like a giant nose. A giant nose with a hairdo.
Yeah, for his perspective, it's just giant noses with like hair at the top, just wonking around with like legs. And that's the world that.
Why would you say that about Brett Cooper? Are you saying her nose is big?
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what
you're saying. She's just a nose to you.
I'm saying I don't even see any aspect of her personality or body shape except the nose with long hair.
I regret ever bringing this up, and I hope Brett Cooper never sees this live stream. I really do. Yes. I'm not going to apologize, but I do think it's inappropriate.
You better apologize.
No.
You better apologize right this second.
Look, I may have made a mistake, but we're humans. Humans make mistakes.
Okay.
No one's perfect.
Ready to go back. Ready to get off of this knowing subject.
Yes. Let's move on. What kind of nose does this
Hey, everyone.
have?
Last year I
What kind of nose does Professor
What kind
Dave
of nose
have?
is that?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's funny. Professor Dave, I noticed, does have kind of a lazy eye. He's got one eye that's always half open.
Is that
you can't see this eye over here?
Well, no, that's not
a situation.
There's a difference between a lazy eye and like a lazy eyelid. Isn't that different?
Mm-hmm. I think he might be a little bit retarded. just a wee bit.
Just a tiny. Yeah. He's got like a touch of the retard. Right.
He's kind of got that mouth too,
like Alex Jones. Mm-hmm. He's a little bit retarded,
right?
Which saves the lives of trans kids, that is currently under attack because of rhetoric that is perpetuated by people like Jerry and most of this panel. But Brianna is pretending that it's the fault of progressives that so many conservatives are reality-denying, willfully ignorant assholes. It isn't. This issue in particular is the single most maddening issue in this culture war, specifically because of the insane degree to which people consistently ignore all of the facts that are shown to them over and over and over again.
That can be levied at Professor Dave. That same criticism. This is why it triggers the fuck out of me, because Professor Dave comes out here with a sanctimonious attitude and ignores fucking reality.
Mm-hmm.
Such bullshit. Mischaracterizes everyone's position. Plenty of people can have an intelligent conversation about this. Jerry Coyne, Richard Dawkins are two of those people. obviously Steven Pinker is one of those people. It's just crazy that he thinks that they're not.
Starts to bring up previous iterations of civil rights movements, a progression which trans rights are clearly a part of, and she just doesn't want to hear it.
We've seen this already with the Supreme Court knocking down certain transgender rights. Next comes abortion, then comes cisgender women's rights, then comes free speech. We've seen it over and over again. We've seen it with the civil rights movement. We've seen it with the gay rights movement of the 1960s to 80s.
Perfectly stated. All human rights issues in America are related and arranged on a precarious, slippery slope down to fascism and Christian theocracy. That's why
Those are human rights? Oh, interesting.
FFRF was perfectly in the right to comment on trans issues. Talking points from the right that deny transness or seek to strip women of their reproductive rights are always evangelical, whether outright or covert. And it is those people.
You hear that, Sitch? You're evangelical now. God,
why am I an evangelical?
Because you are trying to strip trans people of their rights because you're not denying reality.
What?
That makes you a right-wing evangelical.
Hold on a second.
What? You're reading something else? How dare you?
Are
you trying to figure out? Sitch has a bunch of noses up, and he's comparing them to Brett Cooper's nose now.
I had to get the ethnic nose chart. I took a screenshot, okay, and I asked ChatGPT. I said, "What ethnicity does this nose belong to?" It took me down an entire rabbit hole of ethnic noses.
I'm going to ask Grok right now. Okay. Make me a Jewish nose and see what comes out.
Can you make a picture with Jewish nose?
What do you think? What can we show it on stream, or is that like racist?
I feel like that's offensive.
What? Okay.
It feels offensive. It depends. Is it like an attractive nose? If it's
Sitch is Jewish. Nose. I need to point out, Sitch is Jewish. Everything's okay here. Nothing going on. I do not
grant Adam the immunity.
Nothing going on. Nothing going on over here.
Immunity idol for
talking about his own nose. Jewish. Yeah. Okay. Be cool. No crazy comments. All right.
Listen, Kanye's new song is the best.
I mean, did you see? God, I wanted to go down there. I was like, are they still there? They had a choir of black men doing a cappella of the Heil Hitler in Hollywood around Yee's Hollywood Star.
Yep.
I was thinking, oh my God, please. We needed more expressions. The Hollywood city has a organization that takes care of them. All the celebrities actually pay for their own stars. They have a little rental plan. So
I'm surprised they didn't like take the star away. They're like, fuck you.
They pay for their upkeep. There have been people who have lost their stars before, but obviously that's very rare, right?
Right.
Yeah. You should get one, Sitch.
I should. I don't think anyone could just buy a star.
No, you can't. They call up and offer you one. I bet when you become a big famous celebrity, they start ringing your phone off the hook and are like, yeah, you gotta fucking get one of these stars. Come fucking pay us. Get a star.
How much does it cost? That's the real question.
Well, we could probably look it up. I'm sure it's somewhere on the internet.
How much does a Hollywood star cost?
I think
Holy fuck.
How much is it?
$75,000.
Is that a one-time fee or it's a month? Because they do charge you for an upkeep, right? They probably charge you some yearly subscription fee.
Well, it's $75,000 for the creation. I don't know what it doesn't say. What
that's the upfront fee, but they get you for the subscription fee too. You buy your $75,000 star and then you got to pay for upkeep.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's inflation. It's $85,000 now.
Look
for the creation.
If you're a big celebrity, Sitch, don't be so stingy. Just fucking pay the $85,000
for some stupid fucking star that no one gives a fuck about.
Be a piece of history.
Uh-huh.
You can go down to Donald Trump's star and there's like shit on it every day.
So
literal shit. Can I say literally there?
So what happens if you die? Does your estate have to keep? Is once your estate stops the upkeep fee, they just get rid of it?
That's a great question. We should try to get the commission on the phone and see if we can get some of these questions answered.
How long do you grant them? Okay, you're like, if they're like important, does Charlie Chaplin still have like a star somewhere?
The first time I went to Hollywood and saw the stars, I was pretty demoralized that no one who was famous that I knew had a star. But I think that's changed quite a bit. I think they've upped their game and gone after a lot of the contemporary stars, but it was all Marilyn Monroe. I mean, there's a ton of names that you're just like, who the fuck is this person? Well, it was a huge celebrity back in the 1940s.
Yes.
That you've never heard of.
Mickey Mouse has a star. Does Disney pay for that?
I'm sure they do. Probably big money for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes.
It says, in the Wikipedia article, it says Donald Trump's star is continually vandalized.
Yeah, I that's why I said literal shit, but am I allowed to say literally there?
I mean, if you mean it, yes.
I wonder if they charge him extra for the vandalization.
They have to keep fixing
I think
it.
that's why people lose stars, is because they do get vandalized too much.
Right.
Yeah. Fascinating. Maybe I'll go down there one day and do some filming.
They're going to say you're going to take a dump on a star.
No, I'm going to wear my MAGA hat down there and do a little prayer.
Okay.
I'm going to get on the sidewalk and do a little MAGA prayer.
You need to put a protection circle from the witches that are trying to curse Donald Trump.
See if I can get someone to throw a Coke in my face like that other YouTuber did. Who was that?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Who did that? Blair White. That's it.
Oh, that was at the
You don't
Hollywood
remember?
Stars?
Yeah.
I do remember that.
Blair White went down to Hollywood Boulevard.
Got hit with a Coke can, supposedly.
I can't
You thought it was
imagine.
fake. You thought the star was fake.
Someone threw, was it? Oh, you're right. Yeah, someone just stole her hat off her head. It wasn't a big deal.
Right.
Yeah.
On a precarious, slippery slope down to fascism and Christian.
LGBT rights, reproductive rights, right to protest, free speech, fascism, theocracy.
So the argument is if we don't have LGBT rights, you go down to becoming fascist, theocracy. That's the argument.
I object to this infographic because the infographic at the top begins with actual rights.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd think, okay, so everything in this infographic is a right, correct?
Right.
Fascism is a right. Theocracy is a right.
I see. You're saying
what the fuck happened? All of a sudden it went from
we went from things
rights.
You're right. We went from things people are losing.
They categorically changed. Now I know why he doesn't understand what a woman is.
Exactly.
He doesn't understand what a fucking category is.
You know what? That's a great point. That's a wonderful point.
Yes.
Now, I would say it's ironic because the crowd that's all in favor of LGBT rights supposedly is very anti-free speech. And that's kind of what caused a lot of the initial split
in
the left movement in the first place.
I just think all of you fascist right-wingers out there, look, you're getting very close to fascism being a right. A human right, according to Professor Dave. So, and right after fascism, you have theocracy. I mean, I would put theocracy above fascism personally as far as human rights go, but you do you.
Well, it's funny because since he's an atheist, he's like, and then it gets to fascism. But then worse than fascism, it gets to theocracy.
I guess you're right. This is the anti-theist in him, right? That's what's going on.
I made it. Okay. I think it could be fascist or it could be a theocracy. I'm not sure if fascism leads to theocracy.
Right. Yeah. Professor Dave, not that bright.
Yeah.
Theocracy. That's why FFRF was perfectly in the right to comment on trans issues. Talking points from the right that deny transness or seek to strip women of their reproductive rights are always evangelical, whether outright or covert. And it is those...
Whether outright or covert. Why do we back this up again? He's basically saying that it always has to do with... Yeah, because he's saying anyone that it has the position that you have has it by religion, either openly or subvertly.
Right.
Covertly, I guess.
Implicit or explicit.
Yes.
People who actually seek to silence free speech. It is those people who have emboldened...
Well, and listen.
I just fucking... Go ahead.
Listen, I'm pro-choice. You're pro-choice. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
But the idea...
Tommy Loren is pro-choice.
Tommy Loren's pro-choice. Brandon Wu, I assume, is pro-choice. The idea that if you're pro-life, that you're a fascist automatically is pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's bananas. Yeah, that's insane.
Or that it's some sort of covert, road to theocracy or something.
Trump to issue an executive order taking down CDC pages that mention the words trans, LGBT, pregnant person.
Him talking about free speech is insane when he's advocating that Jerry Coyne's paper comes down because it offended people. It's just, you are the one that's in favor of blasphemy laws. It just depends upon what the blasphemy is.
Right.
That is unconstitutional. That is fascism. That is tyranny. Any rhetoric about the tyranny of woke ideology is nothing more than a smokescreen projected by those who wish to exert tyranny. It is always the Christo-fascist who shouts the most loudly about censorship in an effort to censor any aspect of reality that threatens their rise to power.
So ironic. All of that could be aimed right at Professor Dave and his sanctimonious, smug ass.
Well, it's an absurd thing because, so much of the, backlash against wokeism spawned because there was a very real, very literal censorship effort from the left to censor any dissent. And everyone and their mother saw it and perceived it and felt it. And they do this like gaslighting campaign where now they're like, oh, that didn't happen. You just hallucinated that. That's not happening right now. You're crazy.
That's why they're losing credibility. They keep denying things everybody has seen with their own fucking eyes.
Yeah.
A rise which we are witnessing in real time, and this rhetoric is amplified by unwitting participants like Coyne and Dawkins simply because of their unwillingness to learn something and be on the right side of history. Their perceived authority emboldens the rhetoric of the demagogue to the detriment of the people they believe themselves to be saving from religious demagoguery. You can't write this shit.
She can't answer, Pierce. She can't answer. She will not defend these brain-dead tactics. Pierce, I don't want to go compete against Tommy in sports. I want to go have lunch uptown with her and, talk about normal stuff.
Right.
That's why I transitioned to just have a normal life.
Why the fuck would you want to have lunch with Tommy, a person who completely denies your identity? Where the hell did Pierce find this bizarre person?
Eli is out there.
Your name Tommy or Tommy? I thought it was Tommy Loren.
I thought it was Tommy Loren, but who cares? It's Brianna Wu's tactic for winning her over is would be far more useful and persuasive than Dr. fucking Dave here.
Of course. I think, there's this article.
Tommy might have lunch.
Tommy Loren said, I don't want biological men and women's sports, but I don't think it's appropriate to purposely be mean and misgender people for the sake of it.
Look at that. She's not even... all these people.
But so him comparing Tommy Loren, and I don't know that much about Tommy Loren. I haven't seen a lot of their content. Or I haven't really seen any of their content. But it sounds like him comparing her to Steven Crowder is way fucking off.
Tommy Loren was on Fox News.
Yeah, I know that.
But you probably knew that just from the blonde hair.
I did know that just from the blonde hair, yes. And the makeup.
Mm-hmm.
And also, and this is, again, it feels very dishonest from Dave. He's pretending he doesn't know who Brianna Wu is. He's like, where did Pierce get this person? Who is this? I don't know who this random person. I've never heard of this person before.
Does he have a Gamergate video? Professor Dave has got to have a Gamergate.
Professor Dave, Gamergate, the hive of scum and sexism and villainy. Yes.
That's society's on.
Probably.
Professor Dave broadcasting about the patriarchy, it makes perfect sense.
Right.
He had to study. He did a women's studies degree, right? Let's be honest with ourselves.
They're pushing this narrative that science doesn't matter, that sex doesn't matter, that we can just roll into every space. She claims to be a feminist, but she doesn't want to make any common sense compromises with the women she says she speaks for.
A trans person is using the anti-trans Mott and Bailey within a single sentence. It's really astounding. Eli is defending science, you're denying science, and then conflating biology with social issues like women's spaces. Stop doing that.
But I don't think these
Stop doing that.
Stop doing that.
Stop doing what I'm claiming you're doing.
Stop doing that.
activists mind the backlash. In fact, I think they thrive off of it, and I think they make their paychecks off of it because they love it. They love keeping this at the center of controversy. That's the only way a lot of these organizations can exist.
Holy shit, can you say projection? This pointless conservative mouthpiece is accusing trans rights activists of keeping trans issues in the spotlight and profiting off of it. I mean, that is chef's kiss hypocrisy. I'm not familiar with Tomi's whole...
I mean, yeah, that's literally what they do. What is he talking about? That they literally do that, and I mean literally, they do that literally to raise money and fundraise for all their nonprofits.
So what Professor Dave is doing in this fucking video. How many views does this video have? How much ad dollars did this video make?
But he's doing it for the love of science.
No bullshit.
Understand.
He's doing
the
it
love
to make
of the
money.
The love of the science,
and to rip on right wingers who he can't stand, who completely trigger him, turn him into a weepy little moron.
Right.
Look at those hands. That's a nice woman's hand there. She's got the right finger structure.
She doesn't got the Ann Coulter hands. Is that what you're saying?
I saw Anna Kasparian was sitting right next to Ann Coulter.
I saw
recently.
that too. Yes.
That was a great episode. That show's getting better. They're getting their shtick worked out pretty good. So the name I don't know about, just because I feel like, are we allowed to talk about that show? What's the name of the show, Sitch?
Why do I
what is the name of this show?
Yeah, I don't know. You tell me. I forgot.
Chat,
I totally
what do you guys
forgot
think?
the name. I already forgot the name. Tell me. What was
Anna
it?
Kasparian, friend of the show, great friend of the show, is on a new show.
Mm-hmm.
It's a new show. I think it's maybe 4 or 5 women talking about politics.
Mm-hmm.
I think Anna Kasparian is definitely the smartest woman on the panel. Well look, that Lynn, I think her name is Lindy, and she raised money for she was a bundler for the Democratic Party.
Mm-hmm.
She's pretty quick too. So the main host, I think her name is Jillian. I mean, I'm sorry, Anna, but she's got the limbo ring. She's got the limbo ring game locked down. She's got, yeah.
That's why they put her in the middle.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those eyes, they're like, oh my God, they're like bullseyes.
Look at Adam here. Adam's such a sucker for the
look.
limbo
You
rings.
didn't even know. Sitch would look at a woman and go, I can't tell why this woman's attractive.
I don't care. Listen. I don't have your limbo ring fetish. Okay, that's entirely you. Don't project that onto me. Okay.
The world has a limbo ring fetish. Everybody knows limbo rings are amazing. That's
not true.
That's like saying washboard abs are a fetish. No, everyone fucking likes washboard abs.
Don't make me bring up the tomboy abs video again, okay? We're going to restart all that drama.
Well, on men, obviously. Everyone thinks aesthetically abs are better than fucking big fat bulbous fucking belly, beer belly.
What do you mean? People like Baby Yoda. He doesn't got no limbo rings. He got big black eyes.
Now, limbo rings, I think they cross the sex binary.
Stitch doesn't have limbo rings. He's got the Baby Yoda eyes.
Limbo rings are attractive on both men and women. If men have good limbo rings, they know women are always like, oh my God, your eyes. Oh, I could stare at them all day. Women who have the limbo rings know too. They're like, men just are like, oh, these eyes.
Right. Okay, listen, I'm just jealous because I don't have a strong limbo ring game. All right. I got the big dark Stitch eyes.
Look, my limbo ring game is not great. So Sitch.
Right.
You're in good company here.
Okay.
You can still admire them though.
The limbo ring impaired among us.
That's true liberalism right there, to be able to admire the the pleasant attributes in someone else without having them yourself, and not being completely jealous. Right?
Before you, I've never heard another soul in my entire life mention limbo rings.
Because you live around a bunch of people that got crap limbo ring game. Like, it's just a non-entity.
That's not true.
Life.
My mom has very light colored eyes with very distinct limbo rings.
Does she really?
She does. Yes.
Have you ever brought this up for her? Like, give her a compliment on her limbo rings?
I have never mentioned it.
Oh,
yeah, I don't even know if she knows what that word is. If I were to say you have some good limbo rings, I don't know if she'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
She knows. She'd be like, "Son, sit down."
My father's like, "Why do you think I chose her?" I saw those limbo rings, and that was it.
How do we get on this topic? Oh, it was a show. So what's the name of the show?
Her Take.
Okay. Her limbo ring take.
Her Take, yes.
Yes. So that makes me think, are we allowed to talk? Is it misogyny for us to critique the show?
No. Yes.
I'm not sure about the name.
Maybe.
They're going kind of like for The View, which I think The View's a massively popular show. Maybe that can work on YouTube. So their views are climbing. People seem to be watching it.
It's like The View, but not stupid.
Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly.
It's like The View, but not retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice. I do like it.
Dumb Hollywood bimbos, right?
It's like The View, but like everyone's 30 years younger and not stupid.
That's so sad, because you think the older you get, the more wisdom you have, right?
Everyone on The View is like ancient, aren't they?
They are. Well, no, because I think Meghan McCain was on The View, right?
Oh, is she? I just think of like
they're not all geezers.
Joy Behar and Whoopi and
look at you, ageist
some other
shit.
Old person on that show. Sonny looks kind of old. How old was Sonny hosting?
I was listening to it, and they were having some interesting conversations, but I kept thinking, is my wife gonna catch me listening?
Why are you watching that?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
I mean, The View.
Stop looking at that woman's limbo rings.
The View I only watch in clips, and they're always the insane clips where they do stupid shit.
Right.
But these women are talking about intelligent things and making good points. Like, oh, what's going on here?
Adam is like, I didn't know it was possible for women to make good points.
Come on, you sexist piece of shit.
That was what you were implying. Okay, it was implicit in your words.
That is not what I was implying.
Chat.
If they're making good points and they're saying intelligent things, and the limbo ring game is off, my wife is going to be like, "What the fuck are you? You're watching pornography again?" No, come on.
Terrible.
Anyway, I hope it works out. I hope it's a good show.
His whole body of work, or whatever you want to call it. So I don't know if she's whining about trans people only half the time or literally all the time.
Literally alert.
Like Matt Walsh or other similar grifting assholes. But the complete reversal of reality here is immeasurable.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
This pissed me off. So Matt Walsh had a conversation with Jordan Peterson, and I got excited because I think in the title of the YouTube video,
did you?
I got very excited. I see that big bushy beard and
oh my God.
And
no.
does Matt Walsh have limbo rings? I don't even fucking know, but I get excited.
Of course not.
Right. But no. So
he doesn't even have the whites of the eyes.
Yeah, exactly. Just a soulless demon. So I got excited because I think in the original, they might have changed the title. It said something like Jordan Peterson was going to ask Walsh about the woke rights stuff, which I was like, that's pretty interesting, because he just had the conversation with James Lindsay where they basically both agreed and masturbated in a very hoity-toity, very high-level philosophical way about the woke right being bad. And I was like, that's because in like Matt Walsh is one of the only people.
Said this? What?
No. Jordan Peterson and James Lindsay had that conversation.
Yeah, I listened to
they
half
talked
of
all
it,
about the woke rights stuff.
Bored the fuck out of me.
Right. It was very high level, unfortunately.
High level, no, very low level.
Okay. And so Matt Walsh is like one of the only people in the Daily Wire that the far right people like and kind of signal about, and they kind of want him to leave
Matt
the Daily
Walsh?
Wire.
He's a theocrat.
That's why they like him.
Okay.
And so I was very interested if Jordan Peterson was going to ask.
I thought they were woke, though.
Stop it. Stop it. Let me finish this fucking story.
I hate the term woke, right?
I know you do.
Yeah.
Okay. So Matt Walsh is going to be on. Jordan Peterson's going to ask him about the woke right shit. I'm like, this is going to be fucking very interesting because it's kind of hard for people to label Jordan Peterson as like,
woke right.
They still do it, but like a secret, left, like a pro woke lefty or something. So they're going to talk about it. He talks about James Lindsay in the conversation. And he basically just says, Matt Walsh just says, well, James Lindsay was mean to me on Twitter and called me names, so I don't want to talk to him. And I was like, okay, whatever. And so then Jordan Peterson was like, okay, well, after we're going to do the private thing where we go private side to Daily Wire and we're going to talk about the woke right. And I'm like, oh shit, it's going to be a very interesting, like, private conversation. Jordan Peterson talking to Matt Walsh about the woke right. They're going to get the fucking bottom of this shit. Oh my God, it's going to be a crazy fucking conversation. So I go to dailywire.com using Jerem's login, who
using one of our favorite people.
Somebody.
Thank you for password sharing.
And so I go and I click on the video, and they don't talk about it at all. They completely don't fucking talk about it at all. It's a completely different fucking subject. I got completely
Jordan Peterson
debated.
Got smart. He knows this is not a good topic to talk about.
No. I know exactly what happened. He's like, we're going to talk about the woke right shit. And the second the cameras went off, Matt Walsh is like, we're not talking about the woke right shit. I don't want to piss off all these fucking simps and people that support me that are woke right. So we're not talking about this. And that's exactly what the fuck happened. And
Isn't it interesting? They had the same exact attitude that the left had when they were in power, the woke progressives.
Yes, I know.
We don't platform these ideas, and they won't gain power.
Yep.
Yeah. I just
super disappointing.
I can't stand the woke right term. I think it's ridiculous. I think everybody's just completely destroying their credibility. Maybe just with me, because I'm
glad it bothers you. Glad it triggers you.
I know. Sitch and I completely disagree on the woke right stuff. Maybe I'll make a video about it, Sitch. How about that? Maybe I'll make a video explaining why it's ridiculous.
Do it, bitch.
Someone in the comments the other day said woke right is like saying left right. And I just thought, this person knows. They know. It's
why does it bother them so much? Why does it bother the actual woke right people so much though? Like, it really triggers the fuck out of them.
Yeah, but it also triggers the fuck out of the not woke right people.
I know, that's kind of funny too though.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's definitely good from a chaos perspective.
Friendly fire, yeah.
Yeah. From a chaos perspective,
triggers the shit out of everyone.
Yes. Good.
That's why it's a good thing to use, right?
Yes.
The only person it doesn't trigger the fuck out of
is me.
Is James Lindsay and
James Lindsay. Yes. I love it. Keep going, James. Push harder on it. Fuck.
Look, if you're doing it as a chaos agent, I can respect that. I can.
Pure chaos.
But it doesn't.
Pure comedian.
I'm going to get out the chart of all the differences between, because that's the thing James Lindsay never does. He never gets out the chart of all the differences.
He has the chart of similarities. What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly. But the differences are literally voluminous. Okay.
Are they? ...
They are.
Are they?
Yes. That's why I'm going to get the chart out of all the fucking differences.
You get the chart. You get the calipers out.
One's a moral relativist.
Okay.
One's a moral supremacist. I mean, they're vast fucking differences. To call them the same is ridiculous.
Okay.
It's like saying fish and birds. I mean, they both drink water. Come on now. They both eat food. They both breathe oxygen. They're the same.
Okay. I mean, if you take the feathers off a bird, I'm pretty sure it becomes a fish, definitionally, right?
Sure.
So
sure, yeah. They're identical.
It's the same thing.
speech is saying what you want to say. It's also
Adam, we just make
What
up
were we?
words.
What were we watching?
We make up what words mean. Okay.
I
So
know.
you're not allowed to criticize the term woke right because we just make up these terms.
I want to do a meme. I want to do a meme, but it seems a little mean. So I'm like, maybe I shouldn't do this meme.
You probably shouldn't do it.
It's a meme of James Lindsay.
Yes.
Like crying like a little bitch about how everyone's changing the meaning of the word racism. They're changing the meaning of the word racism. And then in the next panel, James Lindsay's like, we need to redefine the word woke because it's exactly the same thing. It's exactly the same thing.
It's not, though.
It is. Woke.
It's the same thing.
Woke has this power. Like it just basically means bad.
No.
So he's like, we're going to redefine woke now. So it applies to the bad people.
No. You can disagree with calling it woke right. That's fine. Okay. And you're never going to agree on it. That's fine. All right. Totally fine.
Well, I might agree if you make a good argument.
No, you're never going to agree. It's too, you suck in too much capital energy.
Oh my
into this,
God.
okay?
He admits he can't make a good argument about it. He just admitted. That's
what I said. That's what I said, Kathy Newman.
Did.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy Newman.
I said I would change my mind if you made a good
argument. And I'm saying, I don't think you would.
I
said, I don't think you would.
That's said that I'm never going to change my mind.
Right. ...
Because you can't make a good argument.
So you can you could disagree with the term. That's fine. You can never agree with it. That's fine. All right. You can never, from your perspective, hear a good argument. That's fine. But you have to be fair to James Lindsay, even if you completely disagree with the way he's doing it or the definitions. He did not change the definition of woke at all. His definition of woke.
He literally did. He literally did.
No, he didn't. The definition of woke that he's been using was always a very philosophical, hoity-toity, high up in the clouds definition from the beginning. And it does, and the arguments he makes about how it applies to the woke right is completely correct. Okay. Now you could disagree that's the way people should categorize it, but he's not changing the definition. That's what he always meant by it.
Right. Okay.
Anyway,
hearing what you don't want to hear. There's plenty on these so-called free speech platforms that I don't like to see. I don't like to see transgenderism pushed on children, but unfortunately that's been in existence on Meta platforms and on TikTok.
Oh, won't somebody please think of the children?
Ah, yes, the children, as though trans rights activists aren't specifically thinking of trans youth who regularly kill themselves as an enormous motivating factor to combat all of this bigotry. You think of children, Tommy. You actually do it.
Bottom line is, if I'm trans...
Well, the problem is if a bunch of people get false positively flagged for being trans or having gender dysphoria, and then they go and take cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers and get surgeries and all this other stuff, and they're like, oh, whoops, this was a mistake. I think that's going to probably statistically cause a lot more problems than the people that were trans that had a higher rate of suicide, unfortunately.
Hell yeah, of course it's going to make them suicidal.
Yes.
It's funny, if you had a false positive for cancer, and this happens from time to time, where you see these people thought they had cancer and they go through cancer treatment. Oh my God, that's gotta fucking hurt, right?
Of course.
But they never think of it that way. They're always like, oh yeah, well, they'll just be transgender. It's fine. It's okay. Who cares? Like, what fucking, talk about no empathy, no sympathy. Talk about being fucking callous to people, right? They want to act like they have all the fucking empathy in the world, but if your kid accidentally goes through some sort of transition procedure and it turns out to be a mistake, they're like, oh, no big deal. They'll just be trans.
I know. Well, that's why it's so crazy, because we had a situation where if you did nothing, if you did absolutely nothing, and kids went through puberty, the desistance rate would be somewhere in the realm
astronomical,
of 98 to 70% for boys, and I think it was like 88 or 80 to 50% for girls of desistance. And until those numbers could be actually explained, then it is very dangerous to start saying, oh, well, we're just going to give everyone hormone blockers. And then when you give them hormone blockers, what do you know? The desistance rate suddenly goes down to the fucking floor. And that makes you
For
say,
obvious
oh, well,
reasons, because they've
yeah,
already
for obvious
started down that
reasons.
path, and human
Right.
psychology takes over. And
well, and also because probably going through puberty and having the hormones flood your brain maybe works out some of the issues.
of course, yeah, you get girl crazy or boy crazy, and you're
Right.
like, oh man, maybe it's not so bad being my sex.
Transphobic, then why are 2/3 of his panel trans?
Right.
Gotcha.
Piers, one of them is probably the only trans person on Earth that will give you the perspective you're actively farming for, and the other is a trans activist. She's
First of all, have you not heard about Blair White and Buck Angel? Okay.
Yeah, that's so ridiculous. I can't believe he threw them
Come
under
on,
the bus.
Dave.
There's lots of conservative trans people, so
Of course.
great and all, but here's an idea. How about interacting with a scientist who studies this stuff? Have you ever thought of that? Of course you haven't, because in your mind, there is no science to study here. That's why you're transphobic. Phobias tend to take the form of a fear of the unknown, and you sure as hell know nothing about this stuff. Patting yourself on the back for inviting trans people to your panel.
How is not knowing about something translate into being afraid of the unknown? I don't even understand. That doesn't even make sense.
it doesn't. Yeah, why would you?
Okay.
You would understand that thing that you fear, right?
Right.
It's an irrational fear of something safe, is what the phobia is,
right.
right?
Panel doesn't change that, and
But are trans people safe, Sitch?
Dun, dun, dun.
you only did
bigot.
it for the optics anyway. But this is a point that desperately needs to be made. There are thousands of researchers around the world who are actively investigating the relationship between gender identity and neuroanatomy.
Every one of them woke as fuck too. Oh my god.
Now, I would be interested because it's true in a lot of these panel shows, you really don't see those people.
Right.
And I don't know if it's because no one's asking them or these people are just not. I would wager, based entirely on my intuition, that these people would run fucking away from most of these panel conversations because they don't want to say the wrong thing and get in trouble.
Yeah, if they're reputable scientists, they probably run from the panel, right? If they're woke as fuck,
Right.
they probably run to the panel because they know their
Exactly.
ideas are going to be completely accepted. So it makes me think maybe they aren't woke as fuck. Maybe they're just fucking hiding because they don't want any of their findings to be revealed.
Well, I mean, again, if you had one of these people that did one of these papers and they had a conversation with Eli or Philosophy Tube or these fucking people,
Oh yeah, they hate
They're
their
gonna-
guts.
they're going to have a big argument because they're going to be like talking about brain scans and physical markers for
Oh, yeah.
transgenderism or gender dysphoria, whatever. And Eli and Philosophy Tube are going to be like flipping their shit like, how dare you? This is horrible. Everything's a social construct. You're not allowed to do any of this. None of it's biological. Blah, 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 blah. What is biology anyway?
Yeah, exactly. Agua.
Agua.
Agua's the answer for everything.
Exactly.
It really is.
On a daily
I think he said aqua. I don't even think he said the word right.
No, he said, did he?
I think he
thought
said aqua.
Aqua?
Yeah.
Okay.
What a
Like the-
retard. What's
like
that
the-
retard doing? We haven't covered that retard in forever.
That's a good question.
We need to look in.
I assume he's still looking at
He
horsecock
probably
porn.
Right. Yeah. No, he probably has like a small anime child sex doll now.
Like in the background.
He has some reviewer channel.
That would actually be pretty funny. I'd actually give him points if whenever he streamed, he had
No,
like a
that
short
would
stack
not be
of
funny.
doll in the background.
That would not be funny.
That would be pretty funny.
No. You couldn't watch without thinking, oh yeah, he masturbates on that doll.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
No, please make it stop. Sitch, too far. Once again.
basis. Why is it that we never see a single one of them participating in a panel like this? Has any pundit even considered that? Are they asked but they decline, painfully aware of the avalanche of harassment they would immediately receive from the far right, no matter how much they like to pretend that trans rights
I mean, I think they get I think they get an avalanche of harassment from all sides, honestly. They're not gonna be saying a lot of things most people aren't gonna like in this conversation.
I just love he believes the right wing controls culture, which obviously you're completely in the dark if you believe that.
Right.
activists are the ones who do the harassing? Some food for thought.
Why are you giving children hormones legally? Why are you setting up networks to do this, Eli?
That's a good question.
Why?
So
this is a crime. I want to know why you're doing it. It really hurts us. It makes us look deranged. Why are you doing
Eli,
this?
why are you doing it?
Why are you
well, this is
doing
going to
it,
make some
Eli?
great TV. Look, when trans youth are denied necessary health care.
Can you imagine being Dave and you're like, you're going to make a response to this? And a big part of the conversation is Brown and Wu yelling at Eli, saying, "Why are you doing this thing?" And Dave's like, "I have no desire to look into this to find out what this is about at all. I don't know anything about that."
Of course.
Either he's the most unintellectually curious person on the planet, or as you said, he did look into it.
He did totally
saw that it was
look
pretty
into it.
shady, didn't want to have to defend it, and so he just pretended like he didn't know what they were talking about.
He totally pretended.
Yes.
He said, "I'm halfway through the video. I can't bring this up now, but I have to
Right.
put the video out." Holy cow.
We always have to step in. And right now, under very brave trans lawyers like Chase Strangio are in the Supreme Court fighting for trans kids because
In a case he's going to lose.
The insanity of Brianna, a trans person, grilling Eli for providing necessary health care for trans youth is unthinkable.
Oh, maybe he did look into it. How dare you? How dare you provide necessary health care to trans youth illegally? Okay.
Wow.
How dare you grill someone for doing that?
That's his position?
That's what he just said. Listen.
Wow.
In a case he's going to lose.
The insanity of Brianna, a trans person, grilling Eli for providing necessary health care for trans youth is unthinkable.
So he does know and completely supports it, despite the fact that it's completely. Professor Dave apparently supports people taking hormones without the care or consideration of a doctor.
Yeah.
There you go. Science-minded Professor Dave was like, listen, if you just decide to take hormones because you watch a YouTuber who made you feel or told you that your life will be better with it, you shouldn't go to a doctor. You should just, contact Eli Ehrlich, try to get some of them hormones, baby.
I'm tempted to offer free cancer treatments to all of our fans.
There you go.
But wait, Tommy is going to jump in with some high-octane stupid.
I actually
There's no
agree
such
with
thing
that.
as a trans kid.
Tommy?
That's very silly.
Pierce, there's no such thing as a trans kid. That's child abuse. When you take somebody who's still growing up, figuring out who they are, doesn't know anything about sexuality and shouldn't at that young age, and you try to convince them that there's something other than what they were born to be, that's a problem. It's child abuse.
Hey, dumbass, trans people are born trans, just like gay people are born gay. You seem to be denying both of these facts at once by conflating gender identity with sexuality and by pretending they both suddenly appear out of thin air in adolescence, which just makes you sound like a moron. Also, nobody is convincing anybody of anything. Trans kids discover and express their transness. Ultra-conservatives are so stupid that they think parents of trans kids are trying to make them trans on purpose, as though that's a thing you can even do, first of all, and as though anyone would willingly invite this shitstorm of harassment on both them and their children.
That's a thing that you can totally do. And it's crazy that he doesn't realize that or doesn't admit that. Yeah. Well, the psychology is very, very easy on that one.
Right. I don't remember who it was. There was some celebrity that people were circulating. They had some post about it that was really weird because they had so for some reason, celebrities seem to all have a disproportionate number of trans children. Right. And one of them had a trans child, and someone had found like some blog post they wrote about how like they really, really did not want a male child, and they're like very, very emotionally attached to not having a male child.
No way.
And then they had a male child, and then what do you know? Suddenly the kid's trans, which is like that's pretty yikesy, pretty right?
That is so common. Like everyone I know who's had kids always talks about what kids they want.
Right.
A lot of people do IVF just so they can pick the sex of the kid.
Right. But I also feel like this claim here, even though I think it does happen to some extent, I think he's strawmanning the broader claim. Because when I see people talk about this, the majority claim isn't all these trans kids are being, pressured into by their parents. Some people say that's happening some of the times, usually like celebrities.
They're pressured by society.
They're pressured by other kids.
Oh,
or they do it
too.
because they want to think that they're cool, or they want to fit in, or they get confused. Like, that's the primary argument that I've heard in these conversations, not that their parents are forcing them to do it.
I think a lot of gay kids obviously have same-sex attraction. It's so easy to categorize that same-sex attraction as a gender identity. So I think they they weigh their options. Is it better for me to be trans, or is it better for me to be gay?
The problem is that since it is so vague and nebulous in the way everyone talks about it, it's like people go through puberty. Most kids, when they go through puberty, feel bad because you have all these hormones in your brain and it fucks up the way that you think about everything. And then you have someone say, hey, I felt bad when I was going through puberty, but then I started taking hormones and I felt good.
Oh, yeah.
And what do you know? Testosterone, which is a mood elevator. So if you're a girl and you're going through puberty and you feel bad, and you're like, maybe I feel bad because I'm trans and I don't realize it and I have gender dysphoria.
Yeah.
Let me take some tests. You talk to one of these, you get all the right answers to say.
Great. You're like, I can lift.
Right. Yeah. You go talk to one of these, gender doctors who, they're probably not the most discerning people on the planet because they're both financially and ideologically incentivized. They give you testosterone, boom, you suddenly feel better. And I guess I really was trans. I guess I did have gender dysphoria.
Yeah. You just been punked.
Yep.
Denying transness is peak transphobia. You are perpetuating bigotry and making it impossible for trans youth to get the care they need to not want to kill themselves.
You are perpetuating bigotry and everyone is going to die because of you. How can you not think this is comedy gold, Sitch? Jeez.
You're a terrible person.
Are you a parent?
No, of course not.
Okay, so I've got four
Except
kids.
for one beloved
I've got four
cat.
kids, and I know, and my brother had 4 kids, my sister had 4 kids. I've seen a lot of kids go through puberty. They change enormously in that process, in how they think. I've seen young girls who are tomboys who then completely change, having come out of puberty. Everything changes emotionally, psychologically, physically, and to try and tamper with that process.
Well, you heard, Piers. Eli has actual statistics and also went through this process personally, but Piers knows a few kids, even a tomboy. How can anyone take this douchebag seriously? Anyway.
Well, it's funny because Professor Dave has in this video said, I've never heard anyone make that argument multiple times as an argument. He was using his personal lived experience as his argument multiple times. Okay. But also he's not interested in the topic because if he did look into the numbers that Eli's talking about, yes, once you give kids puberty blockers, the desistance rate goes down very low. Right. But they haven't done a study where they say, we're using the same criteria or the same doctors to diagnose gender dysphoria, and we're going to have one group of kids go on hormone blockers and one group of kids do nothing and go through puberty, and then say, oh, what's going on here? Is there going to be a massive difference in desistance rates? Because I wager there would be a massive difference in desistance rates if they did that study.
Professor Dave has never done a double-blind study like a fucking moron.
That is true. Professor Dave, if he was smart and not a moron, he would have done this double-blind study that it wouldn't have been double-blind, but he would have done the study I suggested.
Of course.
Yes.
He needs to get off the internet.
He should. Fund it.
Anyway, that's the end of the panel, so let's wrap things up. I didn't show most of the instances of Piers or Tommy bringing it back to women's sports again and again and again, because it was just too repetitive to put you through that, but that is what happened. This is what happens every time with these sorts of discussions. People who claim to want to have a simple discussion about biology will always retreat to these social issues, because it's the only aspect of this discussion that actually contains nuance.
Ironic. So ironic.
Well,
because that's the social issues are what the left is always talking about.
Right.
What his side is always talking about. He's the only one out here doing the fucking science stuff.
Well, also here, he didn't play this clip of Brianna, which I find a little interesting. Why he didn't play her saying this? Maybe
House Republicans.
Hurts the narrative he's been cultivating throughout this whole video here. Right at the very end here.
Despite everyone being happier on the other side.
About that issue.
To try and tamper with that process, I think, is a form of child abuse.
So this is this is right before he stopped the clip, so you know he saw it.
Agree with Tommy.
Despite everyone being happier on the other side.
About that issue, and we can figure that out. We do need much better studies, and it's very clear the protocol is failing, which is why so many of these FTMs are it does not serve them to get them on testosterone so quick. We should have a discussion about that. This is my issue, Pierce. The Eli's response to that was not to call for scientific funding, to not look at what the NIH is doing, and to open that up.
The funding
to not
already.
call, I'm going to finish my point. To not call for gender clinics to open up their data so we can actually see what's happening to these patients that are children. Her response was to go out and get a bunch of trans people to send these children hormones illegally, which is insane. It makes us look crazy. We've got to get some goddamned adults in charge of the trans rights movement again.
Yeah.
You make us look so stupid, and
I agree.
You don't see it.
I agree with you, Brenna. Thank God you're saying stuff like this. But
there you go. Brianna Wu literally saying we need to do more studies, more scientific research, and we need to fund it to look into this stuff. Something that you think Professor Dave would be all in favor of. But is it interesting that he cut all that out or he didn't show that part to his audience?
Yeah, because he's trying to paint Brianna Wu as some right winger. Brianna Wu believes in the trans kid stuff. She believes that kids should be given puberty blockers. She just thinks a doctor needs to be involved. So.
Well, she thinks that a lot of kids are being given false positives or have false positives or being given it wrong. She does think that. That's why she just said with that. That's why she just said with that the females to males, because that is where you see the disproportionately high increase rate is in female to males identifying as trans all of a sudden.
Right. I talked to her about this stuff, and I don't think she.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not.
It sounded like she said here. Maybe that's not.
I'm not certain that she thinks there's a lot of false positives going on. I think she thinks a lot of people are self-diagnosing and maybe getting false positives by self-diagnosing themselves.
Gotcha.
But I don't think she thinks a doctor gets involved and there's a lot of false positives. Like you and I think these doctors can be wrong, right? Because they don't have any fucking smoking gun. I don't think Brianna Wu thinks that at all, which makes it completely different than the way Professor Dave is characterizing her. Because she's totally in favor of the trans kids, like way more than you or I.
Right. Okay.
Are you going back to this, or is there something in this video? Because I want to bring another video up real quick.
Well, I just want to see if this was the end. I think just like a minute left.
It should be made clear that there are issues that can and ought to be discussed regarding the acceptance and integration of trans people into every aspect of social life. Regarding trans people in sports, I think there are instances in which it is not fair, and I think that there are instances.
God, what a fucking bigot.
But he doesn't have time left in the video to talk about that because his entire audience would fucking lynch him.
Right at the very end, sneaks it in there, yeah.
He's like, oh my God, there are so many unfair things here, but whoops, out of time.
Yep.
Instances in which it is fair. People who don't even take the time to understand what trans people are will certainly never lift a finger to understand what hormone replacement therapy is or precisely what it does on an anatomical and physiological level. And there are trans individuals who delay puberty until they can legally transition and thus never go through puberty as the misaligned sex, which means that any argument about advantages bestowed by development during puberty are totally inapplicable. But it's complicated. It's nuanced. With the locker room thing, bathroom thing, whatever you want to call it, again,
This picture here in the woman's locker room was actually taken by a man, so just so you know.
Do not see this as an...
That's why all these women look so fucking uncomfortable. Like, who's the dude taking pics in here?
Enormously pressing issue. But if some people are genuinely uncomfortable changing near a trans person, perhaps we will see a trend in more locker room areas and bathrooms.
And contractors, general contractors love this because they can charge so much more for your bathroom remodel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Can you imagine this bathroom at a concert? Oh, fuck me.
It was not. Yeah, right.
All the individual stalls.
Well, in the woman's bathroom, it is all individual stalls already. It's not.
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking about for locker rooms.
Oh, okay.
being planned with private stalls rather than open changing areas. Most people prefer that anyway. I don't know what we should do, and it wouldn't bother me if people were to talk about these issues.
I mean, that's a level of privacy that's far higher than the women's bathroom, though. Obviously, that was like full on doors and shit.
In a genuine good faith manner. But that is not what happens. Transphobes use sports as their favorite mott when their Bailey starts to sink, which is the smug self-righteousness they exude while confidently demonstrating that they have no clue what they're talking about.
If it wasn't for trans women in sports and trans women in women's locker rooms, if you just took those issues off the table, I don't think we'd be fucking having this conversation. So I don't know how you can say that.
Well, no, the three big issues, I think there are the two, and then there's also the should kids go on these protocols, right? Those are the three big issues.
Yes, yeah.
So there still would be the kid issue, but that definitely, if you
That's
got rid
a good
of,
point. Yeah,
if you got rid of trans women sports in the locker rooms thing, that would, I mean, that is like 50% of the conversation.
Well, and I guess if you said, the kids issue is a tough one,
because most of the people in the country, even if they don't personally believe it, you know, I think most people, like, I think like Matt Walsh and those other people, like, yeah, they don't think anyone should ever be trans for whatever, for religious reasons. But I think most of them would begrudgingly they have to kind of accept, or at least they know it's not as persuasive arguments to be like, yes, 18-year-olds, you know, in our libertarian society of America, 18-year-olds, you know, have the free choice to do whatever weird shit they want to their body.
they could go back to ignoring it. Yeah.
Right. And so they
when
would,
it's
they
in
would go back to
trans
ignoring
women
it.
in sports and trans women in women's locker rooms, I mean, you just can't ignore it.
Well, and
Even
it was
though
all this.
Professor Dave wants to act like, oh, there's no fucking big deal, just
Right.
ignore it.
Well, another issue too was there was a huge effort, and Eli was part of this too, and he's been interviewed talking about it. There's a huge effort to shove all the trans ideology shit into schools for no reason.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
There's
yeah.
literally no
Yes.
fucking reason.
Yeah.
We need to start teaching kids about gender identity and gender fluidity and transgender issues and all this other shit, just confusing the fuck out of everyone.
Well, it's not literally for no reason. I mean, the reason
you're right.
is they want to indoctrinate the next generation so that they accept trans women in women's locker rooms and sports.
That is true.
And stuff
I
like that.
meant literally
The point is,
figuratively, like a bad
yes.
person. Yes.
Doesn't mean you're a bad person. Sitch,
It means
okay?
means I'm the worst person ever. Okay.
No.
It means
People
I'm
in
a
the
demon
comments
in
like-
flesh form.
People in the comments will say that, but those people
Yes.
are fuckers.
That's true.
Is this video over? I want to watch this other video.
It's just about over.
Okay.
When it comes to biology. Biology first, the rest comes after. We will never, ever, ever progress an inch on these issues until conservatives, and even the liberals who are being held captive by this rhetoric.
It's so weird that he's standing on this ground of biology first when that's what nobody is talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Take the time to educate themselves about human biology. It's a message I've offered before, but it clearly hasn't made a dent yet, so I'll keep going until it does.
He's lecturing us on human biology, guys.
Yes.
So that's it for this episode of Things I Wish I Could Have Shouted at Piers Morgan's Face. Perhaps I'll have an opportunity later, whether it's about this topic or some other one. We'll just have to wait and see. Until next time.
I'm sure that would go over really well. Yes.
Why is he so ugly, Sitch? Oh, here's to look at. He's got one eye that like barely opens.
Oh my God. So mean. So mean.
What?
The entire comic book
can't
is about
tell.
me fixing my ugly face. All right.
I can't
We
tell.
can't all be as beautiful as you.
I can't tell if this guy is a man or a
Things I
woman.
wish I could have shouted.
Look at this.
You're confused. Yeah, it's very
And
unclear.
it looks like his bottom rack of teeth. It looks like he's missing every other tooth down there. That's
No,
weird.
it doesn't.
It does. And this eye
No.
looks like it looks like he had a stroke, half of his face. Or he just figured out how to do mushrooms on one side of his brain.
Jeez, look at this.
He does have a saggy face on this side. You don't see that?
Maybe he had an issue. Maybe.
I mean,
there's
I
no-
might. I'll feel. That's tough. I'll feel bad for noticing that he had a stroke if he actually did have a stroke, but I'll forgive him a little more for being so crazy on the trans stuff because
there you go.
He actually has brain damage. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So it's a mixed bag. Let us know if Professor Dave has had a stroke or not.
What's the video you wanted us to watch?
Oh, I found the perfect video for us here.
What's this video?
It's called How Can You 100% Know You're Transgender? Okay. I've been thinking I might be transgender. Okay.
Really?
We've been watching all of these videos and I'm transgender curious.
Okay. You know what's funny? I saw this person, this videos come up in the recommended.
Oh, really? When you were researching? Oh, really?
I know, like today. So it's weird that the algorithm showed it to you, unless you're on this channel, so that would make sense.
No, I just searched for how can I tell if I'm transgender.
Oh, okay. So I just and I had one thought when I saw the person's face in the thumbnail.
This is let's talk about my therapist experience again.
Right. So I saw this person's, and listen, this person could be very nice. Okay. This could be, I don't know. I haven't seen this video. Maybe it's a super smart video. Maybe it's super nice. Right.
Her head looks circumcised, but I don't know what's going on with the hairdo. She's literally a dickhead.
Well, it was strange to me. I was like, that's a little girl who saw The Incredibles and she saw Edna Mode and she's like, that's my look. I'm going to intentionally go for the Edna Mode look.
Talk about the necklace. How many souls are captured in that fucking necklace?
All of them. Look, that's the every soul of a man who's dared mansplain to her has been sent.
Oh my God, that's so true.
Okay.
It's so true. And the way she puts her microphone like some monstrous cock in the frame here.
There you go.
There's some weird shit going on in this video. Look, I've never seen this video. I just searched, how can I tell if I'm transgender?
No, my actual, it is kind of mean, but it's sincere thought process. I have seen multiple women who do the Edna Mode look.
Right.
And it's intentional. And I always wonder why. What is the thought process there? Why do you want to look like Edna Mode from The Incredibles? I just not sure I get it.
There's a type of man that finds this attractive.
Oh, okay.
That she's obviously, well, maybe it's a type of woman that finds this attractive that she's interested in.
Okay, but we're being mean. Let's watch the video. Maybe it's a great video.
What do you mean?
We're being super mean. Let's watch the video. Maybe it's very good.
Hold on. I want you to watch this from you're a young person. You think you might be transgender, okay?
Okay.
You're going to go to YouTube. You're going to find out.
I keep seeing women's boobs and I'm like, I want some of those.
Am I transgender?
Give me the boobs.
Okay. This is I'm sure this is very scientific.
Give me the boobies. I'm ready.
The Chiron says, how can you 100% know you are trans?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Z. I'm a clinical psychologist specializing in transgender care. Welcome to my channel.
Oh my God, Sitch, this is amazing. This is amazing. Did you know she was going to have an accent like that?
No. I mean, it makes sense, I guess.
Is that an accent or is she just mumbling?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Video is for all of the adult viewers that I have that are constantly asking yourself this vital question of how can you 100% know for a fact you are transgender?
That says to me, her lawyer reached out to her and was like, you're going to get fucking sued with all of these kids here. Notice how in the first 30 seconds she drops all of my adult viewers. You think there's a lot of adult viewers that are coming to this channel? Probably
Define
not.
Adult.
Why did that seemed very out of place. I thought we were worried about everyone who could possibly have gender dysphoria and be transgender. Why did she drop all of my adult viewers? Wink, wink.
I don't know. This is a
She
comment.
made the air quotes when she did adult.
Right.
No. She didn't actually do that, but
one of the comments on the video is, I never thought I was transgender for 75 years.
Oh, really?
Then I started learning about transgenders and realized I was.
Oh, okay. Look, that's what brought me here. I think I might be.
You're 75 years old and think you might be transgender.
Sitch, will you still love me if I transition?
It depends. You got to be hot.
Oh,
if you transition, you got to be hot.
Listen to this guy. So fucking
I'm a total bigot. I am very superficial. I'm a total bigot.
Superficial.
Well, okay, listen. If you
I'll
transition,
have to get rid of my abs, otherwise it wouldn't be a good transition.
No. Here, if you
I got to get rid of my man boobs. Oh wait, no, I guess I need that. Might help my transition.
I'll build the bridge with you, Adam. Okay, if you transition and you're not hot, just use one of those hot anime avatars.
Oh, that's what all the trans women do.
Yes, exactly.
I think I have one of those already. Where's my hot anime girl? Oh, here it is. What's up? What's up, baby?
That's terrible.
Sorry.
The sense of knowing, as I said in some of my other videos, is something that we as humans tend to have a need for. We tend to feel that we really need to know something 100%, especially when it comes to something as serious as gender transition. And I can understand where that sense of knowing comes from. In this video, I'm going to offer to you, I'm not going to tell you how you can 100% know, and I'll tell you why, but I am going to offer you a ways to look at it that is going to give you certain things to help you understand and start trusting your own inner knowing. So let's start.
Okay, we got to trust our inner knowing here, Sitch. That's an important aspect of it. Highlight that. Double click on that, as they say.
Believe in yourself.
Right.
Okay, I'm ready.
Your inner knowing. That's
I'm believing in the me that believes in you. Okay.
Personally,
the spirit of Kamina is looking over me to check if I'm trans.
Personally, I would like some sort of scientific test myself, not inner knowing. Okay. If I think I have cancer, I would want some way to confirm. I wouldn't want someone to tell me, just focus on your inner knowing. I would say, how about you fuck off? And my inner knowing doesn't have an opinion on this.
Right. Well, that's because you don't listen to your inner knowing.
Well, sometimes I do. It depends upon what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If it's
Adam's inner knowing just has one thing.
If it's like drugs, if it's like drugs or partying or something like that, yes, I listen to the inner knowing.
It's just limbo rings and boobs.
If it's cut your dick off, I say, fuck you, inner knowing. You don't know fucking shit.
Okay.
Yes.
100%. Can we please acknowledge that a lot of transgender folks, when they started to question their gender identity or when they started taking steps towards their authentic self, did not 100% knew that they were transgender. They were most likely struggling with severe gender dysphoria, and if it wasn't severe, they had some element of gender dysphoria. Maybe some people had also gender euphoria. One way or another, a lot of you did not feel comfortable or very disaligned with your gender assigned at birth. And so a lot of people, when they move forward, any kind of transition-related services, if they're for them, for example, even social transition, don't know 100%. There are, of course, people who know 100%, and that's amazing. But the reality is that a lot of people will not know 100%. And the main reason why a lot of people will not know 100% is because we live in a world where...
Stop teasing me! God damn it! Oh my God! Just tell me the answer. Dr. Z, just tell me if I'm trans. Stop teasing me. Stop blue balling me here.
It's crazy because maybe she's going to go in a more reasonable direction and say you should question. You're not going to know 100%, and if you need 100% assurance, you're not going to get it. And you should probably seek other outlets for your attention, right?
I hope that's what she says, and I hope she gets to that point,
right?
Because I'm feeling blue balled. I don't like it.
But she could say you're never going to know 100%, and you should go for it. You should totally do it. It's great.
Right.
Be fucking trans. Do it up. You're going to love it. Let's see which way it goes.
How should I say it? Because this is it kills me every time. We live in a world where there's so much in this world that constantly tells you consciously and subconsciously that you don't exist and that you don't belong. When you're being told you don't exist and you don't belong, and that your identity is not valid, and that transgender identity is some form of ideology, or that transgender identity is a mental illness, you start distrusting yourself. You start distrusting who you are. You start distrusting your own inner feelings, your own intuition. You start to really not believing yourself. And this is where lack of 100% is going to come from, because there's so much in this world that doesn't support. Not only does it not support you exploring your gender, but it also tells you that your
How are you feeling about your prediction here?
This is terrible. This is fucking awful, complete nonsense bullshit. Yeah. She's basically said, because we don't have a scientific way to determine 100%, let's just blame this on the bigotry of society, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not our fault that we can't tell, because there's no science involved in this whole thing. It's society's fault for being bigoted towards you, and you should have every right to explore your sexuality or your gender identity, whether or not you're trans. Who gives a fuck? That's right. The direction we're going in. You agree? Now she's trying to talk us into it. Just think your son or daughter goes to this. This is the first video they watch. That's
great.
Awful. That's completely awful. Great. Look, Dr. Z. Hey, Mom. I saw a video from a doctor, a transgender specialist on YouTube. Right. Turns out I'm trans. And if you don't believe me, you're a fucking bigot.
Gender is strictly
what's up?
Anchored to your sex. And there's no other way to support you exploring your gender. But it also tells you that your gender is strictly anchored to your sex, and there's no other way to be. This is why 100% is not realistic for a lot of people. Again, there are people who know 100%, and that's amazing. I don't think the point is...
But most of us know about 40%.
Right.
And that's good enough. Join us.
Is knowing 100%. Now, I know some people watching this who are... I have acquired at this point people who are against my opinions and my views, and you're probably eager to comment and say, how can you say that if you don't know 100%, you should move forward with transition? I say if you don't know 100%, but you pretty confident is not the wrong way, but you know that you're not comfortable with your gender assigned at birth. Yeah, I'd say go and move forward with social transition. Sure. Social transition is, there's nothing in social that you're going to engage that is going to be irreversible. It's a great way to explore. And it's about moving forward and exploring yourself. And as you move forward and explore yourself, you start...
Okay, we got debated. There's nothing in there that's going to teach us how we 100% know we're transgender, Adam. Okay, we got clickbaited. We got debated.
Yeah.
No cocks.
You want to continue?
No,
I mean, I am kind of curious, but
if you are
not curious,
I have no desire to continue this video.
I mean, I guess we could ask chat. We'll read some super chats and ask.
Okay.
Well, no, chat. You want us to continue? Give us ones if you want to continue. Two if you want to move on.
Right.
One if you want to know if you yourself are truly transgender.
And you want,
and you also want to see the crazy shit that kids are encountering on the internet that are making them think that they're transgender, that Professor Dickhead Dave doesn't even address in his video because he's totally in favor of this shit and wants to basically gaslight all of the children into believing that they're transgender so they cut their dicks off. Then
that's a lot of twos.
Right.
The twos would
yeah, the two. Well, okay, we're moving on. Done.
Okay. Thank you, Grendel Vat, for the 50 gifted memberships.
Holy shit, it's unanimous.
It was, yeah. It's pretty overwhelming.
Okay,
no one liked Edna mode. So.
Your senses are better than mine then.
Yes.
I'll have to watch this in my own time.
You get
look,
the
I
bottom
may
of
come
it.
back on Tuesday and be transgender, guys.
Well, listen, someone suggested in chat, I think they're very right. If you want to experiment, Adam, if you don't know, just put on a dress and come on stream.
You know, I would get a better idea if I saw someone else in a dress. If I saw another man in a dress and I thought, oh, that looks fun.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah. So you put the dress on and I'll critique.
What is this? Dionysus for $2 says Vosh made a video calling out Dave on transphobia.
Really? Holy. Okay.
That's hilarious.
Shooting inside the tent.
Okay, so maybe I am curious to go back and watch that video. I see this from like 2 years ago. So maybe Vosh called out Dave as a transphobe, and that's what made him so cautious in this video. I wonder.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Maybe. Interesting.
Because he had a reasonable take on trans women in sports. So that's why he got called
I don't
a transphobe.
know. I don't know.
Probably so.
Or maybe he did have a terrible take, but it wasn't terrible enough for Vosh's liking. So
Grindable Bat gave 50 gifted memberships, which is great.
Grindle.
Thank you so much. I'm not seeing it in the top chat, so I just figured. I don't know if you're seeing it. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
The Wooster for $5 says Jake Tapper is getting widespread acclaim for something a boomer MAGA chud could have told you 5 years ago. Truly the clown party the Dems are. Well, the difference, though, is that Jake Tapper is on the left and that he also has receipts. Anonymous Cower for $5 says Jubilee uploaded the Jordan Peterson versus 20 cringe atheist video. If only they weren't so hard on copyright, that could have been today's stream. I don't know if we even want to watch that video. That sounds awful. Do you want to watch Jordan Peterson argue with 20 cringe atheists?
I mean, I'll watch anything anybody if they want us to watch it, sure. I'm
there
down.
You go. Adam is a slut.
That's a slut?
He's a slut. I'll watch anything anyone wants me to. I'm a big hoe.
Well, I'm not. I didn't say I would fuck any. I didn't say I would fuck anything. How do you get?
Okay.
I mean, watching a video, Sitch, is far less of a commitment than ejaculating in someone. So
really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's interesting. That's the first I've heard of this.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I
really.
Agree with that.
That's the first you've heard of that?
Listen, you can splooge in a person and it only takes you a couple minutes. We have to sit here and watch these videos for hours. All right. No, it's definitely a lot more commitment.
Wait a second here. I bowed to the twos. I wanted to watch more of this video. Everyone else wanted to move on. I thought it was interesting.
There you go. The Dark Conservatarian for $10 says, not going to lie, I'm a fan of him taking on flat earthers, but he really does have an insufferable personality. Dave McKeegan is a much nicer anti-FE flat earther. Schmidian is all right too, but too many anti-theists in his fan base. There you go.
Where are we at?
The Dark Conservatarian.
Okay. I got it.
Metalworks 41190 for Joe says, you think it's better to own property or rent?
Own, obviously.
Well, wouldn't it depend on
property or rent?
How much money you have, where you're going to own or rent? I mean, there's a couple factors at play here, right?
Well, as long as NIMBYism reigns supreme, the property is always going to hold its value better. So
there you go.
I guess, look, it really depends upon your situation, right? I guess I can think of situations where renting is, if you decide. I mean, I moved to New Orleans out of college because I wanted to just check it out. I guess if you're buying a house there, I mean,
that'd be kind of dumb.
Yeah, buying a house, there's all these closing costs and whatnot. So you have to plan on living in the house for, I think, 5 years is kind of where it's 3 to 5 years where your break-even point is for the closing costs and whatnot. And then you're just blowing away as rents are going up and your mortgage is staying the same. So if you're going to live in a place for over 3 years, I think considering buying is probably a better deal.
Also, do not go back in time to 2007 and buy a house. That'd probably be also a mistake.
Yeah, don't do that.
Jonathan Rosler for 32 months. Thanks so much. Says, so he has politics derangement syndrome. Yes.
There is, just on the house thing too, there is a bunch of videos on YouTube of people who've bought homes and regretted it. So you really have to do a budget and be conservative in how much money you can make. Because if you buy a house and you live there for 2 months and you lose your job, that house is going to become an albatross around your fucking neck. You're going to really regret your situation. So
yep.
You gotta, and I guess a lot of people do this now. They buy a house. The real estate agent talks them into buying a house that they just can't afford, which is the whole selling house industry. Real estate agents, loan officers, all of these people, they're going to go in there and hard sell you into buying a house that's 10 times more money than you can afford, because they make all the money off of commissions and stuff. So they're going to give you a completely rosy picture that you have to ignore. You have to be iron-willed and say, no, this is a house we can afford. This is all I want to look at. I don't want to look at the listings of all these houses that are outside of my budget. You have to be steely on this kind of thing. And if you do that, you'll probably enjoy owning much more. When I watch the videos of the people who are house poor and are totally regret buying a home, I think that's 90% of the time the situation that they're in. They bought way more house than they could afford. So now most of their money is going to a mortgage and whatever comes up with the house, because things will break and you have to get things fixed. And they have no money to go to the fucking movies. Who wants to live in a situation like that? So they're complaining about they're just going to work and going home, and that's their life. You don't want to be in that situation, right?
Right.
Home prices need to come down though. That's it's a nightmare. Yep. Because if homes were affordable, a lot of people love owning a home. That's the thing. When we were moving, I told my wife, I don't want to do any yard work. I don't want to do any of that fucking shit. I want to live in a condo where all that stuff is done, right? And I kind of did the home thing because my wife wanted it. And she was right. It's fucking great. I love having a yard. I love fucking around in the yard. And so, I mean, I was wrong about that. The condo situation, I probably wouldn't have liked as much.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know until you do it.
Go.
What do
you, that was very, very good advice about don't let the realtor upsell you on something.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah.
And they will be strong-willed on that.
They will do it. But look, here's the way that I do it. I handle it because I've worked in sales a bunch. So I get it, right? I don't look down on people who are trying to upsell me on things. A lot of people get triggered by it. I don't get triggered. I have fun with it. I mean, I think to myself, there's no way in hell I'm going to fucking buy a house that big or even look at a house that big. But I string them along. I tell them, oh, that's interesting. Let me think about that.
It's so mean.
I do. I totally do. I give them a little bit of that hope. That hope springs eternal. Right. They'll work that much harder for you. And sooner or later, they're going to find a house that you are interested in. So why be obnoxious about it, right? Mm-hmm. Get them on your side. Be amicable, right?
Right.
Yeah. So there's your advice. If you're thinking of buying a home, those are the pitfalls.
Good advice.
Yeah.
Trent Roberts for 7 Canadian says, my real name is Camden Gerard Davis. I'm a Bosnian nationalist and I fought in the Yugoslavian wars.
Interesting.
Okay. I don't know what it has to do with anything, but thank you for sharing.
Yeah, no.
It's very interesting. Andrew Bear for $5 says, Adam Wrong Thor. What? Adam Wrong Thor. Progressives do want racial hierarchy, not equity. They just want minorities at the top, the hierarchy where they can't be questioned.
Well, I understand. Yes, that's kind of the way it works out. But philosophically, I don't think they're in favor of that. I think the wanting to eliminate all hierarchies is really the goal of the philosophy.
It's hard. It can be confused. This is why my inside outside theory is so amazingly wonderful.
Tell
This
us
is how
about
you
it.
can. This is how you can get people who are like black nationalists or ethno nationalists, but they're the minority group, and somehow they get sucked into like they're on the left, even though they're not. They're on the right.
Mhm.
They just seem like they're on the left because they're part of the minority culture. And the broader left movement is more in favor of the minority culture than the majority culture.
They you can tell that it's not a part of the philosophy because they would never just come out and say that. They would never come out and say black people are superior and we should be at the top of the hierarchy.
Some people
right?
say that.
Who says that?
Some people say that.
On the left?
White people have no culture. White people have no soul. White people are all evil colonialists.
Right, but they have this stereotype that all white people are cultural supremacists, are white supremacists.
Right,
So-
but I think
And that's like acid to their philosophy.
a lot of people, there are some people that will say it outright, but a lot of people won't say it outright, but it's implied when you keep making statements about how all white people are bad. I think the implication is, well, therefore that means other
They're-
non-white people are superior, right?
But they're bad because they're cultural supremacists. That's what
Okay.
makes
I
them
understand what you're
bad.
saying.
Yeah, that's why they're
Well,
bad.
I think it's a little bit more confused than that.
We're arguing that they have this fucked up stereotype that all white people are racist, cultural supremacists. That's our argument.
Right.
But their argument is no, they are cultural supremacists and fucking evil, right?
Mm.
Yeah. They're not cultural supremacists. No, they think obviously all the cultures are equal. They're moral relativists. They're cultural relativists. Even to say that one culture is better than another culture is an evil injustice.
Mm.
I mean, that's true, right?
Sure.
They always try to get people
Some
on. What are
people
you
say
trying to
that.
say? One culture is better than another? Why would you say that? Oh my God, you're evil. How dare you? Fucking cultural supremacist. So, but Sitch is I'm a cultural supremacist too. I think you can order cultures.
America is obviously the superior.
I think some cultures are better than other cultures,
That is
obviously.
true.
Like, what's the point of even having different cultures if some aren't better than others, right?
Exactly,
That's
right?
stupid.
What's the point of having different
just
ice
to
cream
make-
flavors if they're all the same?
Just to make them different. Yeah.
One is the best one, okay? Chocolate
Yes.
fudge brownie and cookie dough are obviously the best.
But they will hate you for saying that.
Oh my God, guys, I discovered a new product.
Mhm.
Oh, what is it called? I discovered some new product at the grocery store. It was like, it's a dairy-free dessert. Okay, get this. Okay, it's like they take a ball of like cookie dough is the outside, and they put ice cream on the
You're
inside.
winning me over. Oh my God. What?
It's like so fucking good. I forgot what it's called. I don't know what
How
it's
is this
called.
dairy free though?
Because it's just with dairy-free ice cream.
suspect.
Yeah.
I'm
No, it is.
suspect.
I
if
eat
it's
it and I don't
dairy-free.
die, so it's dairy-free. Okay.
No, I'm suspect it's good if it's dairy free. I'm a dairy nut, obviously. I drink half and half and everything.
Yeah, that is weird.
Yeah. I
That is
love
weird.
cream. Oh, it's the best.
Adam loves his cream.
I
Okay.
do. Yeah. The
Yes.
creamier the better.
Right.
Just fill me up with that cream.
It's disgusting. Oh my God.
Maybe I am transgender. Let me go back
There
to the
you go.
video.
You're not trans, you're just gay.
What are all these twos? I can't believe people aren't more interested if I'm transgender or not.
Right.
You guys suck.
I don't know what it's called, but I'll find out for you. It's really fucking good.
I'll try it. Yeah, sure.
It's
I'll
really
give it a
good.
whirl.
Yeah.
I had a cookie that was so good the other day that I went to Amazon to see if I could just buy the cookie. I bought it at a sandwich shop. They offered like a meal with a cookie, and I thought I'll try the cookie, and the cookie was just fucking great. And they had 10 cookies for $50. What the fuck? I almost gave them a 1 star just for.
Are they like the protein cookies or something?
No,
No?
they're just sugar cookies. Well, they're not sugar cookies. What kind of cookies?
What was the name of the? What was do you remember the brand?
I do. Here, I'll investigate for you.
That's interesting. Because that seems pretty crazy.
Sweet Street Salted Caramel Manifesto Cookie.
Sweet.
10
Jesus.
10 count for $44. After tax, you're like $50.
Why are they so much?
I mean, it's a delicious cookie. I mean, I'm contemplating it.
You're like, listen, I might get it. Okay.
But normally when I buy more, I expect to get a better price.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I paid $5 at the fucking sandwich shop. I think it was a cookie and chips for $4. What is this $5 cookie? It's bullshit.
Okay. Professor lives in Dave's wall specifically for $2. Says easy rebrand. Everything I say is fact now. There you go. That's an easy rebrand. That's good.
You guys investigate this cookie situation for me and let me know. Is the internet lying to me because I have an expensive computer or something? Are they gaslighting me on this cookie price?
Everyone's gonna check it and they're like, what do you mean, Adam? This is only $20.
Can you guys buy these cookies for $2 a cookie?
Well, for me, it's showing $100. So obviously,
is it really?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Oh my God.
Just a joke.
I put the thing in the chat. Sweet Street Salted Caramel Manifesto Cookies. Right. I mean, do I get a copy of the manifesto with it? Whose manifesto is it? I know it ain't the Communist Manifesto because someone's doing the capitalist manifesto with these
Somebody's
cookies.
Drawing some profit from these cookies. Okay.
Of course. For the first time in my life, I looked at the price of these cookies and thought, profit is theft.
Terrible.
I mean, are these Pokemon? Did Pokemon make these cookies with love?
They are specifically Pokemon cookies, yes.
Oh my. Please.
Matt Geddes for 13 months says, I have a feeling the trans epidemic might have to be tied to the role model issue in childhood in today's society, social contagion through awe. Probably.
Yeah, you can't even talk to Professor Dumbshit Dave about social contagion because he just won't believe it's true.
Mm-hmm.
He's never read any of the literature on social contagion. He doesn't know social contagion is linked to suicide. Things that you wouldn't, are obviously not good for you. So social contagion could be linked to transgenderism just as easily, right?
No, that's a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, that's what he would say.
Right.
Yes.
So Sammy, the sweet angel that she is, actually took a picture of the thing I was talking about because I couldn't remember what it was called.
What is it? Photo?
It's called Delicious.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
Delicious. And the ones I tried was they had a chocolate truffle that was really fucking good and a chocolate chip that was pretty good too.
Delicious ice cream. Look at that.
Delicious frozen cookie dough and gelato bites. Dairy-free, baby.
I
oh my God.
love gelato. And gelato is a good substitute for dairy. Gelato is delicious.
Some gelato does have dairy in it. So you gotta be careful.
Oh, really? So it's probably the ones I like are probably filled with dairy.
This is dairy-free though. It's really oh my God, the ones I were fucking really tasty. They have them at Target.
We have a Target. I could go to Target.
Go check them out.
I don't see it on. I looked on Amazon, but maybe I'll look on something else here.
I just Googled Delicious.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm fucking on it. I know my shit.
Do you know how to do it? Do you know how to find these things?
I know how to find $50.
And Adam,
cookies.
It doesn't cost $50. It only costs like $6.
Delicious. Yeah. Wow. This does look good.
See.
I know where I'm going after this live stream.
There you go.
Give me some of this delicious. What is this? Chocolate raspberry? Oh, yeah. I'm going to try this.
There you go.
Later tonight. How many calories are these? Because I'm going to eat like 10 of them.
I think it's like 90 to 100 per. So don't go crazy.
Oh.
Eat like 1 or 2. All right.
Damn it.
Yes, we're on food already, David.
It's that time.
Yeah, it's that time. Dr. Fire for 5 Canadian. Thanks so much. Says if gender dysphoria is just another version of dysphoria, then wouldn't it be treated in the same or similar way as anorexia and eating disorders? If it was the same, I don't think they think it is the same though, because I think they think that body dysmorphia is a anxiety disorder. So, Professor, though actually, I don't know if they've ever given people with gender dysphoria anti-anxiety meds and seeing if it actually had an impact. I'm not sure. Professor lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says a woman is whatever I'm attracted to. There you go.
Ooh, really?
Albert for 28 months says that room looks like Saddam Hussein's cave.
Ooh,
there you
ouch.
go. Salty Trisket for $5 says if you uploaded the mind of a cat into the body of a person, is it a human with the mind of a cat or a cat with the body of a human?
Yeah, that's kind of what's going on with this situation where you've got a female brain and a male body.
Right. Well, it would be weird because, like, well, first of all, we have to have it like, what is the mind anyway? Like, would you take the like conscious information of the cat and then project it onto a human brain? Because if you did that, wouldn't they like gain human intelligence? Because you're just basically putting the cat consciousness or whatever the fuck a mind is through a human filter, so it would become smarter.
Well, society's obviously going to make the decision on who we default to. If this situation is actually true, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the person is going to get to decide, oh, since I have the brain of a woman, I get to, with my male body, go into women's spaces. I don't think that's going to be the situation. So a similar situation is obviously people who are mixed race, right? Your mom's Asian and your dad's black. But how they identify sometimes even gets tricky because obviously how they present becomes part of the equation as well, right? If they're super light skinned people and identify as black, people might say, oh, you're not black enough, right?
Right.
But society's going to play a role somehow, right? You agree with that?
Of course.
Yeah.
Daniel Sank, thanks so much for 21 months. Says this video reminds me of the Flat Earth Truther videos. Adam, looking sharp as always. Sitch, thanks for reading this. 18 reigns supreme. Well, thank you, Daniel.
Look at that.
Listen, I'm wearing a suit. Okay. Obviously, I look sharper than Adam. How dare you?
Sitch is going to do his face reveal next week, guys. So
true. That's definitely 100% true.
He's not. We are going to play Dungeons and Dragons though, right? Next week. Is that a thing that's going to happen?
I believe so.
Nice. We might play it on Tuesday. We might play it on Thursday. We might play it on Wednesday. I don't really know. Sitch and I said we could do any of those. Like we might substitute it for our normal stream.
Oh, right. Professor lives in Dave's Wall specifically for $2 says Lola Bunny was a government psyop for furries. Now that is one conspiracy I do believe.
Is Dev and Rags joining us for our stream?
I believe so.
That was a rumor.
Yes. That is a rumor.
Let us know if you don't want Dev to join us by putting 1 in the chat.
Well, it doesn't matter if you want to let us know or not, because he's going to be there.
No, he is joining us for sure. But let us know if you don't want him to join us.
Okay.
Just so we can start some drama.
Just so it could be mean, right?
Before the stream.
Okay. J-Mac, I got fired. Thanks so much, Dad. J-Mac for $20. Says, I sent you guys the Roll20 game invite. The pre-made characters are on there. Hope you guys like them. Thursday would work best for me. Well, then Thursday it shall be.
I looked through some of those pre-made characters and I was like, why do I got to be Mr. Pink? Like, why can't I be Mr. Diamond or Mr. Black?
You want to change the names? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I did have that Reservoir Dogs moment.
I understood the reference, yes. Yeah.
Did you, what did you think of those?
Didn't he just send them while we were streaming?
No, he sent them days ago. What are you talking about? Or he tweeted them out and I looked at them.
Oh,
One of them was named like Lolly. I was like,
I didn't see.
Okay, we'll make Dev Lolly.
I didn't see. I'll check. Yeah.
We got to change that Lolly name. We can't have one of the characters literally named Lolly.
That's kind of funny.
Come on.
Come on. That's a good one. It's like a trick. It's a trap.
Right. But it
I do see it. It's
the Lolly one is some super like jailbait.
It's an elf. What do you mean?
Jailbait elf. Yes, with the penis ears.
That elf is obviously 1,000 years old. Okay, they're not a Lolly.
I knew this was going to come. Why is her name Lolly?
It's Lolia.
Her name is Lolly.
It's Lolia. There's an A there. Okay.
We're going to change her name to Short Stack Goblin. We're keeping this game clean.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Look, thankfully nobody put any ones into the chat, so
there was a lot of ones.
We want Dev. We want Dev to join us.
Right. Metalworks 41190 for Chura says, please don't confuse zoophilia with furries. Thanks. That is true. They are different. But I think they're both probably biological.
I started thinking, and this was never a good path to go down, but the guys that are attracted to horses, right? Mm-hmm. They have sex with horses and stuff.
Right.
I started thinking, what makes that go? How does that actually happen?
How does that?
It's just insane to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I started thinking about the brown beetle. I can't remember the name of the guy that always talks about it, but there's this brown beetle that is attracted to shiny brown objects, and that's how it finds
what you're talking about.
It's like a hack for the beetle to reproduce, right? The female beetle is shiny and brown.
Okay.
But the beetle often gets a false positive on a beer bottle. If people throw their beer bottles out into the desert, they'll find this beetle like fucking the shit out of this beer bottle because it just knows shiny and brown, right?
Right.
So I was
you're thinking that's happening with the horses.
Well, I don't know. What is the cue? What is the thing
that's
that
a
they're
good
like
fucking
that's
question
in their brain? That's the one thing that they're like, this is sexually attractive to me.
What would be?
Where is the overlap between the woman and the horse? Right. The thing that they fixate on, because women don't normally have hooves, so it can't be the hooves thing, right?
Is it straight guys or gay guys that are attracted to horses? I thought it was like
is it
like the dicks or something?
Huh. Wow. Okay. It's a big horse dong. That's the beer bottle for them.
Right.
I don't know. Let us know.
This is a good conversation.
Let us know in the chat. Let us know.
Let us know in the chat where you think it is.
What you think it is?
Or the horse cooch?
Well, I didn't think. I don't personally know any horse fuckers. Well, let's be honest. It's California. I might know 7.
You just don't realize you know.
They just are smart enough not to mention to me that they're into fucking horses. They probably all talk about it together. They probably have a Reddit page devoted to
there you go. David Puff figured it out. He said horses and women both have shoes.
Oh, yes. Horses wear shoes. It's a shoes fetish.
The shoes, yeah. Cloppers, thank you. Exactly.
Oh, man.
Look at that.
Smart.
J-Mac or Circuit Farm for another $20 says it's a capital I, you Philistine. It's not an L. It's Eola.
Oh, really?
Eolia. It's Eolia.
Okay.
It's a capital I.
Well,
I see.
That makes it better.
Listen, Jay, when you wrote that down, listen, Jay, when you typed that in, you should have been like,
who's
that
taking
name
that
looks
character?
A little suspect.
Can I have some input on my character? I want my character to be chaotic evil, so.
Well, can't you click on it and see what the
fronting.
character's attributes are or something?
Maybe.
Okay.
I didn't know that clicking is a thing. You can do that on the internet.
You can click on the thing, yeah.
Where are these characters? Are they on the Discord?
He sent us a...
Okay.
Something in
On
the
Twitter?
DMs.
Oh, right. I remember looking at him, but let me see here. Maybe I couldn't remember if it was Discord that I saw him or.
Well, I see now that he put out a tweet that has the pictures. And
Yeah,
the names,
that's where I saw him. I saw him on his tweet.
Right,
Yeah.
but he sent something just now, which is why I was like, "How did you look at this?"
It wasn't clickable. His tweet
Yeah, I
wasn't
know.
clickable.
But the DM is clickable.
Okay, look at this. I'm bringing him up so you guys can see the lolly.
Well,
The lolly.
Uh-huh.
Are you picking that character? Because I'm gonna call you Lolly.
I might, just to annoy you.
If you do,
I'm gonna take the lolly.
If you do, I'm gonna call you Lolly the whole time.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Okay.
Aren't you reading super chats?
I was.
Get.
Josue Calejero for 23 months.
Cookie dough to get.
Yeah, he's got some horse cocks to look up. I'm starting a 10-year track position in the fall, and Dave claiming professor is stolen valor, or it would be if academia wasn't already a farce. Wow, well, congratulations. That's cool.
True.
You're going down the tenure track. Is that true? Is Dave was he never a professor of any type? Was he just lying out of his butt? I assumed he was, but
Short that's his YouTube name.
Oh, gotcha. Short Goblin for $2 says the LGBTQ sorting hat. True.
Oh yeah. We didn't get to that part of the video because you guys couldn't pay attention for 5 fucking minutes.
That's true.
Are we gonna talk about how Lilo and Stitch was trash? Sitch or what?
We can talk about that.
Okay.
We're gonna talk about Lilo and Stitch, guys, after the super chats. Don Mack for $5 says, do you guys listen to King Critical's channel? He expertly takes apart trans claims, including Professor Dave's retarded videos. I have seen some of his videos on the trans subject, and they're pretty good.
Who's? King Critical? Oh, yeah, he's great. You guys got to subscribe to King Critical.
Loser Doma for $2 Canadian says, let's go Oilers. There you go. Sports. Sport teams.
Yeah, we love sports.
Yes.
We have male brains.
Woo!
I swear.
Professor lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says, who reads studies? Just assert they agree with you. Now that's the 10D chess move right there, baby. Stooge Make a Duck, thank you for the 20 Aussie bucks. Says, I posit that upwards of 70% of genderqueer individuals, trans and NBs included, have childhood trauma and or poor parental relationships. I've observed this way too often in the wild. It goes doubly for the pronoun peeps. That makes sense. I probably agree with that. Mr. M6 for 100 Kazarks says, Dave definitely proved that identifying as a professor doesn't make you one. That is true.
Oh, yeah, that's great. I dig it.
J-Mac for $20. Thank you, J-Mac. Said, oh, this is about the characters. He says, Jolly is a conniving little prick. He's chaotic neutral. You'd probably like him. Adam, given you don't mind playing a halfling. Honestly, you can play them however you want. The pre-mades are just to make things easy.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. So you can choose any character you want based on their skills, and then you just make whatever personality you want. So if you want to be the lolly, Adam, if you want to be the lolly, you're allowed.
Oh, fuck you. Are you serious, Sitch?
Yes.
Oh my God.
That way you can be Lolly and Stitch, right? We'll be Lolly and Stitch.
Oh my God. No. Lolly and Sitch.
I'll be the halfling, so I'll be small.
I think I just came up with a name for our new show.
There you go. There you go. I think we're gonna draw the wrong type of crowd though. If we do that.
Of course.
Right.
No, we're joking, obviously. That's not gonna happen.
Right.
Unless there's a wood chipper on scene.
J-Max says she's 6 feet tall. So she can't be a lolly.
She's 6 feet. The lolly is? What about the chaotic evil one? That's the one
But he's a halfling, so he's probably short.
I'm interested. The chaotic evil one is?
He's chaotic neutral.
I want to be 100 foot tall and chaotic evil.
I don't think that's an option.
Why not?
I don't think that's an option. Maybe that's the goal. That's your character's goal, is you just want to be 100 foot tall for some reason. That's your character motivation.
You guys are stepping on all of my creativity here.
I know. Look at this guy. Q Cuba Madra, thanks so much for the 250 Ps. Says the all boys school I went to has opted to use ladies and gentlemen when addressing the student body to be more trans inclusive. How would you respond to someone saying, "What's the harm in that?"
What is the harm in using ladies and gentlemen?
In an all boys school.
I
don't know if it's harm. It just seems fucking stupid and cringe. I don't know if it's harmful. You're literally in an all boys school and they're saying ladies and gentlemen. It just seems silly.
Yeah. You can make an argument that there's harm because you're making people too soft in the same way that you're not letting obviously people that are protected from all kinds of dirty environments often develop allergies, right? So isn't there a argument to be made that you're kind of doing the same thing?
There you go. Got toughen them kids
protecting them. Yeah, protecting them. Trying to protect trans people in this way is going to make them super fragile and not anti-fragile. That's the argument I would make.
Okay.
We got to have some argument. Sounds like you don't like that argument.
No, that's I think it's a fine argument.
You do like the argument.
I like the argument. I love it. I want to fuck that argument.
So I would just tell them. I wouldn't tell them you want to fuck the argument, okay? They might think you're crazy. But I'd just say, why do you want to turn all of these people, especially the trans people, into a bunch of fucking pussies?
Exactly.
Say it that way too.
I'll say it just like that, baby.
No.
Intersex Truther for $10.
Not you. Don't tell anyone.
Oh, okay. Intersex Truther, look at that for $10. They're the Truther. They say Klinefelter's X syndrome, which is XXY, and similar intersex conditions are disorders of sex development, causing kidney, heart, and blood pressure issues. Misused by trans advocates, but too rare to correct the narrative. True. That's 100% true. Yes. And it's super fucking obnoxious that all the trans advocates keep using them as this shield when it has nothing to do with their cause whatsoever. JV for $5 says, who wants to bet how long Hassan's ban will last? I bet by this time tomorrow he will be back. I think it was declared to be 24 hours already. I thought that's what I read people on X saying. So Hassan got banned for 24 hours or some other small period of time. And the reason was because he read the shooter, the guy who, the shooter in DC, he read the person's manifesto.
Person who killed 2 innocent Jewish people on the street.
Yeah, well, one was Christian, but one Christian Israeli and one Jewish,
Israeli.
One Jewish American. I think they're Israeli. He was saying they're German. I don't know. Whatever. Killed 2 completely innocent people that worked at the Israeli embassy who were going to be engaged. Killed them because he's a horrible fucking piece of shit, the shooter. So Hassan read his manifesto on stream, and then that got him a temporary ban from Twitch. So it was weird. I watched that stream because I was curious. I thought if it, maybe we'd cover it today. It wasn't really that Hassan's coverage of it wasn't interesting, except for one element of it, which was interesting, which is he seemed to me to be uncomfortable. Like he was saying that it was a bad thing, which was like, okay, that's good, to like kill random people, but he seemed uncomfortable to like strongly denounce it. Like he knew that there'd be people in his audience that would be mad if he strongly denounced the shooting. That was the only thing I was like, that's pretty dark. That's pretty fucked up. So
yeah, he's a fucking pussy. He's a fucking
pussy.
terrible, terrible person who should just fucking be completely castigated and ignored.
Also, I learned in that stream, he keeps saying that Luigi Mangione is innocent and didn't shoot the healthcare guy, which is weird. I don't know if it sounded to me like he's just saying because he wants him to get away with the crime. That's what he actually thinks he didn't shoot him.
It's so disturbing. That couple, God, they're so young and so, oh God, it's just fucking horrifying, horribly triggering.
Horrible.
It's insane to me because all of these people They want to make the argument that Israel is bad because they're killing innocent people via collateral damage. And then you want to go out and kill innocent people via collateral damage and act like you're doing some moral fucking righteous thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're a fucking piece of shit.
Yep.
And you're a liar. You either care about innocent people dying or you don't. And obviously, if you're going to kill innocent people, it's hard to believe that you actually care.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Well, I can't imagine. He's looking at these people and going, oh, yeah, these are the people responsible. What the fuck?
I know. Well, he's literally just doing it as a political statement. It was really disgusting because
I'm going to kill innocent people as a political statement. Then
really
what the
fucked up.
fuck is wrong with killing all the people in Gaza for a purpose?
It doesn't make any sense. I know. No, the story, I don't know if you heard, it was really weird and fucked up because after he killed them, there was like a bunch of confusion, and the people at the museum literally let the shooter in because
I saw all of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interviews
he
with
was
the
just
people
like
who
a random
talked
person.
to him. Yeah.
And they're like, "Oh, are you okay?" And like, there's this girl was like there, and she was like freaked out because she was talking to him, and she was like trying to help him. Do not realize he was a fucking shooter, and she's just so lucky that he didn't.
I saw an
kill
interview
her.
with that woman. Yeah.
Yes.
And she said he was all freaked out, and she thought he was freaked out because he had just witnessed a murder, when he was freaked out because he's a fucking murderer.
Yes. Now, Noah Sampson's response was way crazier because people have been playing the clip, which is true and really fucked up, of Noah Sampson's old clip before the shooting, where he definitely seemed to be advocating for some kind of stochastic terrorism or violence or something on this issue. And then when asked about it after the shooting, someone in chat asked him about it, and he read the chat, and then there was like a 30-second pause, and he said no comment. And just moved on and never talked about it. So
yeah,
obviously he seemed to be more favorable to the action.
Noah Sampson, in my estimation, has an IQ of 85. Okay. And he believes all of this fucking shit, and he has that morally righteous indignation. And he thinks this guy is killing murderers. He thinks all the people that are just involved in just any tangential way towards Israel deserve it. They have it coming. That's his fucking mentality, man. He has he has the intelligence of a Nazi field officer.
True.
I fucking hate that guy.
Chaiki and Mick and our best. There's probably a word there that I can't see because it's all so much together. For $5, thank you so much. It says, happy Memorial Day, boys. Listen to you guys a lot while at work, but I'm off tomorrow, so I'm here live. Nice to see Progs haven't learned anything too. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for support.
Glad you enjoy listening to us.
Neil Johnstone for 22 months says, by button nose, Adam, do you mean one of those big self-destruct buttons mad scientists put on their robots?
Yes.
Obviously what it means.
That's exactly right. That's Brett Cooper's nose.
Rich Jammer for 38 months says, Adam needs to remove those fake glasses so we can admire his limbo rings. Then we need to inspect the comic to see if Adam drew good limbo rings. That's
you know I did. Rich, come on. Obviously.
Adam obviously spent, at least a year on limbo rings alone.
Obviously, the romantic interest in the comic has amazing limbo rings.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I mean, you get to pick the limbo ring, so of course.
Right.
Come on.
Equal Shadock, thanks so much for $5. Says, stop trying to make woke right happen. Stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not going to happen. I have an issue with people trying to artificially inject terms into the conversation. Fetch.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, you're either streets ahead or you're streets behind. Okay.
Dionysus. It's unnerving though, because it is happening. It totally is happening.
Dionysus for $2 says, fun fact, Professor Dave has never been a professor. Wow. Stolen valor. Indeed. J-Mac or Circuit 5, thanks so much, Daddy J-Mac, for $20. Says, what do you think Dave's thoughts on ivermectin was? Obviously, if the person thought they needed it, and then I suppose he'd support them taking it, right?
That's perfect.
It's interesting.
Of course he wouldn't. Yes, look, anybody who's sending ivermectin to people so that they can get over their COVID. Dr. Dave is going to be very against that. Professor Dave is going to be very against that. Dr. Dave would obviously be in favor of that. Everyone knows it works.
Grenville Vat for 27 months says, greetings from Kamakura, and thanks for Sitch and Adam for keeping me in the loop on the bullet train. This Biden stuff is Machiavellian. Happy Memorial Day, everyone. Well, thank you. And
yeah, look at this. It is Memorial Day, right? We got tomorrow off.
Where is Kamakura? It says this is a seaside city in Japan, south of Tokyo. Whoa, wow, look at that.
Fun.
Hope you're having fun in it. Oh, it has one of those giant like Buddha statues. That looks cool.
I love those things.
The Asians, I saw a whole video on like the world's biggest statues. The Asians love their big statues.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, that is not a thing. Like, it does not seem like that's a thing that much in America. We got like the Statue of Liberty and we got Mount Rushmore and that's it. And like Asians, they're like, no, we love our giant fucking Buddhas everywhere. And I'm like, okay, man.
Maybe I'm part Asian. That's why I want to be 100 feet tall for this game.
There you go. You want to be a giant statue.
I do, yeah.
You've discovered your real transness right now.
Did you hear that they're reshooting parts of Fantastic Four now?
No, for what reason?
It's supposed to come out in July.
Yeah, I thought it was coming out very soon.
Yeah, what the fuck?
What are they reshooting? That's not good. That is not a good sign.
They didn't release a shot list. I don't know.
Right.
They just
that is
rumor has
sign.
it they're doing some reshoots. That is a horrible fucking sign. Normally you finish the script before you even start shooting.
Yeah, it says May 8th. Fantastic Four reshoots underway in LA just months before release.
What? Does it say where they are? Maybe I'll try to check it out.
Well, this was May 8th, so I assume they finished whatever they were doing. But...
they're still shooting.
According to Disney, these reshoots are described as standard protocol.
Oh, for Disney now. That's
standard protocol. It's like 2 months before the movie comes out. Okay. That's interesting. Right. Okay.
We got a bad test screening and now we need to fix it.
Remind me to bring that up. I am pretty confident that they just shoved Cobra Bubbles into that movie after the fact because people were mad about it, that he was not originally in the script.
Really?
Yeah. I'm pretty confident about that.
He did seem way out of place.
He did nothing. He did absolutely nothing. He was completely pointless in the story. And then the last shot, the way it was kind of framed at the end, where like he does the weird, like steps forward to shake the alien's hand, then he steps out of frame, so he's not in the shot anymore. I was like, feels like a reshoot to me.
There were
lack of a reshoot, I should say.
There were reaction shots in there that were obviously green screen too. Like they shot them much later.
Right. Dr. Diller for $2 says hashtag not a cult. True.
Not true.
JV for $5 says, can we discuss Adam's slander of VTubers? Yeah, how dare you, Adam?
Who did I slander?
I don't know, but how dare you?
Oh, it's Ace.
Ace for $5 says, Sitch, I was talking about MSNBC comment section, not their host, and cover the Ethan drama stuff is a content goldmine. Oh, yeah, I saw your MSNBC comment, but thank you for $5. Cover the Ethan. What is the new Ethan drama stuff? What is the new Ethan drama stuff? I don't even know.
He's suing people? Thought he was suing Noah Sampson.
I knew that. I don't know what's happened in the last couple of days. Sampson. But he said, I thought he claimed he was making some content nuke 2.0 or something, but Andrew Bear for $5 says Citrus model seems right since white liberals / progressives have self-group hatred and out-group preference. When will the world get little Sitchlings? Well, it's a good question. You're going to have to ask someone else.
Mm-hmm.
They're the decider on that, not me. About the Sitchlings question. I'm not the decider on that one.
Really?
Yeah.
If she said tonight, you'd be like, okay, you've decided.
There you go. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's how that would work. Yeah.
That's awesome. I mean, wouldn't you guys have to get married first? Isn't that the...
Why are you so old-fashioned?
That's normally how it works.
How do you know we're not already married?
I don't. That's a good point.
Well, there you go.
Point taken.
JV for $5 says, I remember seeing Tim Pool theorize that the rise in furries is because of cartoons with anthropomorphic animals. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I'm assuming people weren't furries before like that existed, because how would that idea even exist in their minds? But
yeah.
Muggy for 25 months says, chaotic evil halfling girl needs correction. Ooh, oh. Well, there you go. Muggy wants some of that chaotic evil halfling girl. I thought that was a chaotic evil halfling boy, but what do I know? Dionysus for $2 says, bad empanada / left promoting the Find IDF Soldiers website. That's crazy. I don't know how the fuck is anyone that's promoting that site not instantly banned from all platforms? That's pretty crazy. This is a website that's just dedicated to like identifying IDF soldiers, obviously for nefarious purposes. So
yeah, such bullshit.
Ace for $5 says, Sitch, the dude was ethnically Jewish and religiously a Christian. People are trying to downplay aspects of the incident can be called, so the incidents won't be called a hate crime. Gotcha. I thought he was Israeli, but Christian. But I mean, yeah, I guess he's ethnically Jewish. Sure. That's fair. But obviously it's a hate crime. The guy literally went to the fucking Israeli embassy and killed 2 random people because he thought they were Israeli or Jewish. So, yes.
That story so triggers me. Just so fucking triggers me. I was just looking at all of the tweets about it and just the fucking senselessness of it.
It's very disturbing.
The hypocrisy of it.
Yep.
I don't understand. I can't believe that someone who is driven by innocent people dying, because hypothetically that's what's driving them, right? They see all these innocent people in Gaza being bombed. You're then going to buy a gun and take to the streets and look for fucking innocent people. Like you can't see those, like you're basically seeing people just as guilty because of their ethnicity. You're fucking evil.
Yes.
You're fucking evil.
Well, yeah, because in their mind they'd say, well, they're working for the Israeli embassy. They're working for the genociders, so they're not innocent, right? That'd be their brain thought process. It's horrible. Dr. Liv for $3 says, I understand why these people think sex isn't real because most of their experience with it is other fat, disgusting sludge beasts with dyed hair like them.
Wow.
That's terrible. Terrible, but true.
Saying some truth there, huh?
Dr. Liv for $2 says, no need to go to bird Sitch. Ask these people the characteristics of a human and find out which genre of person they implicitly think is subhuman. Good luck besting Plato. That's true. You could do that. That's a good point. Scylla for $2 says, both my parents strongly believe Memorial Day is like an American Day of the Dead, where you honor all of your dead loved ones, not just those who die for our country. Do other people think that, or is it just a local thing? That is just a local thing. I've never heard anyone say that before. I've only ever thought of it for veterans, or people who serve. I do like the idea of it, though. That's cool. If people if Americans painted like the Deo des Muertos, if I'm saying right, the little skulls on their face, but they did it like in American flag colors, that'd be pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a fan of that.
Sure.
So for $2 says, Ethan Klein nuked Voosh from orbit when the folder came out. When Voosh said, I don't want to get fucked by a horse, I want to be the horse. Ethan responded, and who's the horse fucking those pictures?
Yeah.
That's funny. I never saw the pictures, so I don't know who the horse was. I thought it was like fucking goblins or something. Wasn't that the meme?
Well, I believe we covered the Ethan annihilation of Osh. I'm pretty sure we watched that stream. It was great.
That sounds vaguely familiar. I don't remember that line though, but that sounds familiar. Earthmas for $2 says, is Brianna Wu the trans face of transphobia? Obviously.
Yes. Yeah.
Obviously.
Which is great. The irony of it.
Dr. Liv for $2 says, I think the Edna mode look is related to lesbians enjoying short-haired, dirty tank top wearing abusers to pummel their faces in, but not when men do it. Wow. It may be.
Hmm.
Dionysus for $5 says President Sunday's producer and co-host Brooks Brown was best friends with the Columbine shooter, and they told him to leave before the shooting. Wow, I'd never heard that before. That's crazy. Jesus.
Really?
Is that true? That sounds like something that could be true, or something that sounds like it could be true, but it's just totally made up.
There is someone in the Columbine book, the book about Columbine, written by the detective that went through their private materials and stuff and wrote a book about it, about some kid that they told to leave before it began. So it matches up with the facts of the case. But I'm sure the guy is named in the book.
Yeah, it says the truth behind death at Columbine. Brooks Brown was one of the authors.
Oh,
It
really?
says he was a student at Columbine at the time of the shooting and a friend of the perpetrators. The book recounts Brown's experiences growing up as close friends with Dylan, his time as a student at Columbine, his experiences with the media police and the school authorities following the shooting. So there you go. Wow, that's interesting. I didn't know he worked with.
I haven't read that book. I did. I did read a book on Columbine though. It was fascinating. Very fascinating.
Yes. Okay. Tell me how much you despised Lilo and Stitch.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just thought it was basically pretty boring. Not a lot was going on. Obviously, it's very hard to tell whose story it is. A lot of just...
You mean who's the protagonist?
Yeah. No clear goals, no clear objectives, nothing that you're looking forward to. Nothing that you're really saying, oh, you know, I want to see how that plays out. No real hooks. I don't remember the cartoon one much. I think you remember the cartoon one more because you did a bunch of tweets where you were showing the difference between the cartoon one and the live action remake and how wokeness kind of interfered with the live action remake to some extent.
I was curious. So right after, like literally when we got home, me and Sam watched the original right after.
Really? Okay.
To compare, because we were kind of curious. And I'll admit, I always liked Lilo and Stitch. It was definitely one of my favorite movies.
It didn't
one of my favorite
hold
Disney
up.
Movies.
Holy shit!
I was shocked at how well written it is.
Really? Okay.
It completely holds up, and it like, I guess because you don't have something to compare it to when you watch the live action and you see like how it's written and structured, and then you watch the original right after, you can be like, wow, this is like good. Like the original is like great writing, and the new remake is kind of just like generic writing. Yes.
I turned to my wife as soon as it was over and said, I can't imagine the original was this bad. Because I mean, I would have remembered it. I didn't remember it at all, so it had to be at least adequate. I mean, that movie was just, the live action was just fucking terrible. Yeah.
What would you rate it on an A to F scale?
F minus.
Really, that bad?
It tortured me. I was tortured in the movie theater by how bad it was.
I would give it like a C. I don't think it was good, but I don't think it was that bad.
Yeah, you said, and look, I completely agree. I think they got the character design for the Stitch right, and it was adorable. The mannerisms were good. That doesn't make up for the fact that there's just, oh God, there's no story. There's no story there.
The story is the Jamba and Pleat are trying to capture Stitch. Stitch is trying to, I guess,
so they're the protagonists. So the aliens are the protagonists of the movie then.
No.
Okay.
But this is part of the problem with the movie, and you're completely right. And I pointed this out to Sam. Stitch is trying to avoid being captured, and then also Nami is trying to not have Lilo be taken away by the government.
Right.
And then Lilo's trying to, I guess, have a friend or something.
Yeah, Lilo's goal is, I mean, when you get into the realm of I want a friend, you're not really talking about a tangible goal, because I, as an audience, don't really know that that's been achieved. The whole time I can be like, oh, well, maybe they're friends. But Sitch is an alien who seems to be have a real fucking attitude. Well, so he could be faking it the entire time and not really be friends with this girl. So
I would say that in the original, Sitch is clearly the protagonist, or the most protagonisty, because he's in the original, he's the one that has the most like something resembling an arc, a character arc,
and a tangible goal, not to be caught.
Well, that like it's
still
the way
like
it's
that.
I know, you might not like it because you want your clear goals, but him playing along with Lilo to not be caught by the aliens is so much more clear in the original movie. It's a lot clearer. It's a lot less muddled. But it's weird because in the remake they spend a lot of time like on the alien characters. They keep cutting to them at this resort for some fucking reason that's completely pointless. It's almost like they have their own storyline. It's not funny. It's not enjoyable.
No, it's not
to watch them. And it was weird because remember when I was watching, I heard because Sam told me, she's like, oh, so the guy who did the original voice for Jumba died, and he had like, I don't know if you remember, he had like a Russian accent or something. He had like a weird, like vaguely European Russian kind of foreign sounding accent when he played the character, and it was super weird. And it took me out of the movie every time Zach Galifianakis, who played the alien guy in the movie, didn't have that accent or even try to have that accent. It just sounded like Zach Galifianakis. And it was a very bad decision. I don't know why the fuck they did that. I don't know why they didn't give him the accent. But when I first heard that, like, oh, he's not gonna have the accent, I thought it's not gonna matter. He's not in the movie that much. Except he's so much in the live action movies. In the live action movies so fucking much. And it's terrible. There's nothing interesting about those characters in the live action version.
Yeah,
there's nothing funny about them.
I didn't see any of it as any credible stakes on any of it. I didn't think the girl was going to get taken away. I didn't care if the aliens captured Stitch.
Well, they also pussified it too. Like in the original, the scene, it's kind of interesting. In the scene where right in the beginning, when they take Stitch and they put him in the little like prison cell and the guns are trained on him. In the original Disney, they actually show the alien stick a syringe in him and like draw his blood out and like put it into the gun. So the gun's trained to his DNA. And the guns actually like shoot fucking lasers and shit. And the aliens have a laser gun. They don't have a portal gun. That was completely for the live action. They have they have like these like plasma guns, which I always thought was cool in the cartoon. When they would shoot the laser guns, it had like this liquid quality to it that I thought was interesting. But, they definitely seemed more threatening because they definitely had laser guns. They also had a character who they completely removed from the cartoon, from the live action version, who's like one of the main antagonists of the films, which is Captain Gantu. He's like this giant shark alien. I don't know if you remember what he looks like. And he's the one. Yeah, he's the one that at the end of the movie, he like grabs Lilo and Stitch and he like, and he kidnaps both of them, and he doesn't even give a shit that he had Lilo, and Stitch has to go back and save her. And then he becomes like the main villain, I think, in like the cartoon show afterwards. And they totally removed him from the fucking story completely. And something that I think was very true is that they definitely like all the threats in the live action movie were definitely felt downplay. Because in the original cartoon, you had Gantu who was threatening. You had Bubbles who was the social worker. And it was like funny because it's like, oh, he's like, his character is simultaneously funny because it's unexpected that the social worker for the state's going to be like giant Ving Rhames intimidating black guy, right? Named Cobra. But at the same time, the fact that he is intimidating adds threat to Nami's character, and the fact that like maybe she's going to get her daughter taken away by this sort of imposing character. But in this one, it's what's her name? It's Tia Carrera, who was the voice of the original Nami, and she's not threatening at all. She's like nice. She's like, oh, I'm the nice social worker lady.
Yeah,
and
she's helping her out. Yeah,
it completely like undercuts the threat and tension of the character and the stakes of the characters in the movie. Yes.
Yeah, no no clear goal, no credible stakes.
And then
so I was just fucking bored.
They also completely undercut the tension and threat in the movie too, because they added this character of the neighbor character. Yeah, this old woman lady
the
who's like a neighbor
character.
Right.
The
who
fucking
can, like,
safety net.
Yeah, they have like this, because the whole thing in like the original is you just have Nami and Lilo and they're just alone, right?
Yeah.
And so that adds, like, that's so much more of her difficulty. I mean, I guess, the David who wants to be her boyfriend's there too, and he helps. But there's no like adult there. It's just like the two of them, and David shows up occasionally. And that really adds to like your empathy towards the character, because it's kind of like them versus the world. And yet in the live action movie, they're like, no, they have this old lady neighbor who like helps take care of Lilo. And then, the social worker, and she's like also like a caring, female character too. It completely wussified the whole story. It takes so much of the energy and emotion and conflict and drama and tension out of the story for almost no fucking reason. I think the reason they did it is because I think, and I hate to say it, going into Lilo and Stitch live action, which I didn't hate as much as you hated, I never would have thought that wokeness would have had any influence on that movie whatsoever. Okay. I was like, you have a movie that's got like two female characters in it. Both are portrayed very well in the original source material, are not, they don't need to change them. They don't need to update them, right, for modern audiences or something. I would have no thought in a million years that some like woke sensibilities would have changed, affect the movie. And I was wrong. Woke sensibilities did change the live action movie in a very weird way. The first was the social worker. I think they changed the social worker from being the intimidating, scary Cobra Bubbles character to the nice lady character, because the left constantly talks about like how social workers are good and you need to support them.
Yeah,
they didn't,
totally.
And they did not want some situation. They're like, oh, well, you can't show a social worker who, by the way, Cobra Bubbles in the original wasn't like a bad guy. He just seemed kind of scary. But I can hear very clearly in my mind some fucking exec or some writer something like, oh, we can't have Cobra Bubbles be the social worker because, we need, social workers need to be
bad guy.
Yeah, social workers need to be portrayed in a positive light. They're just there to help you. We can't portray them as bad. So I'm 100% convinced that was why they removed Cobra from the story. And then later, when people found out that they removed Cobra from the story and everyone on the internet got mad about it, they're like, oh, we got to shove him back in. So then they do shove him back in, and he's like this random, he's not social worker. He's working for the CIA and he's looking at aliens, and he does nothing in the story, has no impact whatsoever, as a character would when you just randomly shove them in to try to appease the fans. And he doesn't, he's completely pointless to the story.
He's an
overall.
after the fact.
Completely. And it's weird too, because so in the original, part of the joke,
funny.
In the original, part of the joke at the end of the movie when he's there, when the aliens show up, is that the reason he does look kind of scary is that he used to work for the CIA and he does know about the aliens. And he actually met with the aliens before at Roswell. And he talks about how he's the one, or he was there when they like tricked the aliens into sparing Earth because they convinced them that Earth was like had the endangered species of mosquitoes worth protecting or something. And so
wow.
So
they
like
actually tied that in.
Yeah, that whole thing like comes back like at the end there. And then also, as Sam pointed out, because she was really bothered by this, which is that in the original, when Lilo goes to in the original, the scene where like Stitch's spaceship is crashing and Lilo thinks it's a falling star, so she makes her wish for like a friend.
I saw the original.
Well, that happens
20 years ago
in the live action. That happens in live action.
I do remember. Yes.
Yes. So in the original, Nami hears that, as she does in the live action, and she takes Lilo to the pound to get a dog because of that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a positive thing. Like she hears her sister wants a friend. She knows her sister is not having trouble with friends. So she goes to get her a dog, right? Seems like a nice thing to do. For some reason, it's completely unclear to me.
That completely undermines the relationship.
Yes. For some reason, it's completely unclear to me in the live action movie. They don't have Nami do that. They have the neighbor do that. And Nami's like upset about it and doesn't want her to get a dog.
Which
and they had the neighbor lady.
And they destroyed the whole irony of the situation, because it would be so
Yes.
much more ironic if getting the dog was her idea and then the dog was totally fucking their lives up.
Well, that's part of this original story. It was her
Yeah.
idea to get Stitch, and then Stitch caused all these problems, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. And then the original, once they get Stitch, and once she gets Stitch, they're like, you need to sign this paper that says that like the dog or Stitch is your property. And Lilo signs the little paper. And at the end of the movie, part of the justification they give the aliens about why they should leave Stitch on the planet is she pulls out the little paper and she's like, you can't take Stitch away from me because I have a signed document that says that Stitch belongs to me. And then the aliens are like, okay, fine. And then Cobra Bubbles has some line about like aliens love their bureaucracy. And so it's kind of like, comes back at the end there too.
Sounds like they just got all the story threads together in the original and just completely dropped them all in the live action.
The story, that's what was shocking to me seeing the original again, was it flows like a perfect river.
Right.
It flows so perfectly you don't even notice it. It's just everything just falls, into each other so naturally that you don't even notice it. You only notice it because then you watch the live action and you see how like weird and kind of paced and disjointed the whole thing is compared to the original. You're like, oh, that is interesting.
Yeah.
And there was another thing that was, and I hated too that since they got rid of Gonte, which I assume they got rid of him just because they didn't want to CGI the character or something, which I think on one hand I'm like a little sympathetic to, on the other hand I'm like, fuck you, he's kind of an important character or something. You kind of have to bring him into the story. I think that's the big shark guy. Yeah. They kind of leave out one of my favorite scenes, which is when he's flying away and he has Lilo and Stitch is trying to save her. He does this cool thing where he like steals a gas truck and he fucking drives it into a volcano and explodes it so that the force of it sends him like into the sky and through into the ship, which was like one of my favorite scenes as a kid. And I was like, oh my God, I was annoyed they didn't have that in. But one of the big problems I had with the live action was they ruined, in my opinion, they ruined Stitch's motivation for wanting to change. Which
it was completely tacked on.
Yeah. And it was interesting because when I saw a live action movie, there's this weird part where, Lilo has Stitch in the room and he's causing a problem. And I will say, here's one of the things I did like. One of the things I did like in the remake was I did like that they made Stitch way more chaotic feeling. Like he just seemed like he just really wanted to just fuck shit up constantly, which I appreciate. But he's in the room and he's just fucking shit up. And then Lilo puts the Hawaiian lei on him and it has like a magic Hawaiian effect on him and he just chills the fuck out. And then she like shows him the pictures and then he just decides to be good after that point. And I was like, why is he doing this? It makes no sense. There's no motivation for why he suddenly changed.
What's the motivation in the original?
Well, so when we got home, and this is part of why I wanted to watch the movie. Was
hey,
because
you're making me want to watch the original. I don't remember it being this good.
You should, because it is actually, you should watch it when you still have the live action fresh in your mind to compare it to, and you'll be shocked at how well written it is. Because so when I got home, I thought that was stupid, but then I thought, well, the original Stitch just kind of changed for no reason too. So I know that's kind of just the way it was, or so I thought, right?
Mm-hmm. So
I went back and I watched the scene on my phone because there's like the clip of it on YouTube, and it was so good. That scene where Stitch changes his opinion, that's what made me want to watch the whole thing, was that it's actually completely different. Stitch is in the room. They still have the weird thing where she puts the Hawaiian lei on him and it like calms him down, though in the cartoon it's only for like a second. It's not like, it's more like he's just distracted by it for a second, unlike in the movie. But so Stitch is in Lilo's room and he makes like a city out of like all the things that she has and he starts stomping through it like a monster.
Mm-hmm.
And then it cuts to the aliens outside and they're like keeping an eye on Stitch. And the alien scientist that creates Stitch talks about how he doesn't know, how it must be weird for Stitch because all his purpose, all he has in his life, in his creation of his existence, is his purpose to like destroy things and destroy cities and cause mayhem. And if he can't destroy cities and he can't cause mayhem because he's on an island with no big cities, he'll have no purpose. And it must be like psychologically like devastating and make him feel lonely because he now has no purpose and he has no memories or anything in his life because he's like just been born. And then it cuts back to Stitch and you see he's destroyed the little fake city and he's just kind of standing there and like he has this like look of like, what am I supposed to do with my life? You can see he has like existential dread, just like the scientist said. And he goes over to like her bookshelf and he's pulling out books and you see they say like, how to eat fire or like be a farmer. Like they're all like job books and he's like looking at them and then he throws them away. So he's like looking for like something to do or purpose. And then he finds this book about the ugly duckling and he makes Lilo read it. And it's like this little duckling that's alone. And she tells him like, oh, this is a story about this little ugly duckling. And it's crying because it's lost, but then its family finds it again. And that's what makes it happy. And Stitch like looks at that. And that's when he like realizes like, oh, maybe since I can't have purpose by destroying things, I can have purpose and find happiness by having a family. And that's sort of what starts, he doesn't flip a switch, but that's sort of what starts his pathway of like maybe deciding that he wants to change his behavior.
Yeah, all the pacing in the live action is just horrible. Completely horrible. Things don't build up on one another. And that the family character arc thing just completely feels tacked on. It sounds like in the original it was far more
the whole point.
Spaced out.
The whole thing of the original is the family. Is that, Lilo and Nami live in this broken family and Stitch is going to become part of it and they're going to find meaning and happiness through each other and having a family and all this stuff.
When does that scene take place? Is it the midpoint? Is it the end of the first act?
I think it's middle where that scene is. Yeah, I think it's near the mid.
Cool.
Because it's after the scene of where she takes, because I think the structure of live action is a little different. In the cartoon, it's like Lilo, it's after the scene where Lilo has Stitch out in the world and Nami's looking for a job and he's just like fucking everything up. It's like after that scene.
So much in the live action. It's interesting the difference that live action makes. It requires a much higher level of realism to get you to be invested in the story.
Yes.
So I could see me watching the cartoon and thinking, okay, well, the stakes are clear. There's clear motivation. I could see the character arcs happening. But in the live action, everything just seemed completely so cartoonish and unrealistic that it completely took you out of the story.
I know for me, it wasn't that it seemed cartoonish. It just seemed unfocused. Like it's things are just like like they're spending too much time with the aliens at the spa, this hotel for no fucking reason.
Oh yeah, all that
You're
stuff
like,
was
why is
ridiculous.
any of this happening? Why are they even fucking at a spa? How are they paying for this? Like,
they
very weird.
They treated them as comic relief, but there's no way that they can be comic relief and some sort of credible threat to increase the conflict and the stakes. So completely took all the conflict out of it.
Yes, you come 100%, 100% agreed. Yeah, and then because in the original, in the cartoon, Stitch feels like, as I said, he feels like most like the protagonist because he's like the character has an arc.
Mm-hmm.
But in the remake, it feels like they tried to make Nami the protagonist because she has the arc. Only her arc is kind of horrible.
Yeah, she wants to be a marine biologist. It's fucking ridiculous.
It's so weird. Yeah, there's this whole thing in the live action movie, if you haven't seen it.
She doesn't work towards that goal at all in the fucking movie. So it's
so strange. And this is the other way of which it felt to me that the movie was wokeified. Okay. So the original cartoon is like the end of the movie is Nami and Lilo and Stitch and David all get together and they all become like a nice, happy, well-functioning family. The two aliens seem like they become part of their family. And it does this nice little montage where you see them throughout the next couple months, like rebuilding a house and going on vacations and just being like a happy family together. And that's the end of the movie, right? That's what they get. That's the reward, is like family. But it definitely seemed like someone's like, oh, you can't have a movie where the reward is family. Okay.
Yeah, that's so
right.
lame.
And so the like they do this fucking psychotic thing where I can hear the producer brain, I could hear the woke brain is like, okay, well, we need a girl to be a girl. Nami's got to be a girl boss, and we need more women in STEM. So let's have this whole side thing where she wants to be a marine biologist.
Right.
And then someone at the meeting
and the
would
family
say,
is standing in the way of her career.
yes. And then someone would say, well, wait a minute. How is she going to be a marine biologist? Because the whole point of the original story is that she's going to raise Lilo as her sister/mother, and that they're going to be together as a family. She's not going to go off, to have a job by herself or go off to college by herself or something. Isn't that kind of the exact opposite message of the original movie? And they're like,
yeah,
you're right. Let's add a completely random old lady character who can swoop in at the end of the movie, even though you'd question why she didn't do this at any point before now. And she's going to adopt Lilo, and she's going to become, that way that Nami can go off to college. And Ohana no longer means about staying family. It means follow your dreams and tell your family to fuck off and go to college and be a marine biologist, because we need more women in STEM.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
And you're right.
Modern audiences are anti-family.
The people that I don't think modern audiences are, but it definitely seems like whoever writes this thinks that they are. There was a woke fucking person or producer who was involved in this movie that thought it would not be appropriate for Nami to just raise Lilo and be happy as a family. That no, she has to get a fucking college degree in a field in STEM in order to be a fully actualized, realized person. It was very weird.
Did you look it up,
offensive to me?
Are you just postulating?
No, I'm just postulating based on.
There's
There's no other explanation for it.
Yeah, it's probably true.
It's so weird, and it completely detracts from the original message of the movie.
Isn't it sexist to force a woman to care for a child that is not her own? I could just see him saying that.
I don't know. Maybe someone says something crazy like that. I mean, that's part of the movie. Is like you have these two characters that are they're in a bad situation that was completely outside their control. Right. They had no control over the situation, and they just have to make the best of it. And that's what makes you, as a watcher, as a human being, feel empathetic to their plight.
Of course, yeah. Well, also, it does make her such a more shitty character that she's like, I'm just going to abandon my sister and go off and do my own thing. I'll just leave her with the fucking neighbor.
Yes.
It's like so bad.
Yes.
Who can sign off on that? Oh, yeah, she's a great person.
It's so
the
fucking
person
crazy.
Who abandons their sibling.
Right. Well, that's why they had to introduce they literally had to introduce that portal gun just so that you'd be like, oh, well, it's not so bad because she can portal back to Lilo, right? So it's not so bad.
So they're introducing all of this shit just to make up for their horrible fucking writing.
Yes. Yes. You can start to see, like, someone had that idea that she can't just be a family, that she has to have a job in STEM. And then you can see, oh, well, that's why we have to have a portal gun. Oh, that's why we have to have a neighbor character. They had to start shoving all this shit in because someone had this stupid fucking modern audience's idea for a movie that's perfectly fine and doesn't need any updating whatsoever from a story perspective.
Yeah, the best movies, the rule of thumb is everyone arcs. And when you start shoving in all of these random characters to achieve one goal, right? Just so Leela has
not even the main character.
I know. Just so you got to shove in the neighbor just so she has someone she can live with when her girl boss sister goes off to STEM. You're like,
right.
Well, what's the neighbor lady's character arc? Well, she doesn't have one. She just starts off as a nice neighbor lady and ends as a nice neighbor lady, right?
Right.
Well, why the fuck is she in this movie? Why am I watching this fucking slop?
Yes. No, it was. There was something else that was like, I don't know. Oh, there was this weird thing too that I didn't even know what the fuck was happening. And then Sam knew it, but she only knew it because she saw a documentary about this. I thought it was so weird. So, oh, okay. Yeah. So there's like this scene, spoiler. So in the original cartoon, they have this scene where like they're on the surfboard and the alien tries to grab Stitch and it makes them all like get knocked off the surfboard. And Stitch, because he can't swim, he starts to sink. And so Nami swims back with Lilo, and David goes out and he grabs Stitch and he carries him back to shore. Okay. And he's like kind of heavy, but he's not like so heavy. Like in the live action movie, they made him like super fucking heavy in water, which, okay, fine, whatever. So whoever did the live action version, they're like, no, Nami's got to be a girl boss. She's got to be the one that can save Stitch. Okay. So they have that scene, only it happens at the end of the movie, not the middle part of the movie, where they're in the water. And Nami's got to save Stitch as he's like drowning in the water. And he does this like self-sacrifice thing. And he's literally too heavy for her to be able to swim. So she just picks him up and literally walks along the bottom of the ocean to bring him to shore.
Right. She's underwater for like 25 minutes.
Right. And so
you're going, what the fuck?
I had a couple.
How's
my
this
first
bitch not drowned?
Yes, my problem with this was that we saw how far away they were from shore when they land in the water. And I was like, how the fuck is she not breathing for, like you said, like 25 minutes? It's a long walk.
Oh, yeah, it's insane. You just check out at that point. You're like, this is ridiculous. Like,
and so
she's a fucking superhero. I didn't realize she was Aqua Woman. Jesus fucking Christ. What am I watching here?
It was so weird. But then the thing that I didn't even realize, because for some reason the movie actually set this up, but then didn't tell us because I didn't even notice it. Sam said that in the scene where Lilo is showing Stitch the pictures of her sister and how she used to surf, you see a picture of her underwater carrying a rock, walking along the water like the way she did with Stitch. And apparently, and I don't know why the fucking movie didn't call us out, this is some like Hawaiian tradition of Hawaiian surfers like doing this to increase their lung capacity or something. This is some technique.
Oh, so they need that scene. They can't just show it in some picture.
Yeah, so why the fuck did they not have Lilo? If they're going to have this fucking be the big scene at the end, why the fuck did Lilo not explain it to Stitch and the audience? Because then I would have been like, I still would have been like, that's ridiculous because of the distance, but at least I would have had some concept of what the fuck they were going for.
Well, and it violates the show don't tell. I mean, she's going to tell him about it, I guess.
Oh, I'm just saying, like if you're going to do that
scene would be a
thing,
total expedition dump. You'd see it the ending coming from a mile away.
I know, you're right.
Maybe they did have a scene where the kid said that and they were like, okay, well, this gives the ending away. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, but as it is, it's like really fucking weird as it is.
There's so much shit in that movie that is just completely unnecessary.
Yes.
All of them goofing around the hotel. Who gives a fuck? It's like I'm supposed to be rooting for the bad guys to catch Stitch.
Yes. In the original, they just like camp outside his house and it just cuts to them like every, randomly looking and being like, they're like, oh, they see that Stitch is like miserable with Lilo. And so he's just basically like, give up when you want to, dummy. And he's just like chilling. Like, that's it.
It's not the B story of the movie.
No, it's not the fucking B story of the movie. Them just keep cutting back to them. And it's just not funny. It's not interesting.
Ridiculous.
Also, he's kind of intimidating, even though he becomes good at the end. Jumbo's kind of intimidating because he's like this big, scary looking alien with a Russian voice or something. He's completely not intimidating whatsoever in the live action version of Zach Galifianakis.
He's not intimidating as a human or an alien.
No.
Yep. Terrible stuff.
Though I will say though, so the one part I did like, just to be nice, just to end on a little bit of a positive note, because we've been shitting all over this. I did like the sequence of when, well, there's two things. I did like when Stitch is in the dog pound, they added that thing where he could literally hear Jumba talking about using the human as a shield, and that's what gives him the idea. In the cartoon, he just sort of like does it without that setup. And I did like once Lilo has Stitch, I did like all the chaos sequences that happened after that, before like the rest of the movie got going. There's like a 10-minute period or 15-minute period of them just like fucking around, Lilo and Stitch just fucking around and causing chaos that I did enjoy.
Yeah, they got the Stitch character right. The character design was good on that. Looked super cool. I did like him looking at the poster, thinking about, oh yeah. Showed some minor goal that he would reach out and accomplish. But then of course he did accomplish that goal instantaneously. And
I did also like in the live action, one of the things I liked that was different live action was Stitch actually tries to pretend to be a dog, and it was funny, where he'll say like woof, and like
that's
do
good.
dog things.
Yeah.
In the original cartoon, he doesn't really try at all to be a dog.
Right.
Wow. And this is going to be the GIF of the movie, guys, and it's a good GIF. Okay, I laughed when this happened. I thought it was a funny scene. Is when she first adopts Stitch. They're at the beach and she picks up a stick and he thinks that she's going to hand it to him, and she throws it by his face because he's trying to do fetch and he doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. And he just kind of like holds his arms out and does like a, what the fuck was that? Like shrug. And I was like, that was a pretty good one. That was a pretty good line. That was a pretty good like reaction GIF that we're going to see everywhere. So this is the Stitch shrugging. Like, why would you do this?
Yeah, that stuff was cute. Definitely. They got the cute factor right. I think the movie, people might like it because of the cute factor alone. And a lot of people will just watch anything with some cute animal in it.
Right, right.
They did tug at your heartstrings towards the end when Stitch was dying. When Stitch was dying, obviously.
Yes.
So
that was very dramatic. Yes.
It's so I had no, obviously he's not going to die. I couldn't think. There's no way they were going to go in that direction. So it didn't work on me.
Right.
I mean, to see an animal suffering, obviously gets to people, but I just thought, they're all just fucking with us. He's going to be fine. I guess it's because I have a black heart.
So this movie is going to make
bullshit.
$1 trillion. It's already believed to have made at least $340 million.
Okay. So it might join the $1 billion club.
Oh, easily. This is going to be a massive cash cow for Disney. And listen,
in my movie theater, I saw a bunch of people that had their Stitch stuffed animals and backpacks. And
ooh, okay.
Yeah. So it's definitely like a character thing. They're like, this is my character that I fucking love.
Right.
Which is why they do these movies. It's sad that they will make $1 billion even though the writing is terrible. My wife tried to give me the same thing they always say. Oh, it's a kid's movie, Adam. It's a kid's movie.
You guys, listen, both of you guys should watch the original.
Yeah, I think I will now that you've kind of made it worth watching.
Just watch it from the perspective.
I only saw the original because of, like I said, Chris Sanders, friend of a friend, is the guy who wrote it. So it's the only reason I went and saw the original. Yes, he does the voice of Stitch. Yes.
Yes.
He's even in this one.
Yes, which I am glad that they got him for the voice again. But no, yeah, just watch it from the perspective of like watching how the story is structured and flows compared to live action, and you'll be blown away at just how smooth the original one is. Just it's like butter, just smooth and perfect.
The perfect response, because you're always going to get that. I can't believe I got it for my wife. Terrible. It's a kid's movie. Why the fuck are we going to a kid's movie? No. I said Incredibles is a kid's movie. Toy Story is a kid's movie, right?
Right. The original is a
Wally's
kid's movie.
A kid's movie. What the fuck?
Wally's a kid's movie, yeah.
Just because it's a kid's movie doesn't mean it has to be trash.
Right. Right.
It's trash because they've wokeified it. It's so interesting because all those things are exactly why it sucked. Because you can't have a clear, it would be so much better if there was a clear character goal and arc. If the sister is a protagonist and her goal is to keep the family together and make it work no matter what, you're on board for that.
That which is her goal in the original.
Yes. Yeah, you're totally on board for that. And when she gets to the end of the movie and the family's still together and they got this cute little pet and everything's great, you're like, okay, she won.
Yes.
In this, it's like, oh, her goal was to go off to college the whole time, even though she never fucking talked about it. It was never in the movie at all.
Right.
It's like, what am I watching here?
Like in the cartoon, there is a scene where, it's after the house has been destroyed by the aliens and Bubbles comes and they're taking Lilo away and Nami's like screaming at Bubbles.
Yeah, see, that's
like,
so
you can't
emotional.
Do this,
that's
right?
so emotional if you actually know what's going on.
Right. And then you contrast that with a live action movie where Nami's like, you're right, social worker. I should give Lilo away.
Oh, I know.
You're like,
insane.
What? It's like totally, it's just it hits so
it's
differently.
Insane.
You're like, what the fuck? What?
Yeah, you've got a character that's so not fighting for anything. Yeah. Who wants to watch that? Who wants to watch some fucking sad sack give in and lose? Why am I watching this? Why am I watching all these fucking losers?
It's so stupid because like it was so simple. I think I would have even forgiven to some extent the whole, like, okay, I don't care that they had to make the aliens in their human costumes, so they didn't want to spend all the money on the CGI because they had spent all the money on CGI.
Oh my God.
Whatever. Like, okay,
fine. The CGI is so bad in this movie on the aliens too. It's like a video game.
Well, it all went on Sitch.
They put all the money, which is great because it does look like he's actually in the scenes and stuff.
Yeah, no, he looks great.
But as soon as the other aliens come in, you're like, what happened to the movie here?
Right. But I would have forgiven that. And I would have even been a little bit more forgiving for Zach Galifianakis' voice. I don't know why they didn't have him try to mimic the accent of the original guy. It is weird. But if everything else if everything else from the story beats would have been the same, it would have been so easy. All they literally had to do was have the exact same story, but change the devastation scenes and the chaos scenes the way they did, so there's some new, like, fresh element of it, and that was it. And then wipe their hands, call it a day, make $1 bajillion. Everyone says, oh my God, Disney actually made like a really solid live action movie, and everyone would have been happy.
How is it wrong to make a family movie that's about family sticking together? Like, why is that a taboo now?
I don't know.
It's so weird.
The woke agenda, Adam. I hate to say it.
It seems
I can't see any other motivation for it except for wokeness. It makes no fucking sense.
I don't mind. You can have a girl boss character. That's fine. I don't know why every girl has to be a girl boss character. Why is it offensive for a woman who's not a girl boss, who just wants to get a dumb job and surf and stay with her sister?
Yes.
What's wrong with that?
And be a strong, mature, moral character who's not a quote girl boss. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, who doesn't care about getting a STEM degree.
Yes.
It's just so can't be done. Not by these people. Well, they're all girl bosses in Hollywood, that's for sure. They've all moved to Hollywood. They're basically trying to work up the ranks in the studio system. So
I guess
they see it as offensive. Anyone who wants to just have a baby and a family.
And it was weird because they set up the whole surfing thing. So it was set up like you thought, oh, she was going to get a job, being a surfing instructor. Maybe she would go back into trying to be a professional surfer or something, right?
Yeah.
So she could still be in Hawaii. She could
I
still
rolled
raise
my eyes so hard at
Lilo
that.
or
All
whatever. I'm just saying, like,
She's like, she can't keep a job as a waitress. Oh no, I'm going to be a professional surfer now. I thought this movie just jumped the shark. What the fuck?
I understand, but I'm just saying they could have, like, at least it was like there was something there that you're like, okay, that would have made more sense than like the marine biologist fucking thing. That's why to me it felt so obviously like, well, we need women in STEM. You can't just have her be a fucking surfer. You can't even have her be a professional surfer. No, she's got to have a fucking STEM degree.
Right. So much of it was just ridiculous.
I think
that's another thing. Like every single thing like that, a normal movie goes it builds on itself, right? Scene to scene to scene. This just seemed like one random thing and then one other random thing, and that's it.
Yes.
It never built into the snowball of the climax of the movie.
Yeah, the original does. The original has that effect.
Yeah.
And you'll see it. But I'll say I thought the actress that played Lilo was good. You always got to be worried with little kids. I thought she did fine.
She wasn't as annoying as Anakin Skywalker, so definitely.
There you go.
Yeah.
Exactly, right. Yeah, so I thought she did good. I thought she was fine as Lilo. I thought even I thought the performances, I thought Nami was fine as Nami, even though I thought her character was written poorly. I think her acting was fine.
Yeah.
You know, they kept her looking cute, which I appreciate. They didn't uggify her up or anything. I mean, they didn't give her the
Cobra Bubbles acting was atrocious, but it was. Now that you say it was completely tacked on, it makes it seem like they really didn't even know what they were doing with that character. So how do you direct an actor? We're like, oh, we may do it this way, we may do it that way. You're as an actor, you're like, well, how do you want me to do it?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we don't know how the movie ends yet, so we don't know what you're gonna do. Okay.
I mean, and I don't know, like, how old is Ving Rhames now? They couldn't get Ving Rhames to just do the
He was
role.
just in Mission Impossible.
So get him to do it.
Yeah.
He's the original voice. He's a giant black guy.
Oh,
Like,
he would
do the role.
he would be so much better.
Yes.
That whole storyline of call the social worker and I'm going to get involved. You're really testing my willing suspension of disbelief here. How the fuck does that come together?
I know. He's not intimidating at all in the live action movie. Or interesting or fun as a character. He's just there.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think those things. Is there anything else? No, I think that's it.
That's great.
That's it. I am sad. I really listen. I usually like hating things. I really wanted to love this movie. I really liked the original. I wanted this to be like the one good live action you could point to and say, like, this is the good one. Disney finally fucking learned from their mistakes, got their shit together, did a good live action Disney movie. It would have been so easy for them to do it. Except I guess they would have to spend extra money actually CGIing the big shark monster, but whatever.
They just can't get out of their own way. They can't stick to the story. They have to think this story took place 20 years ago and is somehow offensive now. And
yes,
I just don't get it. There are plenty of people, especially this movie. This movie is such a family movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, also, this is weird. In the original, when Stitch steals the spaceship and he's fleeing, they shoot his spaceship and it loses control when he goes to hyperspace, and that's why he's going to crash into Hawaii. In the remake, they have this weird thing where, like,
that's so poorly edited because you can't really tell what's going on there.
Yeah, in the remake, it's very weird. In the live action, he's like, he decides for no reason to go to Hawaii, which makes no sense because why would he want to go there? Because it's like an island surrounded by water. And as he's flying there, his ship is like trying to warn him, and he just decides to destroy the ship and ignore the warnings for no reason, which makes him seem stupid, even though he's supposed to be super smart. And I was like, that's a weird change. I have no clue why they changed that for no reason.
Yeah, it's unclear what's going on. It's poorly edited too, because while the aliens are watching, they kind of watch his trajectory and they do a joke about how he's going to drown, but then he lands on Hawaii and they're like, oh, okay, well, he's not going to drown. Fuck, we got to go get him. But it makes you think you're watching this in real time. And then all of a sudden he's like in space again.
Right.
It's not in real time. And you're thinking, well, why can't he just fucking steer the ship out of the way and not land there?
Right.
How did they know that?
Right.
Yeah. So
that's why in the original it makes more sense, because they shoot his ship and it's stuck in that trajectory because he like loses an engine or something.
Oh, okay.
And also just the way it's edited, that joke in the original makes like it's edited much better. Like they're like, because it shows the earth and it's like, look, he's gonna crash directly in the water. and then they just kind of keep zooming in, and then you see Hawaii pop up, and they go, "Oh!" Like, so it's the way it's edited is much clearer and funnier, and just all around flows
It's
better.
not. I'm dying to watch it just because maybe
I'm
this
telling
movie
you,
is
watch
great.
it. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised.
Yeah, that scene super messed up.
And there's no singing in it. Why? I mean, there is the singing. There's a little bit of singing, but there's no musicals. Okay, it's not like a Disney musical.
Yeah, no, I dig that.
There's just a little bit of Hawaiian singing right in the beginning when Lilo's doing the little Hawaiian dance.
I can take a little bit of singing. It's
Okay.
not that bad. All right. Do we have any more super chats? Or are we ready to go? I need to get some of that ice cream cookie dough thing.
We have the most important super chat. Our Hilts hurt. Thank you so much for the $2. Says Adam, did the aliens in the movie look breedable?
I mean, it's a kids movie.
That doesn't answer the question. Did you want to fuck the Empress Queen of Space alien?
Oh, hell no.
No? You don't want to get on that?
No, not at all.
Did it seem weird when Bubbles shook her hand that they looked at each other like they wanted to fuck? Because that's how I interpreted it.
Oh, yeah, of course. He definitely
think that was
copulated
weird.
with that alien.
Yes.
Oh, my God. The one guy's nose completely bugged me, too.
Right.
The Zach Galifianakis alien.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, why you got to make his nose so disgusting?
He looked, I didn't like the way they made the CG version of his design. I didn't like it either.
Yeah.
Hey, Shady Durag. Shady's in the chat.
Yeah,
Sitch
what's up,
trying
Shady?
to hide the Elvis. Oh, that's right. There is Elvis. Adam doesn't mind Elvis. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
There's Elvis. Our Hills in the chat says, Adam, come on. Yeah, Adam, come on. Why are you such a hater?
Come on, what? I
For
gave
the
it an
alien.
F. I gave it an F minus. What do you guys want?
No, for fucking the alien.
What's up with the fucking the alien thing? Wait a second. What's going on? Is this a meme from olden times?
Don't worry about it. Okay.
No, tell me what it is.
There's no
know.
meme. It's just fuck the alien. Okay, what's the problem?
I need to fuck the alien, all right? The
Yes.
alien should be fuckable.
They
I mean,
should
I
be
do
fuckable.
think that if you have an alien in a movie and that alien
Yes.
is fuckable,
Right.
your movie's gonna do better. Okay, I don't care.
They did take away two elements of hotness. They took away in the original when Nami goes surfing, she's wearing, or I'm saying Nani. When Nani is going surfing, she's wearing like a bikini. So she definitely looks hotter. And there's also a ridiculously hot drawn lifeguard for no reason, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
In the original cartoon.
Chris knows. He's like, look, get the hotness in there. Make it work.
Right.
That's back when you could do that. But these days, it's all girl bosses and covered up. It's all girl bosses and burkas.
They had some random like Hawaiian Baywatch character as lifeguard in the original. So, okay.
I'm going to like
J-Mac,
that
thank
part.
you so much. Our Sarga father, Daddy J-Mac, for the $100.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Says, Jolly Wheat Sour is a male halfling rogue. These are the D&D characters. Asayif Barak is a male human paladin. Iolia Sylph Wern is a female elf. Wizard Lucas Geshwind is a male human fighter. Renelle Kane is a female human cleric. Cadric Stonestout is a male dwarven hunter. That's your cast of characters to choose from.
Okay. Well, can I make the paladin chaotic evil? That's what I want. The male human paladin, but I want him to be chaotic evil.
Can he be an evil paladin?
That's my character. That's the character I always play.
That's what Adam
D&D.
wants to be
when
an
I
evil
was
paladin.
just a wee lad, when I was 11 years old, and we played D&D every day.
So J-Mac asked in the chat, did they remove the fat white tourist? So they have the fat tourist, but they made him Hawaiian instead of white for some reason.
The one that keeps dropping his slushy.
Yes.
Keeps dropping
in the original,
his icy.
There's the same thing where a guy keeps dropping his ice cream, but it's like a tourist. So he's like a fat white guy. They made him Hawaiian.
They needed representation.
I guess. Not like everyone else in the fucking movie is Hawaiian.
Have you been to You've been to Hawaii, right?
I have never been to Hawaii, no.
Really? You haven't been to Hawaii? Oh, okay.
No,
I've been to Hawaii like 5 times.
Really?
Fuck yeah.
Well, I guess it's closer.
I love...
It's closer for you.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. Well, is it? I think it might be 5 hours.
It's still pretty far.
Yeah.
It's only 5 hours for you to fly to Hawaii?
I think so.
It's like 5 hours for me to fly to fucking where you live.
I know.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Hawaii
Yeah,
is out in the Pacific Ocean as far as you are away from me. It's a whole United States.
I thought it took a lot longer to fly to Hawaii than 5 hours.
No, it's not more than 5 hours.
Let's see.
I'm looking it up myself.
Yeah, we're both
LAX
typing
to
it in.
Honolulu.
Yeah. What is
What?
the time?
$154. I'm fucking going now.
Damn, that's cheap.
I'm going to Hawaii, guys. Yes. Like, what was I going to say?
It says 5 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, okay. Jesus, the flight to Japan is like 16 hours or something.
Yeah, I've never done the 16-hour flight
Oh
thing.
my God.
I think 5.5 might be as long as I've done because I've flown out to New York and flown out to Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
Hawaii is amazing, but as soon as they had the luau scenes I was getting flashbacks. The luau's in Hawaii are such a tourist trap, and the food is just, it's so fucking bad.
Really?
Oh, it's the worst. Yeah.
J-Mac for $10. Thanks so much, Sugar Daddy. J-Mac says, really, Adam? You want to make the black man evil? Wow.
Ooh, he's black? Perfect.
There you go. Adam's going to be the evil black.
The chaotic evil. It does look, you can say he's lawful good, but I'm going to play him as chaotic evil. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter as long as I'm calling the shots. You call him whatever you want, okay?
Right. Rich Jammers did a 16-hour flight, and Lethal Strain said, I flew from Afghanistan to Hawaii in the opposite direction, 29 hours, same day.
Yeah, see?
What the fuck? Oh my God.
I'm on a 5-hour flight, and I'm going stir crazy.
Yes.
I'm wandering around that plane going, just in the sound of the plane, like in your head.
Right.
Oh, man.
29 hours.
It's otherworldly.
Christ.
You got to sleep through that shit, though. If you're going 29 hours, you're definitely sleeping.
Yeah, Rhythmus. Yeah, Sam said the same thing. She said if you go to Japan, you have to fly on Japanese airlines. Don't go on the American Airlines. But the Japanese airlines are like
you lie down, they give
better.
You a couch, more comfy
supposedly it's
seats.
just way better, way more comfortable, better food. The people are nicer. So okay. Equal Shocks for 36 months. And this one equals freedom. Thanks so much. It says another Disney classic ruined, huh? Lilo and Stitch is one of my favorite Disney films growing up. And yes, it absolutely holds up. The soundtrack is worth revisiting too. Ink Wanoa Judd's Elvis cover. True.
I saw your tweets before I went to the movie theater and I didn't read them. I was like, oh no.
Mm-hmm.
I think the first line was, oh, it's not that bad or something. But I said
it's not the worst thing ever and had some good bits. Yeah.
I don't like spoilers. I try to stay away from all that. I want my own experience. And I tried to put on a happy face because I'm there with my wife. Tried to make it look, funny.
Right.
But really the whole time I was in hell.
You were just in pain.
If I was at home, I would have immediately got out my phone. That's the thing. It is, movies are difficult to capture your attention. You have to,
right.
There has to be something that you're rooting for and just nothing in there. It just seemed like a hodgepodge of storylines. And no one was attempting anything that I really cared about. I didn't care about her getting a job. I didn't care if she lost her kid. I didn't care about any of that fucking shit.
The thing I was reacting to on X, which is kind of funny, there was some lefty account, some far lefty account. They had the whole Palestinian watermelon things in their thing. They were complaining because they were claiming, I don't know if this is true or not, but they're claiming that the reason that in the original film that having Bubbles be kind of the intimidating CPS person was supposed to be some sort of like critique of like how when America took over Hawaii, it would like try to take children away from natives and like reindoctrinate them, and some sort of like weird colonial message or something about the whole process. And so I was laughing, saying they basically softened up the social worker to appease the left, and the left is still super mad about it because they didn't take into account like the weird racial perspective that some crazy person is going to have on X. By the way, and that tweet had like 68,000 likes too. That was complaining about it.
Wow. Oh my God. It does seem like as they're writing the movie, they are really more worried about creating negative stereotypes or offending people than they are worried about actually entertaining people.
Yes.
I don't see why that is. You can have some rogue CPS person that's not representative of all CPS people, right? This person's a fucking bad person. But no, they have to think, oh, this is going to be the representative for all CPS people ever.
I know.
Child
so
Protective
ridiculous.
Services. This is going to be the avatar of their whole organization.
And I mean, again, like, even though Bubbles in the original is intimidating and is an antagonistic threat to the main characters, he's not like a bad guy. He's looking at Lilo, who is in a bad situation, and is like, okay, well, you need to have a job, and if you can't take care of your kid, like, he's not portrayed as like evil or anything.
Right.
So you didn't need to change him. And he turns out to be very helpful at the end too. So it was stupid.
Very stupid.
Okay. Lethal Strain for $5 says Cobra should have been a white dude who always wore a red hat. Then it would be okay to hate him as a social worker. True. That's a good point.
Oh, yeah. Little MAGA there.
Oh, MAGA, yeah. The Dark Conservatarian, yeah, see, and then Cobra in the live action remake, the reason he wants to take Lilo away is because he's concerned that Nani is going to...
She's an illegal immigrant.
No, better, that Nani is going to trans Lilo.
Oh, that would be great.
He's like, why is Lilo not like dressing more feminine or anything?
Right. She's very masculine. Is she a tomboy? No, the social worker should be trying to trans the kid. That's conflict right there. It's like, oh my God, this social worker is going to trans my sister.
Well, they did change her outfit. So in the cartoon, Lilo's iconic outfit is like this big red. It's like a red dress, like a one. I don't know how to describe it. It's like a one piece, just like shirt dress thing that she's wearing. I guess it's just like a big red dress. And in the live action, they gave her like, she's wearing that shirt, but she's wearing blue jeans, short overalls. So they did kind of like tomboyify her look, I guess, a little bit.
If that could make it through the studio system, you actually got it into the movie where the social worker was calling Lilo a tomboy and trying to trans the kid, wanted to take her away because her sister wouldn't let her transition. What do you think the impact would be? Do you think people would like that movie, or you think
I don't think they would like that movie. But I would say that would be the political equivalent from the right wing version. If then what they did with the whole STEM stuff, they just needlessly shoved in, this weird politics angle.
I mean, I think it might add more conflict. I might like that movie more.
Right.
Let's say it's pulled off expertly.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, it's crying game level execution, right?
Right. Interesting.
What you still think people would hate it just because of the politics of it?
I think they would. I think they would hate it, even though they begrudgingly were crying tears at the movie.
They'd be like, "This is an amazing story. That social worker is so bad, but is it really wrong for her to be trans?"
Exactly.
They'd be so conflicted. God, I want to make movies like that just to fuck with people.
Well, thanks to the powers of AI.
I know it's going to happen. It's on the way. We're gonna make that movie. We're gonna make that version of Lilo and Stitch, where the social worker wants to translate.
Sammy wanted to just take the live action and like have the AI redo the alien's voice to be like in the original cartoon because it bothered her so much.
The Zach Galifianakis voice?
Yes.
It was terrible. He was terrible in the movie. I kept thinking, is that Zach Galifianakis with a facelift? It didn't look like him.
Well, he lost weight, I guess. So
is that what was going on?
It was him.
It's like skinny Zach Galifianakis.
Yeah.
Just, it didn't work for me.
The Dark
Seemed like he
Conservatarian
had big fake teeth.
Mm-hmm. The Dark Conservatarian for $10 says, I have a friend who says Lilo and Stitch live action is perfect. 10/10. I swear mindless consumerist mentality is a cancer. Just consume product and wait for next product. True.
Yeah.
True. But listen, people like it, you know.
They got the cute factor. I mean, this is the same thing they did with The Mandalorian.
Yes.
I mean, but the cute factor can only get you so far. Sooner or later, you're going to have to tell some interesting story and just, I'm cynical and jaded. There's nothing in there that I thought was interesting.
Mm-hmm. Our Hills Hurt, thanks so much for the $5. Says, when are we getting our Hunchback live action remake? I know a bread tuber that loves to act. That would be great as the lead. Oh my God. Can you imagine Philosophy Tube?
I can.
Quasimodo.
Unfortunately.
That'd be pretty good. That's a good suggestion. It's a good suggestion.
Even though it is funny, the Philosophy Tube's acting is so fucking bad.
It's true.
Yeah.
What if they made Quasimodo? I mean, what if they made Philosophy Tube the bad guy in Hunchback, the priest?
Did you watch the short film, the vampire short film? Did you ever watch it?
No, I did not.
I did. I did. Yeah, it is fucking horrendous.
Ooh. Should I watch it just for how bad it is?
Yeah. Nathan Margolis sent it to me because he had a copy of it from, and I couldn't believe how fucking ridiculous it is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
J-Mac, a circuit file for $20. Thanks so much, Daddy. J-Mac says, was Pudge the fish who controls the weather in the remake? That was one of the few things that was actually upgraded, J-Mac. Not only is Pudge the fish who controls the weather referenced in the live action remake, he's actually in it. You get to see the fish. You literally get to see the fish in the live action remake. So there you go. They kept Pudge. Muggy for 15 MYR says, all right, Adam, you're not married in the scenario. No dodging. Which fictional alien that you actually know are you smashing? Don't ask Sitch for help.
What?
What fictional alien character would you fuck?
That's a tough one. I mean, it's so hard to choose, right?
Oh, so hard to choose, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Are those aliens in District 9? Are they female?
I mean, if you want to fuck a shrimp, you can, I guess.
The prawn?
You can fuck one of those prawns, yeah.
What about that blue thing in The Fifth Element that sings the opera?
You want to... Wow, okay.
What is she? She's an alien, right?
Right. She is an alien, yeah.
How about Mila Jovovich from The Fifth Element? She's an alien, right?
She an alien? I guess she was she's not human, right? Because she was the Fifth Element.
Look at that.
So there you go. You got Lilo Multipass. That's who you're
I'm going with Multipass.
Okay. It's interesting. That's a good choice.
Dodged a bullet there, didn't I? Can I get her in the white medical tape outfit?
Oh, there you go. Lilo Multipass in the white medical tape. Okay.
Yeah. Multipass. I'm Corbin Dallas. I'm taking Corbin Dallas's role.
Does 7 of 9 count as an alien? I mean, she was human, but
yes,
she was transformed into a Borg.
Oh,
so
yeah,
I think that makes she should count. Yeah. That's who I would go.
7 of 9 is your choice.
If she counts. That's who I would go with. Our Hills hurt for another $10. Thank you. Says Lilo and Stitch's success will be inflated because it's coming out during Hawaiian Futanari holiday. This happens all the time. Adam, look up Lilo and Stitch Futanari inflation 2025.
What?
I didn't know about that. Look it up, Adam.
I'm not looking that up. That sounds dangerous.
Are you sure? Look it up. I've never heard of this Hawaiian holiday.
Let me look it up real
what
quick.
It's about. Yeah, you look that up.
Oh, my browser crashed. Jeez. Holy shit. Well, all right. We'll look it up on the next stream.
Right. Anyways. Why?
Why
do you know what that
always
is?
Super chat that. I know. I know it's bad because people super chat it all the time.
I think he knows what it is. He just doesn't want to say what it is.
Is that,
go, how do you know what it is? Ha 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 ha.
Is that like when you? What is it, Sitch?
No, you tell me. What is it? What do you think it is?
Is that
tell me what you know it is?
I think that's when you poop in someone else's butt, right? Is that what it is?
What? First of all,
you haven't done that?
I didn't even know this was a thing. I've never even heard of this before.
Really?
That's a thing. People poop. I knew like there are people that have like poop fetishes. I didn't know they like pooped in each other's butts.
Yeah.
That's horrifying.
I know it is horrifying.
No.
That's why I'm not going to Google that.
No, it is
dirty little.
It is not. It is nothing poop related. Okay. That's really.
Are you sure?
I swear to you.
It has
so gross.
And it says fart in it.
It's not an English word.
Fartinari.
It's a Japanese word.
Okay. Those Japanese are weird. Okay. They do that stuff all the time.
Well, I don't know about that. But no. Yeah, that's actually the IJP Mexico. That's worse. That's so much worse. Hey, look it up. Type in Futanari.
No, I'm not going to do it. Just tell me.
Don't be a pussy. Don't be a pussy.
I already answered the alien question. Don't be pushy.
Oh, it was so hard. Everyone feel bad for Avo. He answered who alien, hot alien he fuck. Oh, so sad.
I'm looking up hot aliens so I can give a better answer next time.
Lilo is a fine answer. That is a fine answer.
Of course. Multipass. Yeah. Oh my, I forgot. Who's this chick?
Which one?
I forgot about this. What's the name of this show?
You want to fuck the blue lady from Avatar?
Oh, fuck no. Come on. What show is she from? Lex. Have you seen the show Lex?
I know what show you're talking
Zev.
about. I never watched that show.
She's an alien.
TV show. Yes.
Why are you not like... Oh, 7 of 9 made the list.
Of course she made the list.
Sitch is on this list all the time.
Oh, yeah, constantly.
He's ready. Oh, look. Oh, my God. Lilu is on the list.
There you go.
I did it. Look, I didn't even have to pull the list out, and I already nailed it.
Where was she on the list?
She is number 16.
There you go.
Wait, who's number 1? You're not going to like it.
Who's number 1?
I think it's number 1 is Superman.
Superman? Oh. Okay.
Sexiest aliens.
What kind of fucking list are you looking at?
Number 2 is, you'll never guess. Guess who number 2 is?
Is it another guy?
It is.
I'll
give you a hint.
Star Wars?
I'll give you a hint because you'll never guess it. Not
Jar Jar Binks.
Whoever made this list is a fucking weirdo.
Okay.
Number 2, Spock.
Oh, that's pretty. Like young Spock, like the new actor, or like the original, like Leonard Nimoy.
It's the new actor, but still.
Okay, it's still pretty bad.
It's still weird. They got that fucking bowl cut. Get out of here.
I mean, that female Vulcan was pretty hot in the
oh yeah,
whatever that show was. Was it Enterprise? Yeah, it was Enterprise.
Morena from Firefly is number 3.
Is that the?
She is pretty hot.
Yeah.
And then Zev from Lex is number 4, so she made it. She's high on the list here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
There you go.
7 of 9 was hold on. 7 of 9 is actually an 8.
Blasphemy.
It's interesting that they call her 7 of 9 in this context, isn't it? She's like, she was a 9, but then they did all that Borg shit. And now she's kind of a 7.
Now she's a 7. Yeah, she got hotter somehow.
She's 7 of 9. She's 7 of 9.
Right.
Borg knocked her down a bit.
I mean, it made her stronger, right? That's an improvement. She can one-hand you.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways.
All right, are we good?
We're good.
Hold on, we'll do a little harmonica. I heard last time you did the solo
David
outro.
Puff said, "You have no idea how much fan mail Leonard Nimoy got as Spock. It was so much that pissed off Shatner."
Oh, really? Because
That's
it was
funny.
the mind. Everyone's like, "Oh, he's so rational. That mind." That's women see that Spock kind of mentality, and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna make him cry. I'm gonna get some emotion out of that emotionless."
Oh,
it's like a game for them.
It's like it's kind of like the woman wants to tame the monster thing.
Yeah.
Yes, they want the.
Well, no, it's kind of the opposite of that. Though,
it is the opposite. They want to break the Vulcan. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
They want him to get triggered. Oh, I'm going to make it so he's going to smack me. Oh, it's going to be so good.
Zero Fuck says, "Is Goku on the list, Adam?" Yeah, why don't you fuck Goku? He's pretty hot, right?
Who's Goku? No. Goku's not on the list.
Goku. Jesus
but who's
Christ.
I mean, we should have brought anime. There's a ton of aliens in anime, right? All the
Sure.
Oh no, the aliens are the clothes in Kill la Kill.
They're all they're
the clothing. So
is her mom an alien?
I don't remember.
Her mom is like something, or is she human? I don't remember. No, she's human, right? She's part of the
they're all human. The aliens are the clothes. Spoiler.
The lineage of humans. Yeah, massive spoiler for Kill la Kill's still one of the top tier animes ever made. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who make it in the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true isekai protagonist. You are the true hot and sexy aliens that would make every single top 10 list of sexiest aliens of all time. You are the true knowers of who Goku, the iconic Saiyan warrior, is. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye, guys. Take care. Have a good night.
You actually played the harmonica this time. You were also the people who would never fake out your co-host and pretend to play harmonica, but wouldn't actually. Yes.
Go back to last Sunday's show. You'll see the best outro ever.
What a jerk.